Hey there, everyone. Josh Mason here. I'll be your MC for track 2 for anyone who's currently watching. Our first speaker is going to be Parth. He'll be up in a little bit. I just wanted to jump on, say hi to everyone first, and let you know that we've got the raffle going on and that you can donate. So we're raising some money for a good cause here today. Everything that's raised is going to go to next gen cyber ed, helping the next generation of cyber defenders. We're glad to have you here. There are 2 tracks. In the chat, you will see a link to track 1 in case there is a speaker on the list that is talking about something that you're very interested in. Ran over here playing with the setup. What are you doing? That works. I don't need to be like all big. People don't want to see me big. That other one worked. Can we move this guy? Put it over there. Hey Parth, welcome.
Hi, am I audible?
You are good to go there. Can you hear me all right? We can hear you all right.
Yes, I can.
Awesome. Then we're about at the time, so I'm gonna introduce Parth. Parth is a cybersecurity researcher and security professional specializing in insider threats, identity security, and advanced threat detection. His work focuses on uncovering sophisticated attack techniques, including fraudulent remote employees, synthetic identities, and nation-state-backed infiltration campaigns. By combining behavioral analytics, infrastructure intelligence, and identity security, he develops practical detection methodologies that help organizations identify and mitigate emerging threats. Passionate about advancing cybersecurity through research and innovation, Parth contributes to the development of privacy-preserving security solutions and open source tools that enable organizations to collaborate on threat intelligence while protecting sensitive data. His research bridges academic rigor with real-world application, providing security teams with actionable strategies to defend against today's evolving insider threats. Without further ado, Parth, hand it off to you, and here are your slides. All right, the floor is yours.
All right, am I audible, Josh? Cool. All right. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. Thanks to CyberSpeak Labs for putting on this CyberLab Con this year. Theme is racing the threat landscape, and I want to talk about a threat that has quite uh, been winning this race inside the lot of organization. What I'm talking about is the title, the Shadow Payroll uh, Digital Ghost. It's about a class of insider threat uh, where the attacker doesn't break in. They just get hired. They showed up on your payroll, on your email with a badge, and then often get a real job to do, joining the meeting and taking a lunch break with you and etc. Of course, on the virtual. So just one quick frame here. So this is independent security research. Everything which is built in, which has been shown here in this slide is synthetic, anonymized data, and in a tested environment. Uh, so let's move to the slide next. Cool. Bit about who I am. So I'm a security researcher working for Microsoft from last and having an experience of last 7 years. Moreover, core into the detection engineering, doing threat hunting, tracking the APT groups, and recently you've seen the published article on the Microsoft that was a Node.js related threat actor uh, who's been there. But the insider threat have been taken my brain in quite a back periods where uh, hunting on the inside threat is like uh, seeing the logins which are very legit. There is no security alerts and uh, no anomalous behavior most probably when you check from the same side or the sock side. But when you go or dive deeper, you will see there is an insider threat probably lurking around in the organization in case of there is one. So let's take more deeper understanding into this ghost worker. Moving to the slide 3. Cool. The shift. So a quick word where this means quick word where this shift comes from is like remote work unlocked global threat, global talents, and that also includes the global threat crisis, right? The flip side is the new attack surface, right? In some observed cases where the adversaries have obtained employment through the fraudulent or synthetic identities. Think about what that means is they arrive with valid credentials, the work expected hours, adjust for whatever the time zone they are pretending to be in. They often do the real work, which has been asked by the manager or the project program manager, etc. Like, and what the traditional controls, and this is where the traditional control fails off. The person is doing the real work, is joining on the time zone which is expected to join, right? He's ensuring there is no malware in his system and no obvious break-in, or he's doing some kind of behavioral pattern where he will get flagged on. So he is they are being super conscious. So no impossible login at 3 a.m. just looks like a normal employee. So, and that's what I mean by the ghost worker. Someone who uses stolen or synthetic identities uh, to land on a remote role. They operate from a concealed or high risk location. A reason is uh, like they to shift to this uh, VPNs and then infrastructure of the network, etc. So it pretty much cost us them. So they work from the highly concealed locations, which is bit easy for them to is it from them to tune in and something like that. So here's the route. For the next 40 minutes, what we're gonna do is first we'll understand the what is the threat here, then who these actors are, and why they target, who they target, then the framework which I have designed to track on, how we go looking for them, and then the evidence from the three case studies which I have tested in the synthetic environment, of course, defined to particular that tested environment. So the numbers and the behavioral pattern may get varies depending on to the testing of that particular queries onto that particular environment, and then the final defense and where this goes next, right? So moving to the next slide. 1 second, loading up. Yeah, the anatomy of a ghost worker. So let's build this profile. The six traits shows up again and again. One, a fabricated identity, stolen or synthetic, with the plausible work history. The two, a second, two, like an social engineered hire, where they are exploiting the hiring chain, where the urgency of the hiring recruiters, and then the pressure to fill the technical role fast, as soon as fast, because the competitor may not take that employee kind of, and why I'm saying this competitor may not take that particular employee or the use or a particular user, is because we're going to take that into the next slide. We're going to talk more about that on the next slide, why I'm talking about that part. And then the third is the infrastructure masking, residential VPNs and proxies that hides where they actually are. Fourth, sustained access. This isn't a smash and grab, like it's long-term foothold, because they wanted to stay in that organization for a pretty much long time, depending on to the objective. And then there is a parallel employment, right? Where one person may be running many identities across different organizations at the same time. Means that person is joining uh, two different companies or three different companies at the same time, in somewhere around collaborative time frame, and showing up on the meetings and etc. So that is a parallel employee has been doing. And then the last one is like an uh, sustainability, like the uncomfortable one. They are often genuinely component, they do the real work, and which means your behavioral analytics like a ueba, casp, or a sim, right? In case if they don't have a means strong or aligned detection to that point of threat, it may not get triggered, right? I'm excluding the generic rules like unfamiliar signing and suspicious signing and etc. like that. So we are looking for a mismatch uh, between the identity and the infrastructure behind it. Uh, so let's move to the next slide. That is slide 5. Mm, So when I said that the competitor in the last slide, that the competitor don't want to lose that candidate, etc., is because of these roles: AI/ML engineer, cloud architect, a security engineer, DevOps engineer. Why these roles? These reasons and they compound. The team's talented, starved, right? So they want the company always want a talented candidate to get in and fix their work and work around with them, etc. So the verification part and everything gets relaxed because they wanted that person to get hired as soon as possible, sign off and sign in and etc. And the salaries are high, so the payoff is a big, and then roles unlock sensitive IPs system. It's near like idle cover, right? A caveat of these numbers, they are just illustrative from the 2025 level graph, which I just got, and the public remark, but directional, they are stark. AI/ML engineering, and uh, in the low mind, six figures, then projected growth around the 40% of the 40% of their uh, growth in next 2020 by 2020 30 and etc. So when this demand outstrips the supply, 3 to 1 concerns get cut in hiring, and fraudulent applicants with a clean looking resume walks right through the gap, and and the and the financial motive doesn't stop at the salary part. Uh, there is IP theft or maybe data exfiltration for the resale, or using or use that access to get the foothold or sell that particular accessed clean accessed environment created uh, by the user with some kind of with some kind of uh, um, masked persistence payload or some kind of script, when the objective is to sell this particular organization to some another third actor for the breach or etc. for the motive purpose. So that is undefined, depends on the objective of the objective of the insider threat, as a we call it as a ghost worker. Now, moving to this next slide, slide 6, life cycle. From identity to insider, so this four phase is something where uh, this chain, those threads together create one phase of life cycle for this for this ghost worker as insider threat. Phase one, there's identity procurement, stolen, synthetic or bought from the broker with an history that looks very favorable, where the background is not gonna stuck and the user is skilled, employees have a track of history, etc. Then it comes phase two, that is the target selection. So high demand roles, which we talked earlier in the last slide, where where the verification is relaxed, salary is good, project is good, and then the this AIML roles and then security researcher or cloud architect have a good, the permissions, or already they have quite a permissions on their system, and as a privilege escalation they don't need to do by adding the some kind of tools to get the privilege escalation out. So they pretty much they have their that all kind of things in their bucket by default by getting into the organization legitimately. Then it comes the phase three, the infrastructure setup. Residential VPNs, pools, a consistent device fingerprint, time zone alignment for their hours, uh, look right. In phase four, sustained access. They get hired. They often do the real work while they are doing it, and infrastructure is quite leaves the stresses. Now we are talking here about two different things. That is infrastructure and an identity. So identity they can change, they can fabricate, they can they can change it like they change the clothes, right? But the infrastructure they cannot change it. Reason is, so we're gonna talk a bit more about that in the next coming slide, right? But the cost and the convenience of setting up their complete infrastructure, because they need to they specifically they do the job in 2 to 3 organizations and at the same time, so they need sustainable infrastructure where they have created a playbook or something like that, so which will keep the logins and sessions and everything consistent without losing the grip, right? So so now moving to the next slide, that is where we are lacking around, like a detection gap, right? Right, the blind spot, that is a detection gap which we are going to talk. So right now when we say that uh, tools like UEBA, DLP, CASB, IAM, SSO, what, so their workaround means uh, They see the valid credentials in case if the MFA is lost, MFA multiple MFA fatigue happens and etc. So they get triggered for it, right? Unfamiliar sign in, suspicious sign in. Even if the VPN get changed, even the location get quite a change from distance and around, it's gonna flag it around. So this creates or this becomes generic signals eventually for the SOC team and SIEM. So probably they get severity of and low or informational kind of, right? So that and so this tool see the valid credentials, clean MFA. They see the normal working hours, adjusted consent from the time zone, the real work and legitimate data access, etc. Now, when we look at now what they may what they may not surface or identity fraud, like that doesn't happen before, and these tools cannot check on that. That is this the fabricated identity? Was is there any kind of parallel employment kind of happening here, and the parallel infrastructure is being shared for the different organization, etc. So that is something which cannot be means seen, and until unless we do not have the again the cross tenant telemetry kind of, which most of the organization do not have it because they put on their own means taking on their own telemetry kind of, and do not having an excessive telemetry and logs to do the research and do the hunting across the different telemetries and etc. So that creates like a gap between the uh, detection for the ghost workers specifically. Now, moving to the next slide, the core insight. So when I said earlier, the identity rotates, identities can be changed, but infrastructure cannot be changed continuously because that needs to be sustained, right? So if you take one idea away from the talk, make it this one as identities rotates faster than the infrastructure. A ghost worker will happily burn identities and VPN exit nodes to stay ahead of the detection, but their physical infrastructure uh, will be there even they move from one organization to different organization for in terms of getting hired, right? So the network stays and and that's not changing because that cost real money and efforts, right? And the persistence creates a forensic anchor signal that can survive across time, and in some cases across organization, which I said, which we talked. So the whole strategy flips here. Instead of chasing the identity, which is cheap from them to change, we anchor their infrastructure. We pivot their infrastructure, which is expensive for them to change, and identities, exit nodes, and exit node sessions. This those rotations, ISPs, devices, and hardwares, which cannot be changed frequently. So I will cover it in that way. The slide does this, and which we were gonna get and bit more understanding on how we're gonna track and pivot the infrastructure rather than hunting for the identities. Moving to the next slide. I'm sorry. The three-layer framework here. So the first is the ISP infrastructure, and then the second layer is more on the token and device, which comes specifically more on the hardware side, and the third one is HR validation and velocity kind of. So we'll go more deeper into that part. So layer one looks at ISP and IP infrastructure, shared hubs, and IP chunks. Layer two looks at the tokens and device artifacts and how tokens get minted, get frequently changed, and what devices are involved. Are they compliant, or they are not, right? Then the layer 3 adds behavioral velocity and importantly a human validation step with HR, because I cannot ping HR for hundreds of user validation to them, like check this one, check this out, if these are the ghost work or these are the inside threads, something like that, they're gonna kill me for that, right? So the keyword is progressive here. Each layer feeds the next one, and each layer, so what I'm saying is each layer feeds the next one, right? So what I'm talking about is here is uh, in the in the coming slides, when we start hunting around on this on the from layer 1, layer 2, and layer 3, every users coming getting, we got from the layer 1 like ISP, IP, which that will be fed to the layer 2 side, and then layer 2 to layer 3, and this is creator, and this is what we're gonna check into the next slide. So the outcome of this layers is that it isolates the accounts with unstable, uh, uh, means unstable and unshared infrastructures. Moving to the next slide, getting loaded. Right, the layer one, the infrastructure analysis. The move here is to look for the past browser fingerprints and look at the infrastructure level behavior. Suspicious accounts often clusters on shared ISP hubs. The shared ISP hub, or they chance through a lot of IPs because of the VPN proxy usage or issues kind of. So the three indicators here: the first ISP concentration, one ISP the serving three or uh, serving more than so one ISP is serving more than three users. Like I said, at the same time frame, at the same time window, this one ISP is being aligned to three different users. So that is that is what the ISP concentration I'm talking about, right? And then we talk about this that is multi-user ISP day. It means the single ISP is supporting multiple uh, multiple users, like in two strangers who also happens to work at at that company, right? The that same sharing, but at the same day, which is points to a shared gateway, right? The third elevated is a distinct IPs, an account cycling through five or more than IPs in a short active window. So we are clustering. First we clustered ISP, the second we clustered the a single ISP supporting multiple users at the same day, because they are having kind of a shared gateway. And then the third, we have taken that five distinct one in the short active window which are active in a continuous way. So the outcome of this is the layer that is it isolates the count unstable shared infrastructure pattern that are uncommon among typical remote workers. Then we'll flag these indicators uh, to the right threshold at particular environment. So again, you need to set up that threshold, that how many you need to target. Like let's always take like in four or five distinct one which we have taken in this part. So we're isolating that particular accounts and the ISPs and users. Taking this to the layer 2 now, right? The token and device artifact, right? So here on the layer 2, this identity artifact, specifically tokens and device, this extends the normal session monitoring to the go deeper, because now we are moving to the hardware side here. So the three things we look for that is the auth token minting anomalies. Tok- which what that means is the token events that runs above the baseline for that particular legitimate user. The token burst, right? The token burst are three or more token events inside a 2 minutes of time frame. Let's take it as because 1 minute is pretty much common, so we're gonna take it as a 2 minutes here. So uh, in the 2 minutes of time frame window, which is very machine-like pattern and repeated signing happening from unmanaged or compliant devices. So that is a token. That is what we are checking. Why does this matters is because a simple is the refresh token old, uh, or is the session which is very long, right? And these checks can miss all of it. Rapid scripted token minting from a device from a managed stack doesn't recognize a signal, uh, which is like an automated authentication happening by the script, or or like an some kind of backend infrastructure created for it, not like a normal user being refreshing again and again for the particular sessions. Right. And this creates an add-on to that, that is unauthorized device. It could be BYOD device as well, or an uncompliant device which is hiding behind that session to look valid. And and that's the difference between checking the front door and watching how the keys are actually being made. Moving to the next slide. Right now, this all means layer one, layer two, and layer three could be like an means different points which we are understanding. But when we the step by step, when we move to the next slides, you can connect the dots between layer one, layer two, and layer three. Right now, it is like, and we're just understanding the what exactly this layer one is, layer two, and layer three is, right? So moving to layer three side, that is a behavioral and velocity and HR validation. So layer three does two things specifically. First is it expands the old impossible travel idea beyond the geography. It's not just uh, like you were in two cities and hours apart. It's a token issuance burst and the infrastructure shift that don't match the location, the person that claims to be like uh, like that. But the second part is the one I want to get remembered or to get focused. That is where this technical work meets that the organization validation, right? Where the HR will once we get the some set of ISPs or users, and then ISPs and all, we can validate that to the HR validation. Because as I said earlier, that we cannot get hundreds of uh, users to the HR saying that uh, just validate this for the uh, uh, employment status and check if this have a background verification done and etc like that. So we're not going to do that so directly from the level one side, right? So that is the reason this layer one, layer two, and layer three comes around into the stage. Now moving to the next slide, right? So illustrative threshold we used here. So like an from one of the from all this infrastructure for the three cases which we have used this particular threshold. That's what we're going to talk about. That is ISP user count, which I talked about in the first layer. That is a uh, the same ISP should be same for the particular more than three users. That is shared infrastructure indicator, which you call. The second is an ISP, which is more than 10. The more than 10 IPs is 10 IPs serving that particular ISP. And then that comes the account IP churn, which is in the very short time frame. The more than 5 IPs are being uh, uh, rotating. And then the active days, which is a persistence indicator, that is more than 3 days, and the token bus, that is between the 2 minutes or more than like in 3 minutes, or 0.3 minutes. So that is like an automated script which is running at the back end for the authentication side and etc. The one thing to underline here, that is they're not fixed they're not fixed rules here. The threshold effectiveness depends on heavily on the organizations where this rules and these queries are being tested upon. So the context can be varied. You need to change the threshold from 3 users to 10, 3 users to 10, or 4 or 5, something like that. So this is like in trial and error method until and unless you get a visibility around that how many identities could be possibly we can check around between that 2 to 3 minutes of time frame. So moving to the next slide. All right. So this is where which we're talking about. Like as I said, that all these three layers will come into one point where we will be analyzing that particular time frame. So on the case study one, where a mid-scale environment, right, started at 242 users. Sorry, 242 users and narrowed to three suspected accounts, right? The case study two, large scale, studied at a 1702 users and narrowed to 15 flagged, and nine after a stricter filter, because that was a 10 because it were more than 15. So I thought of adding one more query to make it, and it gave us a 9. And then the third one, that is a mid to large with 96 users down to the 5 through a 8 stage pipeline, which we're going to talk about in the next part. Across the three, the roughly 95 to 99% reduction in the investigation scope in this tested one. So now we cannot take this 242 users who are logging from this suspected locations to the HR for the checking, right? But we can take 5 user, 15 user, 10 users to the HR for the background verification checks and etc. for this. So that is where uh, we're gonna scale to the next progressive filtering. All right. So the next is the progressive filtering, which is a funnel we're gonna talk, and this is overall the illustrative of three tested, means the environments, and we're gonna check accordingly to that. China, Russia. Cool. So when we talk about the illustrative of this, the geo IP, I'm sorry. So what it comes down to this, how this 96 users and 58 ISPs, 45,539 IPs, which were seen from that particular two locations in the last 30 days, which is pretty much like an impossible for the analyst or threat hunters to uh, check upon and pivot down to the 15 or 5 users, right? So for the Geo and ISP surface, there was 96 users, and then this is a hello, I'm audible. Or cool. So how it comes around from the 96 user, like applying the IP churn, what we talked about earlier on the layer one, it trims to 86 users, and later on when we apply the volume based trimming, like an token bursting, token minting, and all, it taken down that to the 23 users, from 96 to 23 users. So now we can see that how it started, like from Geo and ISP we got 96 users. We checked for the distant IPs, like an IP churning. we got the 86 users. Then the volume-based streaming, like an token minting and token burst and all, uh, it moved to 23 users. Later on, to the device posture analysis, like an is the device compliant? How what is the time window for this device? How the active this device is? It turned down to the 15 users. Later on, moving to the uh, moving to the token minting and then token burst, it turned down to the 7. And then the final shortlist we got, that was 5 users. So this is where the progressive filtering we taken into the all 8 sets of pipeline queries which we created. Every query, every framework have 2 to 3 queries which turn down, taking all these users and IPs to the next query, and then it uh, churning 96 users to the 5 shortlist users. So the 94 point, like in the scope, if you see the, it's like 98% of the noise we have cancelled it around with this progressive filtering. Moving to the next slide, validation part. And that is where now talking about the HR is where we can validate with the human at the back end with the help of the framework. So in this all reviewed case, the highest risk account had incomplete or pending background verifications. In those cases, accounts were actioned in response to identify the risk signals, and where it was reported at the back, early action helped, and that helped us getting that this were the flagged one. On the false positive side, observe on the false positive, we did observe means uh, were limited were the limited accounts who have actual, the travel for that particular time frame, which created the login issues and etc., which created bit of false positive on the region where the someone where the user were using the personal VPN for the privacy and all, on and all. So moving to the next slide, that is adversarial wave, like an evasion versus a countermeasure, right? So how might they have evaded, or and how this framework have answered us? So uh, the stillman, the attacker, if I were trying to beat if I'm trying to beat this, how would I evade it, right? So I will say up like an in front of this is observed versus like a theorist, right? So not on a like an exhaustive playbook. So two moves here. That is a diverse infrastructure, right? Rotate VPNs, user residential proxy network, sign up fresh, cloud desktop per session, then token minting and behavioral mimicry. Cap your tokens, which we do not, which we don't do it, which we don't do it uh, excessively by refreshing it, right? So we don't burst at refresh tokens, and use of managed or uncompromised device and the steady IPs. So we don't look like a churn for that. So here is the approach what that answers back where data sharing is permitted, right? The cross correlation still catches one actor is showing up across multiple chain of events in multiple framework layers which we carried about. The temporal analysis picks up like a long-term pattern that short-term mimicry is unlikely to replicate, right? The device fingerprints gives anchor uh, uh, beyond IP layer that is hard to change. That that is hard to change, and the infrastructure which is costlier to change and replace at the earliest. So this points for the layering is that they have to defeat all of them at once. So right, moving to the next part, that's key findings. What we got from this approach of doing research on the ghost worker, that is the one that is a scope narrowing worked well on this on our tested data, like a 94 to 99% of incident scope reduced across all these three cases, taking as synthetic anonymized data, where we were able to use the particular framework in different synthesized synthetic environment, and we did not need to do the many the change in much more the threshold part. And the second one was a AI role targeting. So in this overall case studies, like in uh, m- most of the users, most of the accounts which we observed that were part of means like in roles which are aligned to AIML, and that creates again the uh, assumption of talent shortage exploitation around AI and ML. And then the third one is infrastructure reuse, like in persistence of the, in several cases the refused infrastructure left for an anchor event, like identity is rotated, which is the whole thesis holding up here. And the fourth one is a cross correlation value, right? The where the correlating across this different three frameworks and getting the improved confidence of reducing the users from the high volume to the lowest volume. So that is where this key findings comes around. Moving to the future and future work around on this thread. Waiting on to the loading part of the slide. Right. Uh, sorry, sorry for the glitch. Got it. Sorry for the glitch. So where this goes next? A few directions: machine learning to tune the threshold against each environment is own baseline instead, which is org's own baseline instead of fixed numbers. Broader cross or correlation where the data can be replicated and seen more pivotally. uh, Automated HR workflow integration for a validation of the fraudulent identities, and honestly more studies on the economics behind this whole ecosystem. The bottom line: ghost worker scenario are an emerging insider risk pattern, the subset of the insider threats to be precise. Uh, Multi-layer behavioral analysis over telemetry teams already collect can assist in prioritizing which accounts to investigate first. It's not like a magic detector here. It's way to turn an unmanaged population of huge crowd into a short high priority list where uh, uh, we have demonstrated a controlled and anonymized scenarios with responsive account actions. So, so this is more workaround. I'm looking forward to work on this. Moving to the next slide, that is scope and methodology and limitations. So here, before I the take questions. This one slide I actually want to leave on the screen because it's how we should read everything I just showed you, like the data. That is a very synthetic timelines, uh, anonymized user, the logs, and there is no real like an user data or a tenant here or identifies. The metric scope reduction, not precision or recall. That's the ground truth. Not fully knowable for the covert fraud. So the HR confirmed cases are partial incurs, not proof at a rate of sample. On the three tested environment, result may not generalize to everyone because of as this is a the fabricated, created and tested on the fabricated environment. And the constraint part, that is which requires the comprehensive the authentication logs and sign in logs and cloud app logs and etc, uh, which needs to be carefully tested to evade the evade the detections checks and etc. And this is where I say thank you. uh, and that's all. That's all. If you remember one line that makes that is identities rotate faster than infrastructure, but we can hunt on the anchor events. Like as we said, uh, the infrastructure cannot be faked or falsed because of the multiple reasons. So yeah, that's all from my side on the this session on the CyberLab Con.
Awesome. Hey, thank you, Parth. Thank you for sharing your research with us. Um, what inspired you to get started on this research?
So this is like an I have dealt with the detections on APT groups and the new TTPs across and all, but the identity is the means insider threat is being like an uh, is there from the traditional, but now the AI have came around and the AI roles have came around and all. So now the insider threat is being very much easier for the attacker or uh, the objective of the user or anyone who can use the AI as well to do to be the insider threat for them. So
Mm.
we just started from the user now, and moving forward we'll work around on this on the AI side as well, that how the AI can be used by the insider threat or a ghost workers for their objective.
That's
And
awesome.
add on to that, means the SIM and detections on the identity side are too much, and they becomes noisy because at the end of the day, these detections are created for the human specifically, not for the machine. So humans change from one location to different locations, join from the different network, sign in from different ISP and etc. So that creates a noise, and because of that noise, SIM creates or said, hey, this is too much noise, let's move this to the low severity or informational severity. And that is where insider threats or ghost workers take an advantage of it, and And that is where whole this research came around, to hunt upon, to pinpoint that particular set of users or ghost workers.
Interesting. Where do you see your research going from here?
uh, Towards the agents being used by the ghost workers
Mm,
or users, or create a persistent agent even after they leave the organization, even if they get caught or something like that. So where they can come from the external side of door.
interesting. Interesting. Well, hey, Parth, thank you so much for joining us and presenting today. Uh, hope you continued success in your research going forward, and have a great day.
Thank you so much, team, and special thanks to Rihanna for giving me this opportunity, and of course to the team of CyberLab Con. Hope to see you next next year.
Yeah. See you, Parth. Hey, everyone. It's we're glad to have you here. CyberLab Con this year is the purpose is to raise some funds for next gen cyber ed, and also to share some really interesting research and presenters with you. Our next researcher is Will Klusovsky, and Rihanna is running things in the background. Will, hey, how's it
Hey,
going,
what's
man?
happening? What's going on, man?
It's good. It's been a minute.
Yeah, it has. We haven't met as regular as we should have.
Yeah, you have a horrible DM.
He's terrible.
Maybe let's start again in like August. After all this hacker summer camp craziness.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I think hopefully some players remember where we were. Will and I played Dungeons and Dragons together, or have a few times
Yeah.
at least. Will, it's great to see you. Um, I know you've got a lot going on. Before I introduce you and you get going as a speaker, um, what uh, what do you have going on this summer? Are you doing a whole bunch of hacker summer camp stuff?
No, I'm not a typical like go to DEF CON and black hat guy. But I do have I have a couple speaking engagements and stuff coming in the fall. And then right now I'm kind of focused on building up the business at my company right now. So there's a lot of engagement, a lot of conversations, a lot of the just general chatting and talking, and then planning out things in the pre-sale space for marketing and
Oh yeah.
sales, demand gen, and chatting with executives and boards and doing what I do.
Yep. All that consulting and visa work. It's
And
it's not
continuing to give
glamorous.
out free advice on LinkedIn. So whether you want it or not, it's there.
People keep following us, so I think that means it's good.
Yeah. I had somebody complain about something and I was like, look, man, I'm just trying to help people. If you don't like it, that's fine. Like, I get it. But
That's a good sign. If people are
that's what I
complaining, that's engagement. That
yeah,
means it's working. They're
yeah.
seeing you, and you're
Ticking
saying
somebody
something
off.
valuable. Like people don't disagree with people that aren't worth, you know, talking to.
That's true. Yeah, I took that as a win.
These are all things that I've had other mentors tell me, so
Yeah.
I repeat them to myself too.
And
All
I do
right,
have to tell I told Rihanna I got the shirt specifically for the event. So
nice,
we're all Star Wars and Cyberpunk going on here. So
love it, love it. Um, uh, for those who don't know Will, Will is a cybersecurity executive, strategic advisor, and internationally recognized speaker with more than 25 years of experience helping organizations align cybersecurity with business outcomes. Throughout his career, he's led initiatives across consulting, managed security services, product strategy, go-to-market leadership, and executive advisory, helping organizations build resilient security programs that enable growth rather than hinder it. Known for translating complex technical concepts into clear business decisions, Will specializes in cyber risk, executive leadership, and board-level communication. He's a trusted advisor to executives and security leaders, regularly sharing insights on cybersecurity strategy, governance, AI, and business resilience through conference presentations, industry publications, and thought leadership. And he makes some of the coolest graphics on LinkedIn that I've seen. And a man after my own heart on speaking not like a cyber nerd, but like a business person.
That's outstanding. Love it.
He's also a really creative player and sneaky rogue.
I do appreciate being able to play because I'm a forever DM in my past. So
well, then I guess I gotta get back into it so you can, do some more singular role playing rather than all of the role playing.
Sure.
It's the hard part of being a DM is you have to play all the extra characters.
Yes.
You don't get to develop your one character. But Will, it is great to have you here. And I don't want to force you to start too early.
Yeah,
but yeah, if you are ready to go, I do have your slides ready. We'll do some fun here. Do you see the arrow thing at the top of like the slide deck?
I do not.
In Restream
slide deck.
If you like hover over it with your mouse, does it appear?
Nope.
Fun. Alrighty then. Then if you need slides advanced, let me know. Just say it and I'll be listening. I'll make it happen for you.
Okay. Oh, that's crazy. All right, cool. Yeah, I'll drop it.
Okay.
You can still see the private chat, right? Or the back room?
Yes.
I can just do it in there. Yeah.
Yeah, that works. Excellent. Without further ado, Will Kosowski, the floor is yours, and I'm gonna disappear over here.
Thank you very much. Let me get everything I need here. All right. The empire does not fund cybersecurity without a business case. So before we even get into this, let's kind of define the empire, right? The empire is not one person. It's the CFO asking what something costs. It's the COO asking whether or not this is going to interrupt operations. Your CEO asking what happens to the business. Legal wanting to know who owns this exposure. Procurement asking why now, or even the board, asking, did leadership make the right decision? Did they make a defensible decision? Did they spend their money wisely, right? The empire is anybody who controls the budget, priority or risk ownership. The rub here is the empire is not going to fund cybersecurity because we care so deeply or even because we are burdened, right? It doesn't fund cybersecurity because a finding is critical. It doesn't fund cybersecurity because a dashboard turns red. It doesn't fund anything just because we think the sky is falling. It funds what it understands. It funds decisions. So today, this session is not really about making cybersecurity simple. It's about making cybersecurity useful in those rooms where decisions are getting made. Most really good cybersecurity ideas and thoughts don't die in the SOC or in your team meetings, that are in your team sessions. They die in these executive meetings. And they usually don't die because you're wrong or we were wrong or they were wrong. It dies because the decision was never made clear. Next slide. Let's see if this works. Good deal. Okay, so scenario. It's a little after 9 a.m. on a Tuesday morning at work. Security lead walks into the meeting. You have a real finding, not theoretical, not academic, real. There's risk, there's impact. We know there's a problem. Production system with known vulnerabilities. The scan shows it. The severity is high. The exploit path makes sense. The security team has been looking at it for weeks, validating things. So they bring the data, they bring the ticket history, they bring all of the vendor notes, they bring the tool recommendation and the remediation needs. Everything said is technically correct. But then someone sitting across the table says the thing that kills more security initiatives than anything in our history, and that is, can we revisit this next quarter? It's in that moment, that's where the real risk is now basically just become a calendar invite. It's another thing they have to deal with. So what happens? They move on. Now, why did that happen? Was the finding wrong? No. Was the security team lazy? No, not at all. Is your leadership team evil? Also no, although procurement does tend to wear a dark cloak very well sometimes, right? The issue is the room never got a decision. They got a concern, they got some evidence, they got a technical pain, but they never got a clear business case. Right finding, wrong framing. That's it. That's the whole thing. And next slide there. I dropped it down. There we go. Okay, this is the translation gap. This is where security is speaking language and the other side is not, right? So security walks into the room thinking vulnerabilities, controls, findings, tickets, alerts, tools, pain, stress, all of these things, right? And to us, that makes sense, right? We live in that world. We know what those words mean. We know why they matter. We also know what happens when those things get ignored. But leadership, the empire, they are listening through a completely different filter. They speak an entirely different language. Think of it like Star Trek and Star Wars. Right? They're both in space, but they're very different, right? The empire, your leadership, they're thinking about risk, costs, timing, trade-offs. What do I get for this? What get for that? What's the outcome? How does that benefit? Who owns this? The ownership side of things. What is the actual impact to the business? So within that same meeting, the same issues can be discussed, but having two very, very different conversations. Right? Two sides in space, very different anatomy. And this is where people you, people me, people us in the industry get frustrated. Security goes, I explained the vulnerability 3 times. Leadership, I still don't understand why this is happening now. Security is saying, this tool is going to solve our gap. This is going to help us. And leadership's going, well, I don't understand what business problem this changes. Like, how does this help me? Why do I care? Security says this is critical. Leadership goes, well, so is everything else. So is revenue. So is getting clients. Both sides leave that meeting having missed the point, much like stormtrooper blasts. That's the gap. The thing there is the goal for us as cybersecurity leaders, as cybersecurity executives, as experts, is not to make those leaders experts in cybersecurity. You can't do that. And also, that's not their job. The goal is to make the decisions clear enough that they can actually act. They need to make a decision. You're not translating technical terms into smaller technical terms or breaking it out so that they can learn all of the theory and the things that foundationally build up to the cybersecurity worlds that we live. No, you're simply translating the security work into business meaning. That's it. And that's really the painful, simple truth of it all. Next slide. I said painful truth right here on the slide. Being right does not mean you're going to get funded. Being right doesn't usually mean much of anything sometimes, right? This stings, I know. As security professionals, we are trained to be right. We are validating things. We're always right. We're the smartest people in the room, right? We're trained to find that gap. We're trained to prove the exposure, show the evidence, document severity, build that case from a technical standpoint. All of that, very, very important. Matters so much. But that technical accuracy still needs business relevance. A critical vulnerability doesn't automatically tell or answer the questions like, what could happen to the business? What does this affect? How soon could this matter? What happens if we wait? What does it actually cost to fix? What's it cost not to fix? Who owns this decision? Who owns the risk if we decide not to do anything and accept it, right? What actually decision needs to be made today? That's the missing layer inside all that technical data that we live and work in. Most failed, denied, postponed, whatever, put on the back burner security requests aren't usually missing all of those technical facts and the data points that we're so good at getting to. They're missing that bridge between the facts and the decision that needs to be made. The problem is not always that leadership doesn't understand security. Sometimes the problem is security doesn't understand leadership's decision environment, right? And that really changes the room. This is similar to individual contributors saying, my manager, my director, my VP they don't technically know what we're doing, right? And in saying that, you're highlighting the alternate problem, which is you don't understand what they do. Everybody has a role to play, right? Their job is not to be as technically sound and savvy as you are, right? So again, that process, that thought, that mindset is going to change the conversations you have now. So it's not a why don't they get it? This now becomes what do they need to be able to make a decision? What do they need to decide? That is a much more useful question. Once you start asking that question, your whole conversation, your whole mindset and thought process on this is going to change. Next slide. So leaders are looking for business impact. It's not because they hate cyber. It's not because they don't care. It's because their job is not to protect the network. Their job is to protect the business. That goes way beyond simple technical controls. They need to hear cybersecurity risk through the things that they already have to manage. So you want to think in terms that they're thinking in. Revenue. How does this impact our ability to make money? Operations. Can things go down? Can we continue working? Compliance, legal exposure. Is this going to cost me money in fines or, make us visibly look bad, which goes into things like client trust? Insurance, how does this affect it? Not just cybersecurity insurance, other insurance that they hold, business insurance. Who owns this? Where's the ownership? Why do I care, depending on who you're talking to, about what? Where's the growth? Where's the advantage? Does doing this get us anything? Same security issues, different ears. The CFO sits back and listens, and they hear spend, exposure, insurance. Your COO, your operating officer, your operating team's leadership, the people who kind of do whatever it is the business' goal is, they're hearing downtime, disruption, people not being able to work. Legal's focused on discovery, notifications, contracts, obligations. Sales is worried about clients, client trust. Is the next deal going to be harder? Am I going to be able to sell more? Can I hit my quota? And at all top of this, you've got the CEO worried about reputation, resiliency. Can we keep going? Do I make the board happy? Do I make the shareholders happy? Do I make our company happy? At the top of all of that, you've got your board, which is going, did leadership make the right decisions? Do we have people who understand how to spend money appropriately and to protect and control the business in the right way? That's what they're listening for. So when we present security in isolation, it sounds like the department asking for money. Cybersecurity wants to buy this. Give me money to do this thing. But when you connect security to the business impact, now it sounds like leadership managing risk. That's a very important distinction. Cybersecurity gets funded when it connects what the leaders already have to protect. You don't have to teach them cyber. You just need to move cyber into what the empire cares about. Next slide. That's going to bring us into a framework. So this is Ridge. Ridge is simple. Get out of the valley of technical controls and climb high enough to see the business decisions. Down in the technical valley, we can see every rock, every crevice, every bit of dust, every CVE, missing control, alert, messy exception, terrible API, right? We know it all. Leadership doesn't need to see every rock. They don't care. They need topography. They need to understand the terrain. They need to know there's a cliff over there. Do we go around it? Do we build a bridge? Do we get a Zeppelin? What does it cost to do something? Do we even need to go that way, right? And who's going to make that decision? So this framework here, Ridge, is going to give you a path to help them understand it. R, the risk. This is the easy thing. What could actually happen to the business? You need to name an event, not a finding. This isn't CVE-2-04629 or pi divided by 62, whatever, right? This is a production controller device can go down and be taken off of line. This is not MFA coverage is still incomplete. This is, should be, we still have accounts with high ability to be compromised. We have access to our payroll systems, our customer data systems, our e-commerce systems that could take those things down. When you give the event in that context, that creates understanding. That's your risk. Importance. Why does this matter? And why does this matter now? This is where you're really going to connect to the business. A vulnerability in a test box is, it's a conversation. A vulnerability on a system that's connected to revenue, production, patient care, constituent care, payments, client delivery, that is a very different conversation. Technically, same thing, but from a business perspective, from that topology, a very, very different meaning. D, your damage. What if we do nothing, right? This doesn't mean you delivering the message need to fake precision. Don't walk in the door with the $4.8 million average cost of a breach, according to IBM data breach report, blah, blah, blah. Use something reasonable. Use business language. Even if you don't have specifics, talk about downtime, missed orders, recovery costs, supply chain delays, legal exposure, delayed payments and revenue, insurance problems, clients not liking it, accepting the risk without an owner. right? D, this damage is where the business is actually going to start to see what you're talking about. It actually has a price. We get to G, that's our guidance. This is very critical. I think everybody's heard the don't bring a problem to me without a solution. So what are the realistic options? This is a lot of times where a lot of security people will unintentionally lose the room because you're going to present a technical demand and call it a recommendation. That's not it. Leadership needs choices. And I'm going to say almost every time, give them 3, never more, never less, never 1. Option 1 usually is fix it all, most likely attack path, add some temporary monitoring, accept the risk, delay the work. Think about these things. Transfer some of the risk. Phase the investment. These are the decisions that the business, the empire, is going to have to make. You need to present them with those. Then in execution, what is the actual decision that has to be made? We know what the recommendations are. This is the part that has to be painfully clear. Otherwise, you're just having a conversation and nothing happens. What's the budget that's been approved? Who owns this? Who's going to drive it? When's the maintenance window? Is this regularly scheduled stuff? Do we need to do something different? What is the priority of this? Who's accepting the risk? Whose name is going on that dotted line? What's our timeline? That whole conversation needs to happen, because a security conversation without a decision, without an execution plan it's kind of like the weather. It's really interesting sometimes, maybe useful, but sometimes alarming. And without that actual execution plan, it just becomes that noise, right? This framework ridge here is going to turn your weather report into an actual flight plan by executing on the E. Now, next slide. Let's hit on some of the biggest cyber problems that we have in our industry, and that is language. Let's talk a little bit about the words we have and use and do some scenarios here. So this is a translation exercise. On the left over here, you see the things that we often say, and on the right is that put into a frame that the leadership team can actually understand, use, and potentially care about, right? Patch 200 critical and high CVEs. Technically accurate, also not enough. That better version says we've reduced outage risk on our e-commerce system because that supports revenue. Now, the people in the room know what's changed. They know why it matters. They know what business functions has been protected. We need a pen test. Again, not wrong. But are you doing it just because somebody told you need to do 2 a year? To the leadership team, it sounds like security wants to do another test. Those people love running tests. Now, a better version, we need to validate the critical business operations and ensure that they're protected before we go into our busy season. Retail's a great example of this. It's back to school in a couple of months. We know there's no change windows. We should do a pen test right now to make sure that these systems are protected and won't go down and won't hurt our capability to deal with that high sales season. And also, we won't experience a target breach, right? That's a different conversation. That hits different. Now you're connecting timing, confidence, and business dependence. Okay, we completed our annual tabletop exercise. First off, hopefully the executives were in the room, but hey, not every tabletop exercise is an executive one. So that sounds great. It's mildly interesting to the leadership. But the better version is we tested our capabilities. We tested our plan to restore a disrupted system. We found gaps in the plans that we had, and we found ways to improve our recovery process so we can get back up and running quicker, so that we can have operations restored faster. Now, those sitting in the room, they hear resilience. They don't hear that cybersecurity was off role playing. They hear that they were looking for things to improve and our ability to keep business running, for continuity, resilience, things like that. Cybersecurity. We need security monitoring for endpoints and network activity. Very cyber language. Also very clear. Yes, we know. But the better version is we need visibility into our environment so that we understand where attackers could disrupt operations, could impact revenue, and hurt our ability to serve our clients. We need to be able to say, this is the areas that are most likely to be attacked. So this is where we need to put investment. This is where we should be spending our money to protect the business operations. Same truth, different gravity. Key concept here is your translation. You're not watering anything down. You're simply carrying that technical truth into the room where the business can actually do something with it, right? You're not hiding the details. Those all stay within you. And you need to have those, but you don't need to present all of it. Give them the information they need. When they ask for the detail, you'll have it, and then you can unload on them like crazy. But at the end of the day, start with, here's the situation, here's what we've done, here's what we need to do. This is what makes you credible. This is how you lead with that decision and not with technical data. You support that evidence when the questions are asked. Let's go to the next slide and we'll talk about a made-up scenario where we can actually put this into play. So we'll talk here about a manufacturing company. We're going to say they have a Rockwell device on the floor. That's a piece of equipment that builds things. It's widgets. It's all that matters, right? That controller supports a major part of production. When it's running, product's getting made, widgets are getting made. When it stops, work backs up. And we found there's a firmware exposure on there. There's also some network paths that we're really concerned about. Nothing's happened yet. We don't have any flames. There's no ransomware note, no headline. We're not seeing any threat intel. This isn't a post JLR investigation thing, just a finding that we found. So the technical version of this is very easy. We have a critical vulnerability in a production system, unpatched controller framework. We have exposed network paths. It's high risk. It needs remediation. That's flat. That's it. Now, this is where leadership may say, okay, cool, add it to the list because they have how many other things they need to get done. But if we translate that, bring them a different conversation, take that technical finding and turn it into, this is now production downtime potentially. This could mean missed orders. Missed orders. If you build a widget for somebody else who builds a bigger widget that's part of, and then you're in a supply chain, and think about, you build a part that's part of a part that goes into a production vehicle. Now you're delaying an entire supply chain of clients. Now a missing order isn't just, oh, we've got this thing that we need to put up on our website and sell. Now it's all of your clients and all of their clients being very unhappy. That's a big thing that's going to impact client trust. Now you're not having a device conversation. You're having a conversation about business operations. If that controller goes down, the shop floor stops. If that part of the shop floor stops, the delivery windows are messed up. You're going to pay overtime. You might have emergency support. You're going to have delayed work with the customer frustrations we talked about. And if you're in a situation where maybe business ain't great and customers are already nervous, that outage is going to be even a larger trust problem. So we can see the issue was never we have a vulnerable controller. The issue is there's a business process that depends on this controller that is vulnerable. This is what leadership needs to hear. Once that finding touches production, revenue, recovery, clients, it's no longer a finding. Now you have a business decision. And that kind of tees up the thing I wish and what we're here to talk about, more security teams bought into in these meetings. It's not compliance. It's not a panic deck. It's not bringing 42 slides of appendix slides of data points. It's a single business case, a one-page case. On the next slide, we're going to take this scenario and here's what you can actually use. You have, again, you still have all the technical data. That's all going to be within you, documented as you need it, right? But this is what leadership needs in one slide. We're going to start with Ridge. We're going to use this same example we had. We've got a known firmware and network issues could allow disruption, right? What's important? The device, its production, let's say we understand it's $5,000 an hour. And manufacturing works really well for this because most people know how much money each machine produces every minute, second, hour, day. So we're going to assume if that machine goes down, that's $5,000 an hour in lost revenue. Now that's just that machine making that widget, doing that thing. That's not any additional costs or, blowback that we talked about for. That's easy mathematical damage that the leadership can understand. We know minimum recovery time is 72 hours. Now we are sitting at $360,000 if this is taken down of exposure from one thing. Now add in emergency people coming in to fix it, that blowback from missed orders, recovery services. Do you have to bring in a special team? Client impact. If it's a ransomware event, now you've got negotiations going on. Are you paying it or not? So before we even talk about all of those things that we all understand are part of a recovery process, we're already at $360,000 in losses before any of that even happens, just that machine turning off. This is the same conversation that the maintenance team would have. They would come and say, the oil is low in this machine. If we don't turn it off and fix it, it's going to stop working. And if it stops working, this is the same number that's going to happen for however 72 hours. You see how we're able to spin that. Now, let's talk guidance. You have to accept this risk or reduce it. There's no transference here in this case. Now, that's an important distinction. A lot of times leaders will assume insurance is going to cover the problem, and it does not. Everybody's insurance is different. Read the fine print. That's the big thing. Never assume. But for the most time, insurance may pay for part of the mess, but the insurance is not going to keep that machine running. It's not going to help your client relationships. It's not magically going to restore operations, right? Then we get to execution. Leadership needs to choose the remediation scope, the owner, the timeline, the downtime window. Now give them the options. Like I said, you're going to give them 3. Number A, door number 1, option A, fix it all. Patch the firmware, segment the OT network, fix our network exposed paths. There's an internal app that needs updating. We're going to add monitoring. We got 6 hours of downtime. It's going to be a one-time $250,000 cost and $12K a year to keep this up and going because we're adding in some new services and licensing. Now, the residual risk with this is a non-zero, highly unlikely scenario. This is very clean. It's also the highest cost and the highest amount of disruption. So we go to option B, where we talk about, let's do some targeted remediation. We're going to deal with the highest risk network issues we can. We're going to put in some OT monitoring, and we're going to only need 2 hours of downtime for this, $90K to put in the things that we want to put in with an $8K annual spend. So from us doing this, the risk now drops from really high, which it's at now, to possible. But we've also materially reduced that. That's your practical middle choice. Option C, we're going to just fix the biggest exposure, which we know is on the network, and we're going to throw monitoring and then hope that we can do something about it if we see something going on. We need minimal downtime, minimal $35K to buy some new tooling, $6,000 for some services that we're doing, year over year. The risk is reduced. It's still there, but it's acceptable, and we have some ideas of how we can manage that. So now you can see you're not having a conversation about security wanting money to do things, to do tests. The conversation is now, what's our risk posture? What's our risk appetite? How much downtime can we tolerate? What do we want to spend now? Can we do this now, or can it wait? And if so, what's the impact there? What's left? What's that leftover risk, that residual risk? Those are all leadership conversations. Your recommendations need to be clear. You can say, hey, I recommend option B now, reduces the most likely path, limits our downtime, and gives us a full plan of remediation we know we can deal with in the next quarter, which is also when we do our annual downtime for all of the major equipment, right? That's a business conversation. Now we get to the decision, the most important part. Regardless of which option leadership picks, budget. Is it approved? When's it approved? Who's approving it? Who owns this? Who's making it happen? When's the downtime window? Who's documenting and signing off on this accepted risk if we have some of that, right? That's the difference between simply reporting a problem and then bringing in a decision. Next slide. So let's talk about what this means for you as individuals, for your careers. Because this isn't a boardroom, necessarily only a boardroom skill. This isn't something that only CISOs need to worry about, right? This matters if you're an engineer, analyst, architect, director, consultant, whatever. Before you do this translation, you're simply reporting findings, and you end up defending your requests, waiting for approvals. You get buy-in late, or you get brought in late. If you're worked in security long enough, you know how that feeling is. You get brought into something when the decisions have already been made and you're just there to check the box. The vendor decision was already selected. The business has already promised such and such a timeline. And now here you are. This is what happens when security is seen as a blocker or as just a technical checkpoint. This is the stuff that we as security professionals have been fighting for decades to get above and over. After you put in this translation, your role changes. Now you're framing decisions, you're explaining trade-offs, you're guiding priorities, you're being brought in earlier to situations. That's real career impact. People that trust the person, people will trust the person that brings in and explains the hard things, the complex things, and makes them understandable, makes it so that they can make a decision. They trust that person who can say, here's what matters. Here's what it could cost. Here are the options. Here's the decisions we need. That person becomes reporting on problems. They become an advisor, not because you know less about cyber, because you know how to carry the cyber security knowledge into a business conversation. This changes your influence. This gives clarity. The empire funds clarity. So bring them a decision. Next slide. So we're going to open it up. Q&A time. You know, most useful questions are not theoretical. If you've got something you've struggled with, let me know. Staffing need, tool requests, whatever it may be, something else. I'm happy to deal with it live here while we can. And let's go. Let me look through the chat if I can find any.
Hey, I'll join you as I'm looking at chat as well. Zach or ZMF had this input. Reminds me of Alec Baldwin's AIDA from Glengarry Glen Ross, which I don't disagree with.
ABC.
Will, you've been, already said it, we've been working in cybersecurity for a long time, and you figured this out over time. My background is from Air Force ops and like officer training and then an MBA. So we have similar thinking from like different backgrounds. How could the cybersecurity professional who hasn't gone to business school, isn't decades into this, how can they start getting some of this mindset, other than, through your resources, but what are some things that they could read, they could watch that might be valuable?
I think, yeah, it's funny. I had, because a lot of the content I do on LinkedIn talks about this translation, and I remember specifically some like threat hunter, threat analyst person reached out to me and was like, I understand what you're saying I need to do, but I don't have that information. And I was like, well, so this is for me where like critical thinking and problem solving, which is something we in the industry are usually really good at, you think about.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of told, I was like, well, you don't need the number. Like if you have them, that's fine. I said, but in that case, it was like, well, okay, there's this, threat that you're looking at, and it's highly like, where it's going to hurt and impact. If you don't understand the full impact, then just when you're in that room or and you're having that conversation, say it's an operating, it's an e-com system, look at the CFO or the financial person who's in the room and say, if this thing goes down and it takes us 4 days before it comes back up, how much money do we lose? Right? You don't always have to bring the answer, but understand that they need that data. So if you don't have it, you can simply ask the questions to the other people. I know that was a roundabout way because I don't have a clear answer for what you should study or look at. I think generally speaking, my personal background, I got my master's degree in information security management simply because I wanted to be a CISO. And at the time, that's what you had to do. And I didn't want to get an MBA, but I also did go get like an executive MBA. I did like a 6-month program at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Great. So I think there are some things like that. I think there are some accelerated programs. You need to look at stuff that is going to, one, learn the way that you like. With AI now, like it's fantastic. You can kind of teach yourself anything, but just, be sure you go back and validate some sources. Some people like to read books. Some people like to watch videos, whatever it is, but find things that are going to teach you basic business acumen. What a P&L is. How revenue and margin is. Why? One of the things I talk about a lot is the business is a race car. It's a Formula One car. The business's job is to win the race, not spend all their money on brakes and seatbelts, which is what we are. So we get in this mindset of being, we are super important. We're it's so many people I know come from a military background, and we all have that sort of servant mentality and all, a little bit of hero escapism that's coming in there. And we all think we're SEAL Team 6 and Tier 1 and doing something. We're not. We're make sure you buckle up. We're, click it or ticket. Like that's what we are.
Yeah. It's
and that when it comes to like, hey, I can't spend all the money on the brakes if I can't afford a really good engine. We're not going to win.
very true. Very true. Yeah. Weird side note. That point, there's the song like a Porsche with no brakes. Yeah. I'm like, if I was driving a Porsche with no brakes, I would be driving so freaking slow.
Oh yeah.
And exactly. I'm hoping it's a stick shift,
so I can
just keep it in first and use the. Anyways, I like the idea. But I'm too autistic to know that it doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
But no, that's gold right there. So for you, went out, got the executive MBA alongside your other degree. There are books. There's like the 12-minute MBA or like the 7-week MBA. Harvard Business School, like most Harvard classes and a lot of the big schools, actually allow people to watch the courses for free.
Yeah. I'll say this too, like, and I alluded to this a little bit. If you're especially earlier in your career, right now, just get over the fact that like you're technically smarter than the people above you. You're supposed to be. That's your job. Your job is to go to work and like find the threats and do the validation. What people tend to forget is the manager's job is to go to meetings and make sure that you don't have anything in your way and you get what's needed. And then the director's job is to do that for all of their managers. And then the higher you go up, the more you're looking at. So yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are cases where you have technical CISOs in small companies and things like that. But like, generally speaking, like understand where your role in the company is. And that's not a, like, know your place. It's a don't get mad that the person you're talking, this happens interwise either. I think I didn't bring it up in here, but if you work in vulnerability management all day and then you need something from the GRC team, don't assume that they know everything you're talking about because they're in cybersecurity. They don't live and breathe in your world every day.
Yeah.
We live in an echo chamber, and everybody is egotistical, and that's not egotistical in a egocentric, and that's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
It's just your life is your life, and you always assume people know more about you than they do.
It's so
Nobody knows what you're doing at work, no matter what. Like, unless you're really bad at it, most people don't know what you're doing.
Mm-hmm. There is very specific knowledge that different sides of cyber will talk about easily, but can't speak to one another.
Yeah.
I've been at conferences, like I tend to speak about GRC, but I dabble and I have enough friends and I introduce enough like new people to blue teaming that I know like what's going on with really, really niche, very like in the weeds stuff that doesn't get talked about unless you're a detection engineer.
Right. Yeah.
And then like on the other side is I've known enough pen testing and I've gone down that road of like wondering, do I want to be pen testing every day all the time? And so there's other folks where you have a conversation about like this tool versus that tool versus this tool in order to like find credentials or enumerate different things that if you're a SOC analyst, you don't care.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not your job. And so like even in cyber, and then if you're the CISO, you don't care about either one of those. You're like, just do your job.
Spare
Let
me the
me know
labor
what the
pains,
alerts
show me
are.
the baby.
How does this fit? Give me the results of the pen test. Like,
tell me what I have to fix, right?
Yeah, I don't want to know the specifics.
So
I don't have the time.
There's a question. I love this one. So what would you suggest for someone who's changing careers? Okay, so first off, I have a master's degree. I am a big proponent of you don't need to go to college.
You probably have a master's degree. Why I have a master's degree?
Because in
we didn't have to pay
that's
for
what
it.
we had to do. I've literally told people in like who are studying for their bachelor's to get out and just go get a job, right? And the longer we continue going, I am nobody wishes for the downfall of higher education more than me. Like it's a big scam. There are cases, lawyers, doctors, like there's sometimes you have to do it. I'm being a little facetious. Just to cover my butt a little bit. But so my whole point is you don't have to, so changing careers is awesome in cybersecurity. What you want to do is look at the career you were in first and take all of that knowledge into cyber, because here's what happens. And I think one of the Forrester, Gartner, somebody's got a report on this that says if you're a CISO or a CIO, what are the top 10 things that are most important to you when you're looking at a provider to work with? Somewhere in the top 5 is going to be industry knowledge, right? So if you've worked in healthcare and you speak provider language, and now you're learning, threat hunting or GRC, and you're going to have a huge advantage over anybody else who hasn't. So that's one. 2, the other part is, like I said, look for training that you can take. Getting a job is very different. Like I can't go into the resume thing, but find ways to, like, you still have to learn the stuff, and learning is the most important. And then the gap is just, how do you show people that I have this acumen, that I understand this, right? Because if you can't say, here's my MBA, but you can be like, oh, here's a bunch of content I produced about the business of cybersecurity in healthcare, or here is, 3 volunteer organizations that I work, like, find other ways to prove that you have that knowledge. But you still do need to get the knowledge, right? And there's mentoring is kind of part of that. Volunteering will help you a lot. I think that's another great one. It's a
huge one.
Yeah.
Volunteering can go so far.
Let's see. Do we have any other questions before? I know we got it. Okay.
Well, there's this one. There we go. Do you have a technique for translating cyber risk to business risk costs for a government entity, like a state agency, rather than a business specifically?
Yeah, and I worked in public sector a lot, or work with public sector a lot. I was actually a public sector CISO for a little while. The process is the same. It's still the same. It's a matter of looking at the difference is, generally speaking, most companies are worried about revenue and making money. So a manufacturing company makes a widget, a retail company sells that widget. The difference is in healthcare and in government, you have constituents you have to serve, right? Those are the most, that's the priority thing right there, is what happens if we can't serve our people. Now, depending on where you're at, there are still state and federal agencies whose job it is to make money. So you can definitely do that. So what you want to do is take that business cost and then translate it to their mission. So what I didn't talk about, because this is a bigger, broader conversation, but the way all of this works is every business, even a government, has this top lofty goal of, we want to do this thing. And then those goals get broken down to the C-suite, to the V-suite, and they all go down, ideally, all the way down to the individual contributors. So every day you're going to work, you know that you're doing a thing to help my boss, who's helping their boss. And it all leads to, like, it's decentralized authority. And those of us in the military understand, like, there's a mission and we all know what it is. And we understand no matter what happens, if something blows up or goes away, we continue working towards that mission and how to get there. So when you find the risks and you need to translate that and you want to get things fixed, that's what you have to do, is how does this actually impact the mission of that organization? And then ideally, if you can find a way that is the closer it is to hitting the top of that, the more visibility and more people are going to pay attention to you.
Yeah, that's beautifully said. It's all in translating that mission and the goals and the outcomes to how does this make us unable to meet our goals and our outcomes.
Yeah, win the race, right? Again, whatever winning the race is for that company. What are we doing to help or prevent that from not happening?
Exactly. Hospital, they can't help patients. Literally everyone in the hospital wants to help patients. If it's a services company, like, the whole purpose is to help other companies do good things. If it's, a power company, it's to provide power to everyone. And so if you speak, condensing a lot of the things that you just said over the past hour, if you speak to, we won't be able to do these things because of X, Y, and Z, not in a the sky is falling sort of way.
Yeah.
But here is why, because this interferes with this and this interferes with that.
Yeah, that's why that framework is so important, to understand how to tie those together. I actually was having a conversation with a CISO at a healthcare organization, and so many problems around vulnerabilities and being able to patch. And because when it's patching, we're taking downtime, and the downtime comes from clinical services. So you're taking time away from patient care, and that's a big deal. And I think a lot of people should understand, in manufacturing and in healthcare, the CIA triad is upside down. Availability is way more important than confidentiality and integrity in those organizations. They will forego those, because if it's somebody's life or the ability for that company to make for the machines to keep running, they will forego some of that security.
Hugely. Will, thank you. If I could play my little podcaster hat here too. The purpose of today was to raise some funds for next gen cyber ed. I know you haven't prepared anything on this, but what does why does that matter to you, of organizations like next gen cyber ed?
I love this. I wrote an article a long time ago. I should refresh it. To me, cybersecurity is like Major League Baseball. Okay. We need a farm system, and we don't have one. So most companies today really don't have a place for entry-level people. They don't. And I'll be honest, as somebody who came into the industry from the military, and kind of like that's kind of a cheat code, and I don't advise anybody to do it. Right? But you have to get some experience before they give you the keys to the cybersecurity stuff, right? So there's this weird catch-22. So again, there's very few organizations you're not gonna, that are gonna have money to spend on getting an entry-level person with no skills whatsoever and investing time and money to them. I do think as an industry, we should have that farm system where if everybody, literally anybody company that employs cybersecurity people, just had like a couple of slots and kept them constantly filled, no, yeah, that person's going to leave. They're not going to work for you for 20 years, but you're going to train them, and then they're going to go somewhere else and work. And guess what? You're going to hire somebody that worked somewhere else who now has 5 years of experience. Like it just works. So for me, any organization that is investing in building up that future, because that's the hardest part. And as somebody at the top of the hiring pyramid, like the need for the middle, for the people with like 5 to 10 years of experience is never, ever going to go away. Like that's always there. But the people at the bottom and the people at the top we have the hardest times. And it's going to get worse if the bottom doesn't fill up.
Mm-hmm. So true. So true. Awesome. Will, it was amazing to see you again, my friend. I will be in touch for some rolling dice make-believe soon.
Right here.
You have a good one, my friend.
Yeah.
Have a D20 to go.
Thank you
Awesome.
so much, guys. This has been great. And also, for anybody watching, I'm active on LinkedIn. If you DM me on there, it's just like texting me. So if you've got a question or something or need some help, don't get discouraged if I don't answer you right away. I have a lot of things going on, but I'll try to help if I can.
Thank you, Will. Appreciate you.
Thanks.
And Will is real about that. If you message him, he will message you back. I'll give him a minute. Some of us are wise and we don't turn on our LinkedIn notifications because we can't keep up, but we do check regularly. Hey, Chantel.
Hi.
It is good to see you.
Same here. Excited to be here.
I'll give a little introduction of what I've got prepared to introduce you.
Great.
Chantel Rabot is a cybersecurity professional specializing in cybersecurity compliance, risk management, and helping organizations navigate today's evolving regulatory landscape. At Summit 7, she works with organizations across the defense industrial base to strengthen their security posture and prepare for compliance frameworks such as CMMC, translating complex requirements into practical, achievable strategies. A passionate advocate for continuous learning and career development, Chantel is an active member of the cybersecurity community and frequent conference speaker. She enjoys sharing her unique journey into cybersecurity while empowering others to pursue careers in the field through education, mentorship, and practical guidance. Chantel is a woman after my own heart. In that way, we have a lot in common, and very excited to hear your talk today. Chantel, I've got questions about your take on the latest things around CMMC from DOW. If there's time at the end, I'll see if we can chat. Otherwise, I'll hit you up later. But
Absolutely.
is there things about you that I missed that you would like to let the folks know?
No, that kind of wraps it up. You'll hear
Um,
more obviously in my presentation, so there'll be more details.
Excellent, excellent. I want to say up front, thank you for joining us with CyberLab Con. We appreciate you providing your wisdom and your presence for our audience and for our mission. And we really appreciate you taking the time today to be part of this.
Well, I appreciate Rihanna reaching out to me and to be here to try to inspire others not to be so scared to jump into cybersecurity. And you'll definitely be able to tell from my background that it was definitely a big change, and but it's definitely doable.
So true. Chantel, I am, if you're okay, I was going to say I will bring up your slides. Looks like Rihanna's on top of it for me. And with no further ado, I will back out and let you have the floor, mate.
All right, thank you. All right, hi everyone, and thank you for being here today. Again, my name is Chantel Robo, and I currently work as a compliance analyst at Summit 7, supporting organizations with CMMC readiness and compliance efforts within the defense industrial base. Today, I want to share my journey into cybersecurity. As you hear, my path is definitely not traditional. Before entering cybersecurity, I spent over 20 years owning and operating a business in the performing arts industry. And if you would have told me years ago that I would eventually be working in cybersecurity compliance and speaking at a cybersecurity conference, I honestly would not have believed you. And then one of the biggest things that I hope people take away from this session is that there is no single path into cybersecurity. I did hear that pretty early on in my journey, and I definitely back that up now. And then sometimes the experiences that make us feel most different are actually the things that become our greatest strengths. All right, next slide, please. All right, my background before cybersecurity. So before transitioning into cybersecurity, I did spend over 2 decades running a business in the performing arts industry, specifically a dance studio. And this is a picture of me on my last rehearsal, where we put on an annual production for over 1,000 guests. So yes, I put on 20 plus years of annual recitals, and this was my last one. Like many business owners, I handled a little bit of everything. I managed employees, scheduling, customer relationships, training, operations, finances, communication, and problem solving every single day, and taking out the trash when needed. At the time, I didn't think about my experiences with cybersecurity related skills. I assumed cybersecurity was only about the technical things that I did, like identity and access management, connecting our computers, printers, and managing our key fob access system. But now looking back, many of these skills I did develop actually did directly transition over to compliance and governance work. Things like communication, organization, accountability, documentation, leadership, risk management, training people, and learning how to solve problems really quickly. So cybersecurity, especially compliance, is about much more than technology alone. It also requires people skills, operational thinking, and the ability to communicate clearly across these different teams and organizations that you have. And then one example that really changed how I view transferable skills happened during a production rehearsal. Years ago, we would have rehearsal the morning of our show. And a few hours before the show, we discovered that about 50 front row seats had been sold that didn't actually exist because the ticketing company was still using an old seating layout. So obviously that could have become a very stressful situation very quickly because families were arriving in just a few hours expecting those front row seats. But one thing running a business taught me was to always prepare for the unexpected issues. I had already learned over the years that something unusual comes up during large productions. So I always tried to build backup plans into our processes. And because of that, I had several excellent seats intentionally kept on hold for emergencies and last minute issues. And I was able to hand off rehearsal responsibilities to my assistant so the production and practice could continue running smoothly while I focused on solving this issue. And then I personally called every affected family, explained the situation honestly, reassured them, and let them know that their new seats were actually even better than the original ones they purchased. And then thankfully, everyone was incredibly understanding. And at the time, I just thought that I was just handling a regular recital issue in customer service. But now looking back, that situation involved problem solving, communication, risk management, contingency planning, leadership, and staying calm under pressure. And those are the skills I now use regularly in cybersecurity, compliance, and governance work. All right, next slide. So I get asked a lot why I decided to change careers. And there came a point in time that I wanted a new challenge professionally and personally. So I had to figure out my new path. I've always been interested in technology, and then over the years, I have kept up with new technology that helped improve productivity and keeping customer data safe, and ways to make the customer experience more enjoyable. And the cybersecurity field felt like the right step in my journey. So making a career change later in life was definitely intimidating, and some people thought I was crazy. I think many people entering cybersecurity feel overwhelmed because the industry can seem extremely technical and fast moving. And I dealt with a lot of self-doubt in the beginning, and I questioned whether I was too far behind, whether I really could succeed in this field, and whether people would take me seriously coming from such a different background. But I didn't sit in that space for long. I witnessed other people in different industries making career changes. We always need a different view on things. And some of these professions that people would change careers from were nurses. I even came across a hairstylist and teachers jumping into cybersecurity. And eventually I realized something that was very important, and that cybersecurity is a very broad industry, and not every role requires that exact same skill set. And there are many ways to contribute and many different strengths that organizations need. And then once I started asking myself, how can my background actually add value to cybersecurity? My mindset changed, and I realized that I didn't need to fit a specific mold to be successful. I became much more focused on learning, and that's when I really committed to going back to school, earning many certifications, and investing in myself. All right, next slide. That's when I enter my learning phase. So I'm a planner at heart. So when I decided to pursue cybersecurity, I didn't immediately enroll in college. I wanted to make sure this was something I was genuinely interested in before making that commitment. And I know college isn't for everyone, and I had to figure out if that was the path that I was going to take. So I started with a few Google IT and cybersecurity classes. And my thought was that I wanted to let's see if I actually enjoy learning this before jumping in with both feet. And well, I did. In fact, the more I learned, the more curious I became. And then that curiosity is what led me to research different schools. And I wanted a program that would let me work at my own pace, fit around my schedule, and include industry recognized certifications along the way, since I knew they were so important. And that ended up being exactly what I needed. And I'm not going to lie, though, some of those certifications and classes were intimidating. Pen Test Plus scared me to death, but I knew that was a little down the road, so I was going to concentrate on what was in front of me. And there were plenty of times I looked at the material and thought, how am I ever going to learn all this? And cybersecurity can feel like you're learning a completely new language. There are acronyms everywhere, and new technologies, new frameworks, and concepts you probably never heard of before. But something interesting happened. And instead of focusing on everything I didn't know, I started focusing on what I learned each day. And that shift made a huge difference as well. One thing I learned very quickly is that consistency does matter more than perfection. I wasn't trying to master cybersecurity overnight, even though I felt like that's what I was trying to do. I was simply trying to be a little better today than I was yesterday. So I developed a routine. I spent a lot of time studying, taking notes, listening to podcasts, networking, joining online communities, and just simply asking questions. I also learned not to be afraid to say I don't understand. And every time I asked a question, I learned something new. And every small win gave me a little more confidence. And eventually, I stopped measuring my progress by how much I still had left to learn. And instead, I started looking back and realizing how far I actually came in such a short period of time. And that mindset completely changed the way I approach learning. I also learned that you do not need to know everything before you get started, even though you kind of feel like you want to do that. I think sometimes people wait until they feel fully prepared. But in cybersecurity, learning never really stops. So you're never fully prepared. No matter how experienced someone is, there's always another technology, another framework, another certification, or another lesson waiting for them. And then continuous learning is actually one of the reasons why I fell in love with this field. And I did the same thing when I had my business. I loved learning and was always interested in learning more. And it keeps me curious, it keeps me challenged, and it reminds me that growth is a lifelong process. Now, looking back, I think the biggest lesson from this phase wasn't learning cybersecurity, it was learning how to learn and what worked best for me. And then that lesson has probably been just as valuable as any certification that I earned. All right, next slide, please. All right, now my first IT job after switching fields. After completing some coursework and certifications, I knew I was ready to start learning, looking for that first IT job. And at first I was applying for cybersecurity roles, many cybersecurity roles, because that's where I ultimately wanted to end up. But after doing more research and talking with people already working in the industry, I realized I needed to think differently. And I came to the conclusion that I didn't need to land my dream job first, and I needed to land a job that would help me build experience. And that's when I shifted my focus to service desk and help desk roles. I started researching companies I wanted to work for. I tailored my resume, applied for positions, and even reached out to people in talent acquisition and recruiting. And I wanted to do more than just submit an application and hope someone noticed me, because I knew that it was hard to get noticed in a sea of applications. Eventually, the persistence did pay off, and I accepted my first IT position supporting the U.S. Marshal Service as a contractor. And this wasn't my first experience with technology. As a business owner, I had already handled many technology-related responsibilities like managing user accounts, troubleshooting computers, supporting the endless printer issues, and overseeing our key fob access system. But this was my first opportunity to work in a dedicated IT role within a larger organization and in the government space. It was exciting to finally see concepts I had learned through school and certifications being used in this real-world government environment. And I was working with user accounts, access requests, password resets, software issues, installing software, and technologies that I had previously only studied. And then every day I was learning something new, and it was exciting. One thing I quickly realized was that certifications and coursework provide a great foundation, but there is still no substitute for hands-on experience. The more tickets I worked and the more situations I countered, the more my confidence grew. And I wasn't trying, as I said earlier, I wasn't trying to know everything. I was just simply focused on learning something new every day. And then looking back, that role was an important step in my journey because it helped bridge that gap between the learning cybersecurity concepts and actually working in the technology environment. It also enforced something I still believe today. Sometimes the fastest way to reach a long-term goal isn't by trying to skip ahead. It's really by willing to take that first opportunity, gain experience, and continue building from there. And for me, that service desk role became the foundation for everything that came next. All right, next slide, please. Now we get into discovering the CMMC and compliance. And as I gained more experience, I also started thinking about where I wanted to go within cybersecurity. It's such a broad field. I began exploring different areas of the field and eventually discovered compliance and CMMC. And as I continued learning about cybersecurity, I was introduced to, obviously, governance, risk, and compliance, as we say GRC, and eventually to CMMC. And for anyone unfamiliar with CMMC, which is the Cybersecurity Maturity Model Certification, it's a framework designed to help organizations within the defense industrial base, and it has you protect their sensitive information, including controlled unclassified information, as we call it CUI. And at first, I was simply trying to just understand what CMMC was and why organizations were spending so much time preparing for it. But the more I learned, the more interested I became. What really interested me about this space was that it combined technology with communication, documentation, process improvement, and operational accountability. And I really realized quickly that compliance work was not only about the technical issues, it was also about helping organizations build sustainable security practices and improve them over time. And then that really connected with my backgrounds and strengths. It's just a huge part of what I used to do. As a business owner, I spent over years building processes, documenting procedures, training people, and making sure everyone understood their roles and responsibilities. And the more I learned about compliance, the more I realized that I have been using many of these same skills for years, just in a completely different industry. Another thing I appreciated was that compliance work gives you the opportunity to work with people across an entire organization. And you're not only thinking about the technology, you're thinking about their operations, communication, training, accountability, and how everything works together. And then I also appreciated that this work was a real world impact, because organizations are helping protect sensitive information and support our nation's defense. Having a job that had a little more meaning behind it was important to me. The work I used to do before had a great impact on me, and I knew it made a difference in the world. And so having my next field have that same impact was important to me. My husband served in the military for over 20 years, so this mission behind the Defense Industrial Base was something I could personally connect with. And then knowing that this work helps support organizations that contribute to our national security, it really made even more appealing to me. And then at that point, I realized this wasn't just another area of cybersecurity that interests me. This was a direction I really wanted to pursue professionally. And then once I decided this was an area I wanted to pursue, I really wanted to understand how I could make that work and understand the framework as deeply as possible. And then that led me to pursue my certified CMMC professional, known as CCP certification, and then later also my certified CMMC assessor, known as CCA. And I spent a lot of time learning everything I could about CMMC, the assessment process, and what organizations need to do to prepare for it. And the deeper I got into the framework, the more I enjoyed it. I enjoyed understanding how requirements connected together and how organizations could build those processes that supported the long-term success. And this led me to getting hired at Summit 7 as a compliance analyst. All right, next slide. Now, why compliance and governance at Summit 7 became a good fit. Before I ever worked at Summit 7, I was trying to learn as much as I could about CMMC. And then one of the resources that I kept coming back to was actually the Summit 7 podcast. I could tell right away that they were definitely the experts in the area. And as someone who was new to CMMC, I appreciated that the conversations wasn't just about checking the compliance boxes. They spent time explaining why the frameworks exist, how it evolved, and where it's headed, and what organizations need to think about beyond simply passing an assessment. And it made a complicated topic feel much more understandable. And the more I listened, the more I realized that this was the type of work I really wanted to be involved in. And I remember thinking I would love the opportunity to work for a company like this someday. And that eventually became a reality when I joined Summit 7 as a compliance analyst. And since joining the team, I've had the opportunity to support organizations working towards CMMC readiness within the Defense Industrial Base. And then one thing that has been especially valuable is gaining exposure to real-world readiness efforts and seeing how these organizations approach cybersecurity, maturity, and compliance. And then what really stood out to me is, again, how much cybersecurity compliance depends on, again, communication, documentation, process, accountability, and collaboration. And then technology is obviously important, but successful compliance efforts also require people working together across the organization. And I've also appreciated seeing organizations at different stages of their compliance journey and understanding the unique challenges each one faces. Some organizations are just beginning to understand what CMMC means for them, and while others are much further along in their journey. And I've also had the opportunity to see how experienced consultants, assessors, engineers, and compliance professionals all work together to help organizations prepare for the certification. And being surrounded by people with that level of expertise has accelerated my own learning in ways that I couldn't have accomplished on my own. And then one thing that I've learned is that organizations that are successfully usually who are successful usually treat compliance as an ongoing business process rather than a one-time project. This is continually to improve your systems. The approach is something Summit 7 emphasizes, and after working with clients, I understand why. Organizations that view compliance as part of their everyday operations are much better prepared for those who see it as something they only think about right before an assessment. I think that perspective has really reinforced the idea that cybersecurity is not only about tools and technology. It's about the people, the processes, communication, and continuous improvement. All right, next slide. All right, what I see organizations constantly that they struggle with. As I gained more experience working with organizations, I started noticing a pattern. No matter the size of the organization or where they were in their compliance journey, many of them were running into similar roadblocks. And while technology certainly plays an important role, I found that many of these challenges also involved communication, documentation, process, and ensuring everyone understood their responsibilities. One thing I learned through the compliance and readiness work is that organizations often struggle with many of these same challenges. And some of the common areas are confusion around system scoping. They're not sure what's in their environment. They are not fully understanding where the CUI exists and how to protect it. Documentation is not matching the actual practices, and inconsistent processes, and understanding the importance of evidence and user awareness. A lot of organizations initially think compliance is only a technical problem, but in reality, cybersecurity compliance involves the entire organization. It really requires leadership support, communication, training, accountability, and continuous improvement for it to be successful. And then one thing Summit 7 often emphasizes is that compliance is not simply a checklist. It's an ongoing operational mindset. And then organizations that approach compliance as a long-term operational commitment, they tend to be much more successful. Now, after speaking about the compliance, I'd like to shift gears for a minute and then talk about something that had a huge impact on my own journey into cybersecurity. And while I was going through school and earning certifications, I also started investing time into LinkedIn. All right, next slide, please. All right, the power of networking in LinkedIn. I wanted to learn from people who are already doing the jobs that I hope to do in one day. LinkedIn was not something that I dabbled in until I decided to change careers. It just wasn't the path that had to do with my business. So I know I needed to find the platform that matched the field that I was going into, and that was LinkedIn. I started following cybersecurity professionals, connecting with the people in the industry, and paying attention to the conversations happening and around cybersecurity and compliance. And then what started as a learning tool eventually became one of the most valuable parts of my career journey. And one thing that had a much bigger impact on my career than I ever expected was LinkedIn. When I first started my cybersecurity journey, I wasn't using LinkedIn before. I was actually just using it to look for a job. And I started following cybersecurity professionals, reading their posts, and they're asking questions, and paying attention to the conversations happening in the industry, and learning how to talk the talk. One thing I quickly noticed was that many of the people sharing their stories had backgrounds that looked a lot like mine. They came from different industries. They weren't all coming from the traditional IT careers. And then that gave me confidence and helped me see what was possible. And then over time, I became more active. I started connecting with people, sharing parts of my own journey, and engaging with others in the cybersecurity community. And what surprised me is how willing people were to share advice, answer questions, and encourage others. And then looking back, LinkedIn had become much more than a social media platform. It became a place to learn, build these relationships, and become part of a cybersecurity community. Many of the opportunities I've had, including professional connections, podcast appearances, and speaking opportunities, can be traced back to the relationships that I started through networking and being active on LinkedIn. And this includes obtaining my job with Summit 7. For anyone considering a career change, I would encourage you to spend time connecting with people in the area of cybersecurity that interests you. You can learn actually a tremendous amount by simply just listening, engaging, and just building these relationships. All right, next slide. So I hit many milestones along the way. When people look at someone's career transition, they often only see where they ended up. What they don't always see are all the small steps that happen along the way. And then for me, this wasn't just one big decision. It was a series of smaller decisions that built on each other over time. It started with just taking a few classes to see if cybersecurity was something I truly enjoyed. Then came all the certifications. And then every certification taught me something different and helped me build my confidence. And then eventually I earned my first IT role supporting the US Marshal Service. And that experience allowed me to apply what I had learned in real world experience environments, and it showed me what I could do to succeed in a technical role. And then along the way, I completed my bachelor's degree in cybersecurity, and then later my master's degree in cybersecurity. And then I also pursued my certifications focused on the CMMC ecosystem, including the CCP and CCA, because I wanted to better understand the framework and how organizations prepare for assessments. And then each milestone felt significant at the time, but looking back, no single milestone changed everything. It was a combination of continuous learning, experience, and persistence that created momentum. Eventually, that path led me to Summit 7 and the work that I do today that I thoroughly enjoy. Looking back, I'm grateful that I focused on taking the next step instead of worrying about the entire journey, because I probably would have been completely overwhelmed. Next slide, please. And then what made the biggest difference? When people ask me how I made this transition, they sometimes expect there to be a secret formula. And the truth is that I had to figure it out along the way. There's a few simple things that did make the biggest difference. And the first was consistency. I wasn't studying 8 hours a day. I wasn't trying to learn everything all at once. I simply committed to making progress on a regular basis. If I was working on my A+ certification, that's where my focus was. Then my next focus was studying for my Network Plus and so on. And so between my school and my certifications, it's just taking one thing at a time. And then the second thing was asking questions. There were many times when I didn't understand something. Instead of pretending I knew the answer, I asked questions and learned from people who had more experience. And then the third was absolutely networking. Building these relationships through LinkedIn and the cybersecurity community opened doors that I never expected. That's one thing I didn't think that I figured it was going to be hard, because I had a community with owning my business. I had a large community that I built up over the years, and it took some time to build that community. But I really made a lot of progress in a short period of time in cybersecurity. And then also the fourth was definitely hands-on experience. The certifications and degrees provided a strong foundation, but applying that knowledge in real-world environments accelerated the growth. And then finally, staying curious. Cybersecurity changes constantly. There's always something new to learn. I think that curiosity has been one of the most important factors in helping me continue to move forward. All right, next slide. Now, all this sounds great, but things that didn't go as planned. There's always things that come up. I think it's important to be honest about something. Career transitions rarely happen exactly the way you imagine they will. You could get all the certifications and you could just feel like you're applying to endless amounts of jobs and just not getting hired. And I've been there. There were also certifications that took way more effort than I expected. Like I mentioned earlier, it was like learning a new language, and sometimes it could seem really intimidating, and you question every decision you made to get into this field. And there were many concepts that didn't click immediately. And also there were times when I wondered if I was moving fast enough. And there were moments when I questioned whether I was doing the right thing. What I've learned is that growth is often happening even when you don't immediately see the results. And you might feel like you're in the same spot, but when you really focus on what's important, when you look back, you realize that you were actually growing. And now looking back, some of the moments that felt frustrating at the time were actually helping me prepare for future opportunities. Confidence didn't come from passing one certification or landing one job. Confidence came from repeatedly showing up, learning, and proving to myself that I could handle the next challenge. And then sometimes we put a lot of pressure on ourselves to have everything figured out. But reality is most successful career transitions happen one step at a time. All right, next slide. All right, now what success looks like for me now? Earlier in my journey, success looked like passing certifications or landing a role in cybersecurity. But today, success looks very different. What it means to me now is continuing to grow, helping organizations improve, and supporting others entering into cybersecurity, and continuing to learn every day. I've also learned that success does not always follow that straight line. Sometimes the unexpected path becomes the right path. All right, next slide. And then encouragement for career changers. A few years ago, I was running a performing arts business and wondering if I could successfully transition into any field, much less into cybersecurity. Now today, I've completed 2 cybersecurity degrees, earned multiple certifications, worked in IT, joined Summit 7, appeared in podcasts, and have the opportunity to speak at conferences like this one. And none of that happened overnight. It happened one step at a time. And honestly, that's why I wanted to share my story for today. Not because my path was perfect, but because it proves that career transitions are actually possible. All right, next slide. Now, if there's one thing that I hope you remember is that like I said, there's no single path into cybersecurity. There's no right path into cybersecurity. Your previous experience does matter. And the most important thing is that you keep learning and you keep growing, and don't be afraid to take the first step. Thank you all for allowing me to share my journey with you today. And thank you for listening to my story.
Amazing, Chantal. That was
A lot.
great
Huh?
to hear your story and how you were able to pivot careers and progress and become a leader in this with some steps that were very clear, very straightforward, and I think could be implemented by anyone who's willing to take that step and go with it. Um, this Mike said it well here. The honesty. Not many people talk about the messy path, but that's the reality. Success isn't a straight line. I agree
Absolutely.
with Mike. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah. And, 10 years ago, I wouldn't have believed that I would be doing this, but you never know where life takes you. And you just got to go for it.
Exactly, exactly. I mean, frankly, it makes me wonder, are there things from your past of working with performers and, you know, getting out there, doing the thing that they love, doing the thing that they feel called to, um, and just having been part of that for so long,
Mhm.
was that, I don't know, possibly in a way, you hearing yourself in a new context?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously teaching was a huge part of my experience. And it was the just being disciplined. Discipline was such a huge part. And I was always preaching to my students on just being committed to what you have on your plan. Whatever your plan is, just being committed to it is such a huge step. Because sometimes people just, I'm going to just dabble in this and dabble in that and things. And it's great if you're trying to figure it out. There's nothing wrong with that. But once you, you have to own something and you have to put your full attention into something to really see the growth happen. And that's, we would tell our students that we would much rather you take one class and attend that class every single week and be completely focused on that one class, as opposed to taking 5 classes that you're a little spread out over. And that's pretty much my approach to when I was in school or studying for a certification. I'm still studying for certifications. It's just always a thing. It's just picking something and being committed to it and just following through with it.
That's huge. That's huge. There are a lot of things that we might do in life that are professions for others and hobbies for most. And the difference between them is showing up regularly and making it your life, right? I
Absolutely.
feel like I sing fairly decently, but that's not going to be my job because I
Yes.
don't devote my time to it like a professional would.
Absolutely.
Choices.
Absolutely. Yeah. And even in the sports industry, it's the same sort of thing. We see, someone might watch a game and not realize what that athlete has put in to get to where they are today. That's really not spoken enough about, is the journey that it takes to get there. There's, through my career, there's many parties I didn't go to. There's many things that I didn't, but it was just my choice. It was my choice to focus on something else. And it's just a choice that you have to make to put in the time.
And your story reflects many I've heard of taking the time to devote to learning cybersecurity, to learning the ins and outs and some of the specialties. Getting certified in as a CCP for CMMC is not a small thing. I have the courseware myself. I am wondering if I want to spend the time on it right now or wait a few months and see what the DOW decides. But overall, it's not bad to become knowledgeable in risk management altogether, even if it's depending on the niche. One framework does help with other frameworks. The target for all of our fundraising today is Next Gen Cyber Ed, which has a platform and a mission for helping K through 12 learn some of the skills in cyber. I know I could imagine, I've got daughters 11 and 8 who have been dancing and singing and performing through different schools over the years. Having not done my full intel on your background, my full OSINT, I don't know which exact flavor you were in previously, but I imagine that you worked with all different age groups, and knowing what it takes in some of those skills to have a career, and knowing what it takes in cyber to have a career, what does an organization like Next Gen Cyber Ed mean to you?
It definitely means a lot to me. I did teach children from ages 2 through adult. Part of what I did is I had a leadership program that we didn't dance in our leadership program. It was all about working on their soft skills and just in general having a mentor there to help guide them through things that aren't taught in school. And so a part of that was always, again, focusing a little off of dance, but having that opportunity, I knew that I was an influence on them and I could show them a positive way to move through life. And again, focus on picking something, learning all you can. And then also and it's funny that I say this, but I remember sitting with my students and having that conversation that you might go to school and you might become, you might go into cybersecurity, and then 10 years down the road, you might decide, no, I want to do something different. And that is okay. You don't have to choose when you're a young student. You don't have to choose something that you're going to do for the rest of your life. Just choose something for right now. Find a path to go through right now. And I think with students and cybersecurity, I just think in general, even if they don't decide to do it as a career, I think it's just great for them to know the information. Protect their own self, their own families eventually in this technology world. So I just think it's a real important thing for our students to know.
I love that. As someone who, former pilot, devoted many, many, many years of my life to a exact practice, and then no longer do that in any way whatsoever. I cannot disagree with you.
Yeah,
I cannot agree more strongly with what you just said. Making a change is not impossible, and it's crazy what carryovers you will find from one area to another that can be so valuable.
absolutely. I mean, just soft skills is such a huge part of what we do, and I don't think enough focus is on that. So I think that's definitely something that our young students need more help with as well, and especially in cybersecurity, having to talk about the technical controls to the CEO of the company, and get them to understand. That's a skill that I feel like our young students need help with as well. Just being able to communicate technically what a framework is to someone who doesn't understand. When I was going to school, I would always practice, obviously, on my family, and practicing explaining things to my mom, and trying to, talk about these technical skills, but get it to where they can understand it. And then the same sort of thing that students could practice with as well. They could practice with their family members as well.
I love that. I love that. I'm looking to see, we've got some comments, friends who love what you've said. At times, if you didn't see the chat, Mike has been a fan of you highly. Same as Brown Coyote, and there it is. I was curious. Chantel, Rihanna dropped this. I think for possibly others in the audience, but what made you start to make the change into cyber from performing arts?
Like I mentioned, I really was into IT. So everything, I was always on top of technology. And my husband actually was an Intel analyst before he retired from the military. And, as talking about career paths and everything, we just, he's like, hey, I think you should check out cybersecurity. He knew I would do my research because, like I told you before, I'm a planner. So like I have to plan everything out and get in the weeds of everything and do all my research. And it just seemed right. Everything else that I would look at, I would always have another reason why, I didn't want to go into this, or I didn't want to go into that. And I just kept going back to cybersecurity every single time. I loved IT, but it was just another position.
Yeah.
And it was just the next step I found. However, I definitely think that you really need to have a real basic knowledge of IT. Obviously, that's, why I decided to work in the service desk role. Where I came from in dance, it's so important to know the basics. Network Plus, it was a frustrating certification, but it was such an important class. It was such an important certification. And it's all about knowing those basics. So yeah, I think that in cybersecurity, you might not be doing that every day. I don't get and configure things every day, but it's so helpful when you have that understanding of it and what baselines people are putting in place, and understanding those things. Like it totally, you can listen to these conversations and understand what they're talking about. But
so
I'm not writing a Python script. Even though I took the Python class, I'm not writing the Python script.
That's very, very, very true. I like a course like and certification course like Network Plus or Security Plus for that, to really dive in, dedicate to learning the language, learning the lingo, learning the mindset. And then what you do won't necessarily be a one-to-one, learn this, doing it exactly. It's not, cyber's not exactly like that. But now that you're there, learning the nuance, learning the specifics of something that really interests you, like frameworks and CMMC, versus Python scripts and using that for enumeration and exploit development is different. But you can have a conversation, at least at some level, about each because of the foundation that you've built.
Absolutely. And that's one of the reasons why I like CMMC is I really enjoy digging into the documentation and making sure that your employees are following what's in your documentation, not just that it's documented, following through. So that goes with your learning environment and educating the staff that you have. And then also, your baseline configurations on your printer or your baseline configurations on this endpoint that you have. So it combines all of these items to make a full picture of your environment.
Yeah, it's huge. And you hit it right on the nose. Are there any additional parting thoughts that you would like to leave folks with today?
I think what I would like to make sure that everyone understands that to be good with your own journey, everyone has a different path of getting into cybersecurity. And, I had my framework that I came up with, but it's different for everyone. And that's one thing I had to learn early on as well. As you're reading everyone's stories on how they got into cybersecurity, you have to take what your background is and fix it to align with what works for you. So even though you might be going into a new career path, make sure to take a look back at the things that you've done and see how they transfer over. And even though I wanted a different career, there was many parts of what I used to do that I still enjoyed, that I didn't realize that I was going to be able to still enjoy these things in the next field going into. So definitely take a look at what you've done before, see where you can be a benefit to in this cybersecurity field, and then lay out your own path, see what works for you.
Love that. Where is the best place for people to get in contact with you if they have more questions or they want to talk to you about cyber?
I'm active on LinkedIn, so I go there every day. Just send me a message. If you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them as quickly as I can. But definitely reach out to me on LinkedIn. I'm very active on LinkedIn, and I usually keep up with posting my journey. My journey hasn't ended. I'm still learning. I'm still studying for certifications. It's just part of what you do.
Do you have a hot take on the DOD's latest press release about CMMC?
Yes, it's business as usual. It's business as usual. It's just right now. It's just a pause on someone on having that C3PAO assess your environment right now. That's just pause. But other than that, everything's still in place. It's just business as usual, continuing to assess people's environments and implement their cybersecurity, because it's still a requirement. That hasn't changed. So
Yeah,
I heard someone say that just because the cop is away doesn't mean that you unlock the door, right?
very, very true.
So you keep
171
going
has been a requirement for a long time.
for a very long time. Absolutely. So I would think as a past business owner, I think it would be a huge risk to decide not to continue to secure your systems.
Yeah, to be prepared for that C3PO, um, either getting it done because you know you can, and it's good to get a good audit of we know we've prepared within either ourselves or with an organization, but
Yeah,
to have
having
someone
somebody
come
else
in and
look at
check,
it.
never a bad idea.
Absolutely. I mean, having someone else take a look at it, I think is a great thing. So yeah, I continue on, protect those systems.
I love it. Love it. Thank you, Chantal. It's great to get to chat with you here and hear your words. Really enjoyed your presentation. Thank you so
Thank you
much.
for having me. And thank you for doing it. I think it's a great cause to help these kids out.
Thanks, and have a good day.
Thanks, you too. Bye-bye.
Um, in a minute, we'll bring over Jeff, our next speaker, but I'll take a moment. There is a donation QR code up here. There is the raffle QR code right here. In the description below, there are the URLs. If you're not a QR code kind of person, I get it. I don't get it. A QR code just leads to a URL. And frankly, it's the website you land on that you should be wary of. Not the QR code itself, but that's a Josh Mason hang up right there. Too long we told people be wary of QR codes for no good reason. You should be wary of where you are putting your personal information and your credit card information. Not necessarily just the QR code itself. Anyways, with that, we are raising funds for Next Gen Cyber Ed, which is an early access platform and organization for hands-on cybersecurity tabletop exercises for K through 12 students and educators. It's they're doing some amazing work over there, and I, as someone who helps people get into cyber and improve their careers and be more effective as cyber professionals, believe we can't start early enough with kids who are interested and folks who are interested. So we've got some great sponsors and some great raffle donors, CompTIA and Skillbit. Been longtime friends with the folks at Skillbit, formerly known as Meta CTF, and yeah, it's a great platform. It is constantly improving, constantly growing. They're doing some really amazing stuff. If you are looking for a platform for yourself or your teams to improve your cybersecurity skills, Skillbit gives you those not even byte, but bit-sized training that you can do during a coffee break, in between calls. If you don't want to hear me talk and want to work on something before Jeff comes on and gives his presentation, jump over to Skillbit, tune me out, set an alarm, and come back when someone's got something really useful to say, and it's not just Josh Mason. We are so glad to have you all here. I know the stream I've been watching as more and more people have been joining us and participating in the chat. We appreciate you hearing. Sorry, chat distracted me. Thanks, Jeff. Maybe I'll just bring you on. We can riff on QR codes for a little bit before you start. But thank you all for being here. If you do have questions, bring them up in the chat. If you're ready, sir, how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm tired. I was surprised I woke up early enough to catch Will's talk earlier.
Between you and me, I did not wake up in time to catch Pat's, but fortunately, it all worked out.
I have bad news, Josh. You just said that to all of the internet. That's not between you and me anymore.
I love Pat. He's a good friend. I know what
Yeah.
he was going to talk about. Yeah. I had to take my brother to the airport at 5 this morning, and then I got back and was like, I'll take a little nap, and then a little nap ran over into, poor
Yeah.
responsibility. But I let down my friends, but they covered for me because Rihanna and Claudia are awesome like that. Jeff, I liked what you had to say about QR codes.
Mhm.
That it's the one of the fears of QR codes is that you don't know where it's going to take you. Um, for me though, I can't help but ask the question, why are you worried about the URL itself?
Yeah. I spent a long time learning URL analysis and like doing that manual process to get to the point where I could even like read percent encoding. I hate that. I can do that now, and I can just see it and be like, I know what that means. I feel so nerdy about that. But like, it doesn't even matter now. Like everything's obfuscated so hard, and there's like legitimately percent encoded scripts on websites,
Mhm.
so you can't even tell what it's doing if you see the URL.
It's true. However, there aren't any known breaches or any active, uh, like, sorry, not exercises, but like threat actors currently using QR codes known at all and having it work. I remember there was a time when QR codes were fresh where scammers went around and would like replace QR codes on like parking garages or parking lots to replace like Spotwise or one of the apps, taking you to their site where they'd get your uh, credit card info because you put it in. And it was an issue for a little bit of time until the parking lots realized we'll just make an app. It'll take you to the store or into the app itself, and that's really hard to not mess up. Um, Other than that, do you know of any scams that have come from or breaches, exploitation that comes from QR codes?
So my belief on this, and I'm going to say this carefully as somebody who holds a lot of CompTIA certifications, um, is that it's a really interesting thing to talk about now that came out 5 to 10 years ago. I think two of the things that always come back to me is that we have to remember that scammers have been doing this since before email. So like I read a Brian Krebs article years ago about how like the Nigerian prince scam was from sending letters to people. Like it was a physical thing before it was a digital thing.
For
And then what's the other
decades,
one?
hundreds of years
Yeah.
actually, in one form or another.
Was it Marcus Hitchens? I can never remember how to say his last name. But he said that actual attackers are doing the easy thing. Like they're not going out of their way to craft this super obtuse, or not obtuse, that's a triangle thing, super obscure like attack path where they get a QR code to your business so that when you try and pay your bill, you end up like, yeah, scammers will do that, but also like credit card skimmers are still a thing.
It's true. It's
So
true.
I haven't seen any high level QR based attacks.
No one has.
I really
There's-
wish I could. Like, I think back to like the earlier days of like when I was doing security research, I would buy random stuff on the internet that was clearly a scam, hoping they would send me like a USB or a DVD with malware on it.
So you could,
Because
yeah.
everyone would always say that's the thing, and I'm like, I'm gonna get it. That's how I'm gonna get my hands on some fresh malware. I'm gonna write up. This is what I'm gonna be known for. And then I'd just get like regular scammed.
Just normal email.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, I probably should have seen this coming. Attackers are persistent, but not always novelly intelligent.
Yes. That's why it's like a whole job for like those researchers, for the John Hammonds and Marcus Hutchins of the world, to just spend all day like, where is this malware? How do I get it? How do I mess with it?
I used to think I really wanted to do that, and now I went back to the basics. That's kind of what I'll talk about later. Nah, not yet. But like I know the DNS talk I did last year, some people were like, oh, DNS is so boring. How did you talk about this? And I'm like, I love this stuff. I love talking about this.
Yeah, but like DNS is everything. Uh, I was just watching Ted Lasso, and for those who know, the soccer player from Mexico, and I can't remember why I'm not like remembering his name, but often says football is life, DNS is life.
It really is.
When the internet's broken, it's DNS.
I can't remember who I was talking to, but like it's baked into everything. Like you don't even think about it working. Like even when you ping a name, it does DNS for you. Like
Yep.
I was telling somebody traceroute, and like I took the time to highlight, like, yeah, this wouldn't work without DNS. And they were like, DNS here too again. I'm like, yes, it's everywhere. We can't get away from it.
I have some prepared words to talk about you, Jeff, so I'm gonna make you feel real awkward as I read them. Um, Jeff Krakenberg, as a technical trainer and security researcher, Jeff's goal is to spread awareness and knowledge. Daily experiences, including lecturing about cybersecurity, moderating open discussions about vulnerabilities, and building hacking labs. Like many others, Jeff often delves too deep into the weeds of the internet. Um, Jeff, I know you've got a great presentation for folks. Um, I'll just share this live. You won't be able to apparently uh, move the slides yourself, so I will be your slide clicker. Either if I notice you stopped talking or you say slide, I'll know it's time to move slides along. But with no further ado, I'm gonna move my face out of here and give you the floor, sir.
Awesome. Oh man. Yeah. Now I'm just thinking about AI and aliens and DNS and all of that. There's going to be a movie about that at one point, I bet. But hey, welcome everybody. As Josh said, my name is Jeff Krakenberg. I'm going to be talking about Pokemon today because I am a giant nerd and it has consumed my life once again. It did it again. But I figured I would pull in some AI, talk about that in a bit, and how we can kind of think about this. First slide, though, if you guys are interested in following me at all, those are the two handles that I use on the internet: abandoned free Wi-Fi, and then just a shortened version of my last name, Jeff Kraken. Feel free to reach out on LinkedIn, anywhere you find me. If I'm on the internet, I can't really control that. So anyway, let's go ahead and go to the next slide. All right. So a little bit of the basics. Full disclosure, I picked this font because I thought it looked cool, and now it's bothering me. So if it bothers anybody else, know I'm here in the struggle with you. But as Josh said, who am I? My name is Jeff Krakenberg. I am a trainer, security researcher, formerly a cybersecurity analyst, penetration tester, vulnerability assessment, desktop support, construction salesman, construction Windows installer. I've been all over all of the jobs: bartender, barista. But lately, as we were kind of chatting about, a lot of what I do is look at the basics. I look at the things that people often overlook, figure out how to restructure, approach it from a security mindset or even a business mindset sometimes to make sure that we're not missing something. And in this case, why are we talking about this? One, I love Pokemon. It's a game that I have grown up on. I can never get away from it. Every few years, they release a new one and pull me back in fully. My only saving grace this time is that I don't have Switch 2 money right now, so I'm not completely lost into Pokopia. Pokoutopia. I can never remember what that one's supposed to be called either. But we're going to be talking about this from kind of the AI aspect as well. So I called it the Local Agent Dual League. We'll get into what I mean by that later. But it was just a look at some of the infrastructure for what people were trying to do to secure their agents and not be very successful about it, or kind of shoot themselves in the foot as an analogy when they're working with that. And for that last question, this is not going to be pro or anti-AI. As best as I can, I'm just talking about some of the struggles. But to just do a level set on how I feel about this, I'm still displeased about the industry as a whole when it comes to AI, but I love the equalizer that it can be. for certain roles and folks. So if you guys have any questions about what I mean by that, always feel free to throw them out later or write them down and reach out, however you want to approach that. More than happy to talk about my feelings on AI a different time. But for this, I'm going to focus more on the practicality of what I ran into. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. All right. In this case, my idea was, it was kind of silly. It was just, what if we pitted a bunch of AI agents against each other, right? So if anybody caught it earlier in the year, for like the 7 of you that watched the videos, there was, I was doing a bunch of Docker containerization videos and like crash course videos on that when I had free time to make YouTube videos again. And a lot of what I ran into was getting containers to work together to support applications. Right. I didn't really have a whole lot of experience in the past going into that. I had focused on other platforms before. And as I started to get deeper and deeper into those connections in Docker, I was like, hey, what if we tied together Docker with Pokemon? Because this started right around the time that the Pokemon Red re-release came out. And so I wanted to build something that had just a bunch of localized, containerized agents all working from the same save state. So there's a lot of emulation involved. That was the idea. I wouldn't be talking about this if it worked out well or followed that idea perfectly. But let's go to the next slide so I can talk about that. And, oh, yeah, there we go. I got lost for a second. So before I get into that properly, there were some projects that I very heavily drew on to get into my own work on this. So I've got these here if you guys are interested in like successful AI projects where people did the thing I was trying to do a little bit better. Mine was performed with love, right? I did this because it was something I cared about. Specifically, I loved Pokemon Red and Fire Red. And then when they re-released Fire Red more recently, dived back into it. But one of the coolest projects I found was a headless Pokemon agent. So it works really well tying together agentic stuff with emulated Pokemon games. And Nuo's research, I'm just going to butcher the name on that. Nuo's research, headless Pokemon agent, I would recommend looking into it. If you're interested in like overworld agentic Pokemon, what really helped me from them is that it showed me that I don't want to deal with that, right? It was a lot. I didn't just want to pick up somebody else's project and then start working on my own from that. I wanted to have something that I could understand from the beginning, and they did a lot of great work to get that. So I went back to my basics when it comes to games and emulating and game hacking, and I just went straight to memory injection instead of bothering with all of that. But that is a good project to look into. Heavily recommend it. Then the next one, I've recently came across a publication called Paged Out. So I'll take a second to talk about them because I haven't seen a whole lot of other people talking about them. They're from across the water for me in the US. But in their issue 8, I guess I can say a little bit about what I know about them. They're like a 1-page per article zine. So like there are short technical or fun things from various contributors put into a zine and published. I saw on issue 8, page 9, there was something called Agent Rome. And what Agent Rome was, it was again, another overworld project, but focused on, I believe the game was Watch Dogs 2, or maybe it was Watch Dogs Legion. I can never remember which Watch Dogs is which. But it was getting the agent to be able to take a picture. So actually interact with the XYZ axes and take an action based on requirements. So that is a really neat project that I saw that kind of lined up again with my lack of desire to do overworld stuff with my project. But then the last one down at the bottom was Peter Whidden's Pokemon Red experiments. Highly recommend looking into that because it showed what models could do with reinforcement. And that is a big issue that I run into, especially when I was doing chatbot testing back at the influx of that over the last couple of years, taking the data that failed and then making a good choice based on it. RL, reinforced learning, is that. And I liked how Peter tied that into Pokemon because it's so much easier to learn through games for me. So those are three of my big things that I would consider support or what guided me in my project that I would highly recommend you guys check out if you like any of what I talk about today. But let's talk about Pokemon more and go to the next slide. All right, so these were my starters. This was my team that I used for the save state. I'll get into why in a bit, but I'll leave it here for a second for anyone that's, I've seen a couple comments come in talking about Pokemon. So I'll leave it for a second just to see if anybody can identify all of them. I hope so, because I'm just sticking with the old ones for this one, but also give just a little bit of time for people to think about what they could be. Boba. Oh, Devin, I just saw your comment about the phishing campaign. Comprehensive business email and hosted.url. What? I love that. Well, no, from a simulated attacker standpoint, I love that. That is really neat and interesting. I'm not going to talk about how much I hate SharePoint and how companies don't manage it, because that's not the tangent I want to go down today. But I am going to take that nugget from your comment and I am going to deep dive into how I can learn more about that. So thank you for sharing, Devin. All right, that was probably enough time for the people watching. And then we'll go ahead and go to the next slide and show off those starters. So I just had Pikachu, Rattata. I have a stutter, sorry. Rattata, Caterpie, Bulbasaur, Weedle, and Pidgey. Those were the save states that I started with. And let's go to the next slide so I can talk about why those ones specifically. We ran into a couple of problems. Specifically, without a lot of guardrails, AI is actually really bad at open world games. If you guys look into the projects that I shared earlier with news research and then Peter Wooden's reinforced learning, you can see how people get around that. But specifically with Pokemon games, if you guys haven't played them in a while, there are a lot of scene changes and transitions where without those guardrails set up and those instructions for your agents working properly, they will try and jump ahead and then get lost and confused. And we're not going to address the typo in the second one. I know how to spell litmus test, I promise. But for me, with those constraints on the AI aspect of it and then the Pokemon aspects of it, I broke this so many times. I had fully working code at one point, and then I was like, oh, I want to implement this other thing. And like every project we've all worked on, me wanting to implement that one little thing broke the rest of everything, had to rebuild, start over. So that is some of the problems that came up because of this. Yeah, really, I've seen other people do it really well, right? So AI can, agentic AI, even local, especially local, I would say, can solve this problem if you see it as a problem that you want to address. But I'll get into the infrastructure in it in a bit. So I took the idea that I had, ran into a bunch of problems, and then I went back to that idea and I revised it. So let's go to the next slide so I can talk about that revised idea. I still wanted to have them fight each other. I don't know why, it just felt so perfect in my brain to have local AI agents fighting each other in Pokemon while I just kind of watch and laugh at the stupid mistakes they make. Because unlike this AI, I've been playing Pokemon too many hours, and they just have the massive stolen internet to work off of. So the revised idea that I had was I would have 4 agents, and I'll talk you guys through specifically the 4 agents that I used on this. And then 4 scripted bots. So anybody from game hacking or game scripting, if you've ever worked with any of that, these are going to be more traditional bots. So full disclosure, my first experience bots was RuneScape back in the day. Anybody else ever? Because that's kind of what we did here. But since it was locally, I couldn't get blocked by the mods. Anyway, so it was 4 agents, 4 scripted traditional bots, all running locally in Docker using an early game save state. So that is why you saw the starters that you did, or the team that you did. I might late game run Rat-a-tat, Caterpie, and Weedle, probably not. Very unlikely that I would use those in a final team. But with it being so much problems on the getting it set up side, because I'm not a programmer, so I very heavily leaned on research for everything that I was doing. I just took it back to the basics on the game side, right? So at the beginning of the game, if you haven't thought about first couple encounters in Pokemon that you'll have, it's very simple moves. It's very simple game logic. There's not a lot you have to track. So you get a little bit of type matching, you get a little bit of continuous damage, a little bit of buff, a little bit of debuff, but the damage types themselves are kept relatively plain between like normal, physical, some poison, some whatever Pidgey does. So that was why I revised the idea to get it down to a little bit less fluff on the Pokemon side, so I could focus more on the scripting and bot side. Yeah, definitely. If you guys have questions as I'm going through this, I'm just going to tangent into the things that I think are cool. So if you guys have anything on your end you'd like me to tangent onto in this talk, I can also do that. Because I have the ADHD real bad. And if I'm left alone with my thoughts, we're going to go all over the place as we get through this. Anyway, so that is the revised idea. 4 agents, not 16. I was a little bit too ambitious with that. 4 scripted bots, so there is still a difference in infrastructure or architecture, whatever you want to think about it. A local, all running locally, all containerized with Docker, and an early game save that we're basing this off of. So let's go to the next slide to get into that. Talking about the infrastructure that actually worked, Docker was key for me. I probably could have done this without Docker a lot easier. And if you guys are interested in recreating something like this, don't use Docker unless you have to. I was using Docker because that was my focus for this project, and then everything built upward from there. I did end up using Ollama installed locally for the AI agents. Just made it really easy to pull what I needed and then use the OpenAI compatible APIs, so that when I wrote everything in Python, it made sense. I didn't have to reinvent the wheel on the AI agent side, because I did have to reinvent some wheels on some other aspects. But Docker, Ollama, Python, that was really all I used on this. If you are familiar with Python, you might know that I was dumb for doing that. I should have pulled in other languages to let them do what they do best, and then just kind of hook it all together in what I did in Python. But there was so much coffee. I am in my basement office right now, and right outside the door to my right that you guys can't see, I have an espresso machine that my partner got for me. And that thing put in some work when I was doing this project to keep me going. But to get a little bit deeper into the infrastructure, we'll go to the next slide. All right. And so I had to find a way to keep everything separate so that when I was writing my Python, I knew the paths, right? I knew where my agents were. I knew where my scripted bots were. I knew where my states were, because I needed to pull those frequently to make sure everything was working. And then I had multiple Python apps, little baby applets written in Python to get each container working properly. So then I had a Docker file for the agents, a Docker file for the bots, and a Docker compose that pulled whatever was needed. So those were the high level of the Docker infrastructure, to speak on that for a second, because this is what really brings up issues for folks that try and containerize and run AI locally without thinking about the grander scope of their project, is that my compose had a lot of hefty logic in it. So just starting up and running the containers, I would say probably ran a couple hundred lines of code 10 times, right? So for the agents that got spun up when they were needed, for the bots that got spun up when they were needed, for the web view to get spun up so that I could see what was happening outside of just my debug information, all of that had to be fine-tuned ahead of time. And the frustrating part for me was, I'll share this with you guys at this point, sometimes AI agents locally, when you don't give them enough stuff to work on, they just don't know what to do. So inside of my agents directory, not only did I have the basic instructions, I ended up having to give them an overview of the team that they had. I had to give them an overview of each member of that team, what moves they had, what those moves were doing. Because unlike me playing Pokemon, or some of y'all playing Pokemon, the AI agent wasn't just aware of all of our experience, right? If I get pulled into a Poke battle and I've got Caterpie and it's a wild Pidgey, I'm going to change my Pokemon because that Pidgey is going to attack like that one eagle that stole someone's Chihuahua to my Caterpie, and my Pokemon's just going to be gone. The agent didn't know that, right? When you restrict an agent's information, you are restricting its ability to do its job. So I'm not saying leave your agents wild. Please, for the love of everything that is cyber related, don't do that. But you are accepting some additional handicaps when you pull your AI inside and containerize it and keep it fully local without any calls. Because that's what I did on this one. And it did still work. I won't say that it broke completely, but I had to kind of provide the internal knowledge, or the assumed knowledge, what do people like to call it in the field, the tribal knowledge of Pokemon that I had for that team that I constructed with the agents, right? And there are a couple of talks I've heard recently at conferences about that tribal knowledge and agentic AI and how you can use it to overcome that tribal knowledge. But you also need to remember that the agents themselves are going to suffer from that lack of tribal knowledge, or institutional knowledge, if you're a bigger fan of that term, the knowledge of how a business actually does things, as opposed to how I could do something or how I did something in the field one time when I thought it was really cool. Knowing how the business actually operates is just as important for an agent as it is for an overworked, underpaid intern. So that is the agent side of it. When it came to the infrastructure that worked, I had to give them the information. Right? It seems weird to think about, because when I was building this, I was like, I know what these Pokemon do. Everybody else knows what these Pokemon do. Surely these microscopic, localized, containerized AI agents will have a full understanding of the breadth of the Pokemon universe. Turns out they don't. But then after that, I got into the scripted bots. These were all written out long form, right? So I'll talk about the bots explicitly later, but for projects like this, for any type of game hacking or game scripting, I had to work with the bots and kind of get them to a refined state so that they worked. Not like the AI agent that worked but didn't work for me out of the beginning. The bots, I had to get to a working state. I bit off way more than I wanted to chew in this project, is what you guys can take home from this, if nothing else. So just for the AI agents, I had to start with a bunch of stuff and then prune it down, and then add in my own knowledge that I needed it to have to make the right decision. And then from the bots, I had to start from zero. I had to line out what I wanted the bot to do and then get it to be able to do that. It's almost approaching the same problem from two different aspects, if that resonates with anybody currently trying to make the decision of AI versus internally developed. For the ROMs, this is mostly my disclaimer so that anybody watching this on the internet doesn't get mad at me and then I get in trouble with somebody that I can't afford to pay back. But all ROMs should be gathered legally, right? If you guys don't know how to do a dump for a ROM, it is really easy to find ROMs on the internet. But on this one, I did my best to actually pull my own ROM, not something I'd done before. And the reason why, full disclosure, I couldn't find a ROM that I could get to work. I was fully willing to break that little rule there. I was just too stupid to get it to break, right? So I actually ended up doing the legal thing because I couldn't figure out how to do the illegal thing. But the ROM is really important because based on which ROM you're working with, you might have to change some of the memory side, right? So when you guys are, if you're thinking of rebuilding this, go from a known good, create your own dump, right? Don't trust just something you found on the internet. I had a couple of projects that I did where it was just a regular Pokemon emulator that I was using a fresh ROM pulled from a site that I thought was trusted. And the site was trusted. That sounded bad. But what actually happened was the ROM was different than the ROM I was expecting. So some of the translation between got a little bit lost. I won't go down that rabbit hole too much. The last one I'll have on here that I want to talk about is the web view. Highly recommend if you were doing any type of, whether it is scripted, automated, agentic, straight up chatbot-based LLM actions, that you have some way to monitor and oversee outside of just your debugging information. When I was just doing console, and then I eventually switched up to using Jupyter Labs so that I could run it step by step, I lost a lot of the insight that would have made this a lot easier, right? So monitoring is key when it comes to projects like this, because there was a point where the battle was between two agents, and those agents were waiting for the other one to take an action. And I was looking at my debug and I was like, everything looks fine. Everything looks good. I was looking at the monitoring I had through Jupyter to see like memory and runtime and all of that. Everything was just stalling out, right? I wasn't getting anything back because I couldn't see. But later when I had the web view hooked up, I could see that they weren't sending actions, right? So both agents had just a timer that they were like, okay, is it my turn? Is it my turn? Is it my turn? And it turned into what I'll call later the Midwest nice aspect of it. But yeah, that's a bit about the infrastructure side of it. Hopefully you guys are able to glean some insight to your agentic and AI struggles from what I talked about there. But we'll go to the next slide and talk about the agents specifically. So the 4 agents that I got on here were, if you guys are wondering where these graphics came from, this is just me being very tired playing around in Canva, because I thought I wanted to have a break from the usual really nice polished presentations that you guys are going to see, because that's not me at all, if you guys can't tell from everything about me. So I went with this retro and then just overlaid and color washed to create some stuff as we were going. But the agents that I worked with, 2 of the ones that I highly recommend testing out if you are working in localized AI or containerized localized AI. From Olama, pull small LLM, I can't say that. Small LM2 is just a really small guy, just a little guy that can do some actions for you. And then Tiny Llama. Those are, I would say, the 2 that came at the forefront for me because of how well used they are, right? I didn't want to have a lot of untested or frontier kind of stuff where like I didn't know what was going to happen. I had to like troubleshoot the model. I just wanted to pick something and then be able to trust it. So small LM2 and Tiny Llama were my first 2 choices. From there, I made a tiny context. So I took Tiny Llama and similar to a Docker file, Olama lets you make, I believe they just call it a model file, that lets you set additional parameters to take a publicly available model like Tiny Llama, apply your own parameters to it to create your own model. So in my case, I took Tiny Llama and made it into Tiny CPX for tiny context. Essentially restricted it so much it almost didn't even work. Cut it down to 2048 on the context, if anybody's aware of context windows and what those normally look like. It was funny for me. And the funnies are fully why I picked the last one, Decidui. I found this scrolling around. We'll go to the next slide so I can talk about Decidui specifically. Because there's somebody made it. I think I was the 5th download for this. But in Olama, there was a Decidui. Decidui. I think I'm saying that. I'm saying it how I'm gonna say it, and if that's wrong, please let me know, or don't, because I think it's fun. Decidui is a Pokemon. If you guys aren't familiar, comes from the later years, so that might be why you missed it. And this is a model that you can pull down through Olama. So its instruction set is based off of one of the other ones, but all it says is you are a Decidui, a grass ghost type Pokemon. You are not a god, and you're a, oh, their grammar. You are not a god, and you're a Pokemon. You're a grass ghost type Pokemon. You look like a shiny form with a white body, red specks on your wings, and light blue feathers on your head and tail. Answer as a Decidui only. Full disclosure, why I picked this one for the agent is I wanted to see if it would keep trying to take action as Decidui instead of using the team available to it. Right? I wanted to see that collision between instructions. What comes from the model, what comes from the user, what comes from the architecture, and see kind of what won out in the end. And in my case, because of how I had it restricted, Decidui did not try and switch to Decidui as much as I thought it would. But that goes back to the tribal knowledge that I talked about earlier. I gave the information of what is available and then wanted them to pick just from those so that I could pass it to Python accurately. But yeah, Decidui is out there. If you guys want to play with a really funny one, I had some fun talking to Decidui. Outside of this project, it was very silly to have an AI agent that thought it was a Pokemon and could only take actions as a Pokemon. Their instructions, if you guys are reading through that, and that description could be a little bit stricter, in my opinion. But hey, they made it, and so kudos to KarosCNX3 on that. We'll go to the next slide, and I'll start talking about the scripted bots. If anybody's worked with, I feel like I've said that a couple of times. Hopefully at least somebody in here has worked with a bit of game scripting or game hacking. But when we're thinking of traditional game bots, some of the big ones are going to be mash A, especially in older games, just hitting that primary entry key. And in Pokemon, that would be your A to select your A. Yeah, Game Genie, that's what's up. Your A to select your A to select an action, to open a door. A is going to be your primary button in a lot of Pokemon games, at least the older ones. Now there's a lot of other things you got to keep in mind, like movement. So Mash A was definitely the first one, because that was one that I had experience with from somebody else developing and using it in Pokemon to kind of like run through battles quickly to get to the parts that I wanted to do. So you'd use like a time speed times 20 and then mash A, and you could just run through, get to the end game, and then build your team. Now we just can jump there, which is crazy to think about. We just jump to the end game with some of the more modern game hacking. But this isn't a game hacking talk, Jeff. Don't get too distracted by how cool the work other people do is. Anyway, Mash A was my first one. And then I wanted to have a tight matchup, and I was really worried about this bot because in theory should work great. But what actually ended up happening with this guy and why he didn't win is, what if the other person also always changes their Pokemon? So let's say I mentioned the Caterpie versus Pidgey setup earlier. What if I saw that they had a Pidgey and I'm on a Caterpie and I want a better type matchup? So I'm going to switch to my, I don't know, like Pikachu. And then they'll be on their Pidgey. But now I've switched to my Pikachu. They're on their Pidgey. What if they switch to a ground type? And now I'm going to switch because they switched. They're going to switch because I switched. And it's just going to keep being this like loop of chasing each other. So I did add some logic on this end to kind of troubleshoot that by just forcing a move after a couple of changes. You can only change Pokemon, I think I said 3 times before you have to select a move regardless of typeset. Hopefully you guys didn't lose me for too long there. But I lost me for a second. Cool. It's always scary when the internet does internet things. So type matchup, that is going to be, again, focus more on like which Pokemon would be the best against the other one. For this script, I gave it similar information that I gave the agents, right? I let it know which Pokemon was good against what type, and of the opposite team, which Pokemon had what type, because they were all working from the same state. So that was type matchup. Next up was random selection, because you got to have a randomizer, right? Very obviously did not do great in this specific setup, but it had a good distribution of moves and attacks. And then the final scripted bot that I threw in there was a copy bot. Whatever the other person did, I would do that, right? So if they changed Pokemon, I change Pokemon. If they did attack 1, I do attack 1. And it was essentially just a mimic, not like a D&D mimic that pretends to be a treasure chest and then eats your greedy hand when you reach in to get the treasure, but like a folklore mimic, which would like copy actions to try and fit in. Though folklore mimics are also kind of like D&D mimics, because D&D mimics are based on folklore mimics. And anyway, we're going off on a tangent again. So mash A for your traditional type matchup for hopefully a better look at winning. Random selection for a randomizer, and copy bot just to do what other people do. So those were our scripted bots in this setup. To talk about some of the results, we'll go to the next slide. And this really highlights the issue that I talked about earlier when I said that containerizing, localizing, and restricting your agents is going to create problems. If that's the route you are going, be aware of those problems. Right? It's kind of like old school cybersecurity discussions about confidentiality versus availability. The more secure you make a system, the more secure you make a system, the less available it's going to be. The more available you make a system, the more we have to do to secure it. Right? So same thing with restricting your agent's knowledge and their resources. Just running to get the agent to select, attack, move, 4, to then give that to Python took a ton of resources, right? At the end of the day, I think I broke this down to, on my lab computer, each container only got, I want to say 4 gigs of memory. And I don't remember the CPU weight, if I'm being honest. But I did restrict the resources they had access to, as well as the information they had access to. And that was something that I had to deal with in this project. Right? Just like in the field, you don't want your agents to be able to have full run just because they thought they had a good idea. I think we've all seen how that can go pretty poorly lately. With token burn, and then also with deleting systems they shouldn't have even had access to. So the more access you give your AI agents, the more damage they can do. The less access you give your agents, the more you're going to have to help them along. Right? It's just a similar discussion to something we talked about previously in the industry. And then one of the main results that I kept running into was that Midwest nice. This affected Decidui, Small LLM, and Tiny Llama. It didn't affect Tiny Context because it couldn't remember. It just kept trying to take actions, right? But the agents that were well equipped to solve the problem ended up using resources to make sure it was their turn to solve the problem. Which, when you had 2 agents both using resources to make sure it was their turn to solve the problem, we got stuck in a loop. And to talk about that, we'll go to the next slide. And this is more on the battle side. I couldn't get a good clip, but I pulled out some of the code to talk about what I was working on. So if you guys aren't familiar with Jupyter Labs or Jupyter Notebook, whichever one you started using is probably what you'll call it. I had to restrict the actions cut it down to step by step so that I could see the runtime, see what it's doing. And when I was working with Decidui as an example, it took, in some cases, 151 or 134 seconds just to take action. So I don't know if you guys have played Pokemon in a while, but that is a long time to decide if you want to use Tackle. Because if you think back to our starters, we had Pikachu, another guy, no, we had Pikachu, Rattata, Caterpie, Bulba, Weedle, and Pidgey. And their moves are very basic. There wasn't a lot of logic that we needed, but it still took the time to get there. And in the AI versus AI, that was 12 minutes for a battle is what I saw. Right? AI versus bot was 8 minutes, and bot versus bot average was 3 minutes. That was the timings. For the results, I would say the time was well spent on the AI versus bot. Our bots ended up losing, except for MASH A, most of their battles. Whereas the AI, with its constrained environment, was still able to make a good decision. I think I forgot to put the final scoreboard on here. Dang, I'll share that with you guys though. So timing was really key, being patient, seeing the output, and understanding what it meant. We'll go to the next slide for a little bit of talking about the results as a whole. And this is the one where I meant to have a little scoreboard, but I'll just tell you guys anyway. The results, AI is good at some stuff and bad at others. If we haven't figured that out by now, I hope I'm not leading the groundbreaking discussion on that, because I am far too tired and lazy and I want to go play Pokemon again. But it did have good calls sometimes. It took time, took resources to get there, took a little restructuring. It came back to, honestly, me doing the work to put it into a good place so that it could make a good decision. And that was going to be from the data side, right? I talked a lot about institutional and tribal knowledge as I was going through this, right? How I had to work with the AI so that it would understand what I thought about the Pokemon universe and what this team represented in that universe, what moves they had, all of that stuff. Kind of like how, I don't know, in the field, when you bring in a new person, you have to show them how your team interacts with other teams, what tools you have available in your team. Whether it's a human or a bot, you still have to instill or give access to that institutional knowledge, which means you have to verify that knowledge. I don't know if you guys remember, I think it was 2 years ago now, Microsoft announced that Copilot would have access to everyone's SharePoints, and then everybody panicked. And everybody was like, oh no, that's internal stuff, oh no. But there were steps on securing it. You just had to go through the steps and make sure that you weren't exposing stuff where you shouldn't be exposing stuff. Big shocker. People are bad at managing SharePoint. Is that a hot take for anyone? I don't know. But we had to verify the data, and then we had to monitor. Like I mentioned earlier, there were a couple of issues where if I had more visibility, I could have troubleshot it quicker. Specifically, Decidui kept changing Pokemon. That was mostly what that model wanted to do, is change Pokemon. And I think that's because it kept wanting to change to itself, right? It was wondering why it wasn't involved in this. It's a Pokemon after all. Has there been an instance of a Pokemon being a Pokemon trainer? So it's like kind of just Ratatouille-ing other Pokemon through the battle? I don't know. But Decidui kept changing its Pokemon, and Mash A kept doing little attacks each turn. My final scoreboard was that Mash A won the most battles because of those tiny hits. But I also hampered it really hard because I didn't think ahead. My team, as I lined it up, was Pikachu, Rattata, the rat, Caterpie, that's going to be our problem, and then Bulbasaur, Weedle, and Pidgey. I thought that was a clean distribution of early game abilities and moves, but what I forgot was, which you guys might have thought of already with Mash A, is that Caterpie's default move 1 is String Shot, and String Shot doesn't do damage. So if anybody was able to get Mash A to its third Pokemon, they won the battle. Yeah, Rat-ta-ta. Good old Rat-ta-ta. That sounds worse somehow. So yeah, Mash A could have won. It probably would have won all battles. That's an old 100%. Button mashing is always a technique. I remember when I first learned how to play Super Smash Brothers. I was on a couch with a bunch of my brother's friends, and they were getting frustrated because I was just mashing the buttons and I was winning, and they were trying to have like strategy and stuff. But I was winning because I was just clicking faster and doing stupid attacks. And they got frustrated and then ended up losing because of that. It's a legitimate strategy as long as you're set up to win. If you're mashing A and all A is doing is string shot, you are going to die. So on the agent side, for hopefully to a shock of nobody, Tiny Context, the one that I restricted the context window, did the worst. It couldn't keep track of what it was working on, who it was up against. It just kept taking a fresh shot at everything. The one that did the best would have been, honestly, Small LLM2, because it's tried and true, just selected the right thing. Yeah, and so that's a little bit about what I learned from this. We'll go ahead and go on to the next and get close to the last slides. Next up for me, full disclosure, I don't want to touch this ever again. I don't plan on maintaining or updating this. This was fun for a bit, and I learned, I got a refresh on game hacking and memory injection. I got a little bit of insight into how AI can be used alongside that, localized-wise, but it was more frustrating than it was worth. I'm just going to go back to playing Pokemon Fire Red. I'll put my slides and stuff up into GitHub and make it available. So if anybody wants to see the project, feel free to follow me on LinkedIn. But we'll go to the final slide. And thank you guys for your time. Thank you guys for letting me talk about Pokemon and stuff and attending CyberLab Con. If you guys haven't heard what they've been talking about lately, there's a charity aspect to this that I really am jazzed about because I love seeing people give back. If you're interested in following me, again, my tags are Abandoned Free Wi-Fi or Jeff Kraken. And I just like how the mouse cursor is clicking on Pikachu on the final slide. That's my last bit I have for you guys. Thanks.
Jeff, thank you for joining us. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Josh, it does sound like you're at the end of a hallway yelling at us, if that helps.
There we go.
Okay, I can hear you more now.
Every freaking time. I actually had to switch headsets because the other one is charging. So, yeah, when it reconnected, it went with the wired mic, which is just overpowering for what we're doing. Yeah, Pokemon, video games, scripting, and AI. Quite a combo. You got me some ideas of some LLM scripting for some of the games I play, just to see how they might go.
Yeah, I will say definitely check out Agent Rome. That one was neat to see because it's a third-person game, right? It's a AAA game, and they were able to get like the camera interaction to work. So, yeah.
Interesting. There's an open source game called Endless Sky, where you fly spaceships around. Yeah, everything. It's completely open source, and it runs on C, I think. So you don't even need. You can just go to the GitHub and download it and go nuts. So if if you did want to touch this again.
Josh, it's really quiet, so I'm chiming in.
Oh, I could hear him, so I figured everybody else could.
No, he sounds like he went to a
I'll use this
dungeon.
one.
Yeah. No, I mean it's okay. I'm not judging, but I am.
It's fine. You're just terrible, Josh. It's okay, but you're doing a bad job. But it's okay, but do better. But it's okay.
I'm cool
like,
with
so Josh messaged me. He goes,
negative
"Hey,
feedback.
I need a BRB for 10 minutes. Can you do the slides?" And I'm all like, "Fine, I will do your job today again." And here I am doing the job again today. So
So you guys should really donate for charity, and then also so that Josh feels good about his time here because we are making fun of him.
Yep. So for
If-
$5, you can definitely donate to Next Gen Cyber Ed to help support cyber education in public schools. Otherwise, they might end up like Josh and have terrible audio. So really make sure that you donate. We are still waiting for 100 donors, which is awesome because then we go in and boom. You will receive a copy of Backdoor and Breaches. It's a super fun game. Josh can't say how awesome it is because of his audio. So, you know what? I feel like
Wow.
for every single time I can do a mic drop and a burn, someone should donate. I need a little chime.
He,
I like that.
Josh can't do a mic drop. He already dropped his mic.
Yes.
You guys are good.
I feel
Oh, look,
bad.
it sounds better now.
No, Sierra, they're not strays. We are aiming fully at Josh. This is not
Yeah.
Josh catching strays. These are directed
no, this is
attacks.
what we do. This is how you know you have friendship.
See, he's trying
Yeah.
to defend himself, but he
when
can't
you're
say it.
spamming.
I also think it's funny because now we can hear him and we're still just acting like we can't.
It's fine. This is how our relationship goes. So-
See, he's trying to make it sound like we're
Yeah,
friends
did
right
you
now.
say something, Josh? I couldn't.
All right, Jeff, thank you for joining us. This has been great. Thank you all for tuning in. Jeff, what is your favorite Pokemon?
Full disclosure, it's Eevee. I'm just a fan of big old regular Eevee. I hated the concept that Eevee had to be something else originally.
Ooh.
And I will get, this is my Jolteon. I got caught on an Instagram ad and I bought all of the sleeping Pokemon. And now they're just evenly distributed around my house. So I love all the evolutions, but Eevee is actually my favorite Pokemon. As useless as that
Nice.
cute little fox is.
Oh, not completely useless.
He,
Other things
yeah.
are just OP, and yeah, evolution makes other things OP. Unfortunately, yeah, I wish Eevee, had a version of just you could make them amazing.
Yeah, I think it was Let's Go Eevee, the one that was like Eevee's your companion. Eevee still kind of sucks. And it's like, he's cute. I love him. He's very cozy as a Pokemon.
I mean, the whole premise of the game is you must evolve to improve. You can level up, but unless you evolve, or you're Snorlax.
I always felt sad for the Pokemon that didn't originally have an evolution. Because it was like,
Yeah.
no, it's just him. Everybody else you can catch and make super cool. But for some of them, it's just what you get.
Well, and then like Pikachu. Pikachu's great, but frankly, until like Raichu is so powerful, but everyone just wants, from the show, Pikachu, or at least, we all love Pikachu. There's nothing wrong with Raichu.
I think my hate of Raichu comes from the show where it originally was like Pikachu is good and doesn't have to be Raichu. Like that was the whole like I remember that episode where it was like
Mm-hmm. You're back.
okay, where it was like, do you want to evolve your Pikachu because that's how you could win this battle, or do you trust your friend?
Yeah. Yeah. Messed up.
You could be
Thank you,
powerful
Nintendo.
or you could have trust.
Well, Jeff, thank you so much for joining us. This has been great. Where can people find you?
You can find me probably easiest to be on LinkedIn because of work. That's the one I check the most. But if you search me anywhere, wherever you guys find me, feel free to reach out.
Awesome. Thank you, Jeff. You have a great rest of your weekend.
Yeah.
You can feel free to hang out back here, but I'm going to kick you off the stage. Bye.
I'm going to go play Pokemon.
Sick. I love it. For those who haven't noticed, Rihanna has been spamming in the chat and across that if you would like to get CPEs for participating and for being here for the con, you got to go RSVP so that then you will get a certificate emailed to you. So please go and do that. Also, it gives us some good stats that we can take to donors and sponsors for the future, which then makes us have even more cool stuff to give you. Like you can get a right now $5 for a chance to win one of 3 Try Hack Me Premium 30-day subscriptions. So there is Skillbit Labs. There are some backdoors and breaches available if we can get to 100 donors. And Hack Smarter with Tyler Ramsby. We've got, oh man, they're going fast. I can't keep up. Pay attention. Wow, now you're just, I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. Next up, we have one of my friends, Chris Young. Chris, I'd love to see you. Love to see what you're up to. You've been making great strides these past few years, breaking in and doing good stuff in cyber, and excited to hear your talk, my friend.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
181 slides.
Don't worry, they go quick. It's going to be okay. I promise.
Sounds good. My fear is not having the ability to click for the next slide and having to say slide 180 times. We will see how it goes. It'll be fun. How have you been, my friend?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been an absolute privilege over the last few years, to be honest with you. For those who don't know, Josh is actually one of the first people I connected with in cybersecurity communities, and he's been an outstanding example to me. I'm sure he's been an outstanding example to y'all. It's a privilege to be able to call him Josh and say, hey, man, you're in my corner. If I need anything, I can reach out to you. And he was one of the first people to be available for me like that. As a result, I've had a ton of stepping stones, opened a lot of doors, met a lot of great people in this community, cybersecurity as a whole. And it's just been an adventure, just scooping everything up over the last 4.5 years. I can't say enough good things. And to see him today as an MC, to be working with him again today, it's just a privilege. Thank you for everything you do, man.
Thank you, sir. Well, I'm going to cry. So let's see if you have the ability to share screen down at the bottom.
All right. Let me see if I can give it a go. Window.
Maybe you can press H.
All right, let's see how this works. All right. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Let me add to the scene. Yeah.
Outstanding. All right. I'll drag this over to the side just to make sure I got some prompts over here on the side.
For sure.
Let me see if I can go into presentation mode too. Just troubleshooting here, y'all.
We're doing it live. This is cybersecurity in its finest.
It really is.
We set up everything 90%. I'm sure it'll work.
I love it. So true. So true. Feel free to drop in the chat if you're motivated for today, if you've been taking some good notes. Let's give a shout out to the people who have been presenting earlier today for giving of their time and sacrificing their efforts, sharing what they've discovered in the marketplace. I was speaking with a pen tester down in B-Sides Charleston. For those who don't know, today actually marks my 9th cybersecurity conference talk in 23 months. So it's been an absolute journey and a privilege all this time. But the amazing people I get to speak with and connect with, I don't think I could have asked for a better privilege, a better opportunity, a better community to hang out with speakers prior to an event and just be in that room, feel that aura of people who have been, seasoned professionals. They've been in the weeds, they've been doing the action. And so that's one of the reasons I enjoy working with Josh so much is, he's been around the block. He knows people, he knows things. He's actually got his hands dirty in some action. And, it's that imperfect action that we take that actually paves the way for us to go forward. And I'm living proof of that. So if I can do it, I really think anybody else can.
Well, Chris, you said some kind things about me, I've got some kind things prepared to say about you. So I'm going to do that now. So Chris Young is a U.S. military veteran, a cybersecurity professional, and internationally recognized speaker dedicated to developing the next generation of cyber talent. With experience spanning threat intel, governance, risk and compliance, and security operations, he is passionate about helping individuals and organizations strengthen their cybersecurity capabilities through education, mentorship, and community engagement. Chris is a leader within the Simply Cyber community, where he's helped launch initiatives including the Cybersecurity Conference Board, Public Speaking Masters, and GRC Study Hall to empower aspiring professionals and first-time conference speakers. Known for his engaging presentations and commitment to giving back, he continues to inspire others by fostering collaboration, continuous learning, and professional growth across the cybersecurity industry. Chris, you took the idea of pay it forward and to the max, and I'm a big fan of what you are about. I'm going to give you the floor and get out of your way.
Yeah, man. Thank you so much. Thanks for everything. All right, so let's get ready to rock and roll, y'all. So, fair warning, my slides are gonna go quick. The information I'm giving you, it's actually pretty succinct. It's pretty straightforward. So there's not a lot of notes you need to take, but I want to make sure that you get some of the gems that we're dropping here. And I'll tell you what the gems are, what to look for early on, okay? Few things here. First off, shout out to Rihanna Schultz for putting this together. Shout out to the MCs, Josh Mason, the other people behind the scenes. You know, there's a lot of work that actually goes into this. So let's drop in the chat a little bit of appreciation. Because this is not possible without people taking time out of their day, investing of their efforts, their talents, to bring something and make it available to you like this. This is a very tremendous occasion. And I personally have not seen too many events that have actually married in such a professional way the good cause that we have going on here today too. So if you feel free, if you feel generous, if you have the ability, please drop $5. It's just, it doesn't take a lot to make good things happen here. So please just at least consider it, okay? So one of the ways that I got into public speaking here, I've been a professional actor, a touring drummer. I've done a lot of incredible things on stages, from an audience of like 5 people to 500,000. Okay, the size of the audience does not challenge me. What challenges me is the subject matter. And so I got this talk idea because I've been in SEO since 2003, and I started consulting globally back in 2016. So it's been roughly a decade of me doing this. And when I started looking at cybersecurity conference talks, a guy named John Strand, he openly stated that he wishes he had a talk that he could leverage to bring more C-suite executives and founders and entrepreneurs into the conversation, because that's who we help. That's who we help to fortify the online presence and their Rosetta Stone, for lack of a better phrase, going on in their environments. So I understand that getting a website positioned in a certain way for a purpose can actually help generate leads and contribute to the bottom line. So that's where this talk came from. And I actually gave it for the first time as a keynote speaker to a sold out audience. Shout out to Mr. James McQuiggan for the opportunity and the invitation to do that. Since then, I've actually presented this talk multiple times in different venues, locally, nationally, at federal events, globally even, to some global reaching cybersecurity conferences. So this has turned into a talk that's actually in high demand. And I didn't realize the kind of traction it would be. All I understood was I was looking to connect with other people. One of the ways you could do that is present. But I didn't have a lot of traction when I tried to say something. But when I had something to say, something to share with the community, that's when I started getting traction. So if you've never presented at cybersecurity conferences before, one of the best ways that you can get started is see what you know, see how things that you know in your background tie together. Okay. So as we get started, I want to let you know another thing. You are being trained today by somebody who is prone to immense, silly accidents, and I'm going to prove it right now. So I'm up in the Michigan area, and I'm traveling across the country to go to Charleston for one of the B-sides. And I've traveled all the time. I've toured. I've done a lot of great things. So I actually scheduled my flights and my hotel at the same time. Take a lesson from me. Don't do those at the same time. So I show up down there and I find out I do have a round trip airfare, but I only have one night at the hotel. Luckily, it's right around the corner at the venue for B-side. So I'm like, okay, I'll stay the night. And I'm walking in with all of my stuff, a little Target bag with all of my toiletries, and I'm lugging all of my belongings here. I don't know what people were thinking, but they're looking at me like, you're presenting today? So if you know Joe Hudson, I reached out to him. I was like, dude, you're not going to believe this. And he was like, you know what? You should actually put that at a slide. So I guess, and thanks to his recommendation, what I should be calling this talk is how to instantly destroy your credibility prior to presenting. So I own it. Just taking imperfect action, things still work out, things can still go okay. You don't have to be perfect in your trade craft and especially in public speaking. Speaking of, we talked about the public speaking group. We now meet 5 times a year on even months. We take December off. And we actually have double-digit success of people landing their first cybersecurity conference talk, and roughly a handful that have made waves in the cybersecurity community, landing major cybersecurity conference talks, such as the Wild West Hackin' Fest, B-Sides, I mean, you name it. Okay, we're getting traction. And if you want to practice trying to get on stage or share what you understand, or just get better at the trade craft of conveying ideas, this is a place to do it. And it's over in the Simply Cyber Discord. So in getting into this talk, there's 2 focuses on this. Okay, foci. I don't know if that's plural. Okay, clearly you don't have to be good at grammar to do this. We're going to learn how to ninja kick both the competition, because the nature of the market is competitive, and also ninja kicking the bad guys. So quick disclaimer, this may skyrocket your success or that of your business, but you and you alone are responsible for the results that you do or do not get from the actions that you do or do not take from what I'm sharing with you today. I'm not going to say that twice, but just understand that there's very good possibility that even a portfolio can get some additional attention. If you're doing an online presence and you're building some traction, even if you're new and you have a website that you're documenting your learning on, this is a great bit of information that can help you. Okay. So I want you to know that what you're going to learn today is not complex. Okay. It's very simple. And if you remember some of this stuff going on way back in the day, you don't need a lot of ornamentation to actually get the job done. Sometimes it really is about the trade craft and your skill, being able to deliver that. And a good example of that, and very simple example, is if you have ports that are open and they don't need to be open, maybe consider closing them. It really can be that grounded. Okay. So here's the problem with what I'm talking about today. When let's say you're on stage and you have a ton of experts and professionals in this audience, okay? And you raise your hand, you're like, hey, who can tell me how to do this? And they're just going to start chirping and barking at you, no pun intended on CyberLabs, and we're not sure who to trust, okay? And so I understand that. Some of you don't know me, some of you haven't met me, and you don't know if I'm credible to speak on this. So I'm going to leave it to you to decide whether or not I am qualified to present on this. So I want to take a step back and acknowledge that it takes a community. And I want you to think about when you got started in this space, who was present for you? Who helped you in the early days? Because face facts, it takes a tribe. There are people who have paved the way for me. They've probably paved the way for you. Think about somebody who has helped you in your early days. Take a quick note. And then after this speech, take a couple minutes and reach out to them and just say thank you. Okay. But I'm also putting up the slide to let you know that if you're guilty by association, maybe you also have credibility by association. So I've worked with people on this list in some way, shape, or form, or volunteered with them. I'm absolutely grateful for the things that they've done for me and the ways that I've been able to contribute back to them. So if you think I'm credible by this, cool. If you think I'm credible because I have certifications, cool. Unfortunately, not a single one of those has actually done anything for me. But if one actually does someday in the future, I'll change the slide. I'll let you know. How about if I've actually done the trade craft and worked a procedure and got this down to, I don't want to call it a science, but a routine, an art that has proven itself every single time. So I actually had a digital marketing agency, and I just as some people are going to go into social media management and they're going to say, hey, I can get you 1,000 followers, pay me $1,000 a month. They go look at their online presence. They have like 500 Instagram followers. You're like, really? So I've actually practiced what I preach. We see here on the left-hand side, I've also gotten to the top of search results, the organic side before you talk about the local business. So on the right-hand side, a lot of people are going to think that I'm contradicting myself, and questioning whether or not I can actually deliver, because I have not touched this digital asset. Okay, I got busy. I did consulting across the globe, and I just stopped working on the actual website itself. Well, I haven't touched it for 7 years, and it's still in the top 3. Let's take a step back. In cybersecurity, if you haven't touched something for about 7 years, can we agree that's a problem? Probably something you don't want to be thinking about. But I want to demonstrate that if you do things well, there's a way that this can actually stand the test of time, and digital marketing is actually no different. Also, I've been able to come into the marketplace using the things that I'm going to share with you today, and I actually outperformed one of the most expensive operational tools in the marketplace less than a year later, using the same principles that you're going to learn today. So I already know the NIST cybersecurity framework has a 2.0. There's a governance on it. I'm just keeping it simple for the conversation today and let you know where we're going. The majority of today's conversation is going to be on identity and protect. We're going to be looking at things before a disastrous event actually happens. We're going to touch on some of the ways to detect what's going on and respond. So those are the things I want you to take notes on. But today we're going to look at how to identify and protect some things, right? So here's the 2 goals for today. We're going to learn how to expand the digital footprint of an online presence, whether it's a company website, it's your portfolio website. The concepts are still the same because search engines are search engines. And then we're also going to learn how to elevate cyber resilience. Notice I didn't say cybersecurity, because it's about being able to respond in an effective and quick way, albeit, to recover from an actual incident. So after you have a mobile responsive website, the big 3 that we're going to be talking about is content, backlinks, and citations. Now, I could have been done with the speech at this point, but if I don't change the way that you're thinking, you're probably going to forget about it by the time this conference is done. By the time you have dinner, you'll have rearranged it in your head. By the time you go to bed, you'll have reinvented it. And by tomorrow morning, you won't even recognize it. So that's why this talk is important, not only to articulate these ideas and the concepts of how they actually move, but then also talking about ways to fortify this, because these are resources that companies actually spend money in. And you're going to see how I've gotten paid a little bit later in here. I actually have a pay chart to show you that companies really do spend money on this. And at the end of the day, the whole reason that companies do this is to get more attention, to get requests from prospective or current and repeat customers. At the end of the day, it's going to be about, just like we say in cybersecurity, it's, money drives everything, right? But you don't need to apologize for getting to the top of search. And I'm going to talk you through how we actually get that. But once you're actually at the top of search, now you need to stay there. And that's a whole completely different ballgame. But the procedures are the same. You just do more of what we're going to talk about today. And even if your website goes down, you're still talking about business continuity. So you're growing and you're maintaining. So why should you care about this? All right, I understand we're in we're in cybersecurity, or this is a cybersecurity conference. But do you think a business owner is going to care where you are if they think, hey, you work with things inside the computer, my website's inside the computer, my website is down, fix it? What are you going to tell them? No? So this is designed to enable you to understand the inner workings of what actually moves the needle, why this is valuable, and then maybe some approaches and considerations to maybe work with the digital marketing side, who has probably helped us set this up. But when it goes down, they're like, what do I do? So they turn to the experts in cybersecurity, and can you actually help them? So that's the goal of this. But I approach this a little bit differently. It's not just about getting a website or Google Business Profile to the top of search. What if you have an internal service page? What if you had a Facebook? Like, what if you were actually paint the entire first page of Google search your brand, or your company's brand, or your portfolio website? What would that do for getting attention for the target goal of why you're doing what you're doing? So I want to show you that this has actually generated results. Okay, so these are actual call graphs that I've recorded. I've snipped 169 calls in 31 days just from being at the top of search results. 227 calls for clients asking for services. How about multiple contact form submissions? Let's take a closer look at this. This is not just about putting a contact form on the homepage or contact page. How about a special offers page? How about an about page? People who looked at one of my older portfolio websites, they'll see that I actually have a contact form. I'm practicing what I preach. When I got into cybersecurity and I actually made that portfolio piece, I included a contact form, probably something you should write down. At the end of the day, your online presence is still a conversation. Okay. Just as we're having one-to-many right here, like I talk about in the public speaking group, you're still having conversation. This is still dialogue. So even though it's written form, it's still intended to get somebody to take a certain action. So I understand that was a long lead in, but let's get started. So we're starting with a foundation, and I'm not here to insult other people, but I am here to make sure that anybody who's not familiar with this, we also have a solid understanding and a grounding of common lingo. Okay, so I like to use real estate as a comparison for web properties. So your website would be your house that you actually build on web hosting, which is your property. Some people are like, web property is the website. I use different lingo just to make sure that this is, imagery. It's helpful for people who are not familiar with talking the tech. And this is enabling you to talk the tech with executives and C-suite executives too, okay? So you have the website, you build it on your land or your web hosting, you get a domain, a web address from a registrar, slap that puppy on there, and now you're live. And then the internet, the information superhighway, I guess they call it, classic lingo here. The simple art of SEO is actually moving you up toward the street, toward the end of the street, so that you can be considered first for people who are searching for what you actually have. And for the rest of this conversation, I understand that in modern day, we're talking TLS, but I'm going to use SSL. Why? Because executives see the S in SSL, they see the S at the back of the URL for HTTPS. They're like, oh, S means secure. I got it. So I'm with you, but for the rest of this conversation, we're going to be, anytime we reference this, we're going to be saying SSL. Okay. So at the end of the day, something that we can simply convey to people, as lay readers in cybersecurity, is that we're just converting something underneath the hood. Okay. We're changing technical things, even if it just looks like we're clicking a button. So we can change from port 80 to port 443. Did I say too many fours? 443. And we can make something more cyber resilient, not secure, but if we can fortify this a little bit better, that's the goal of what we're trying to do. So let's take a little field trip. I deployed to Afghanistan as a United States Marine in 2010. There's my ugly little mug. And when I left, I actually left a flip phone. I come back 9 months later, not because I was pregnant. I came back because that was the end of deployment. And then I got my first generation Droid from Verizon. No, they're not sponsoring this, but just FYI. This basically ended up taking flip phones, making them virtually obsolete, and sending them on a semi-permanent vacation. 5 years later, we got about this thing called Mobilegeddon. We'll come back to the fine print and look at, you don't need to read this, but understand Mobilegeddon was something that affected large companies, and basically was they need to look good on all these different devices, internet accessible devices. This is how we're advancing in technology. Over 40% of the richest companies in the world said, yeah, I don't believe you. And then they got affected. I think it was roughly 44%. They were no longer the top in the marketplace, and they started losing market share. So, thanks, man. Glad you're here. Yeah, sorry, broke a little bit. Over 40% of the richest companies in the world. So this actually was a serious thing. So you want to test your website, whether it's your company's website, which is not going to hurt them. This is not pen testing. Okay. This is open source. It's totally fine. And you can go to a tool, and I want you to write this down. It's Am I Responsive? AMI Responsive. Am I Responsive? All one word. And so you go down the page just a little bit, you put the full URL in there. It's a little bit finicky of a tool. So, try it a couple times, see if it works. And you get a little imagery like this, which I've actually snipped this image from that website. It's actually very well. So you do a search for that. They've changed some branding a little bit. It's the same idea. So click a few of those items and you'll see what pops up. So that was tip basically number one, which is having a mobile responsive website. Next, when we do a search for just about anything in the World Wide Web, what is one thing that usually shows up? You could be typing for elephants, for, silly looking guys with goofy looking earballs, giving cybersecurity conference talks, or Wikipedia. In this case, Mike Tyson. Wikipedia is one of the things that always shows up. Why? Well, I started scrolling down the page and taking some snippets, And I stopped at page 3 because I think we kind of get the point here. Look at all this fine print. It's talking about the very specific subject matter of that web page. So Google and Wikipedia have proven that words on the page, the word patterns, are actually what give traction to an online presence. So these are Google's own words to steps to a Google-friendly site. They have said they want you, if you want to get seen on search results and get to the top of search, provide high-quality content on the pages of your website, especially your homepage. Google takes the time out of their day to take this a step further and says, this is the single most important thing to do. So I'm concerned because I'm not sure if anybody is actually grasping this, but you need to do more than just write about the topic. You actually need to write authoritatively about it. It's not just enough to draft something in AI, okay? Google is getting smarter, as they do with updates, and it's no longer the opportunity for you to just put AI slop up there, okay? It's coming down. You still have to put quality content and contribute to the marketplace. So using not much more than what you've learned just now, I've been able to rank a website to the top of search. This is still live. You can go up and check it for me. If it's not there, Google is probably making another update, but we checked it last night, and this is actually seen around the world. As a matter of fact, I landed some business helping somebody with their website by ranking something to the top of search like this. And they're like, can you help me? I'm like, just do a search. Check this out. They scrolled to the bottom of the page. They saw me with a picture with my dance partner. She was a Russian trained ballerina. And they were like, you're hired. 2.5 weeks later, after me helping them, they landed $5.3 million. So I'm not trying to impress you, but I'm trying to impress upon you that having a portfolio and a little bit of work can actually speak volumes other than, hey, I can help you. So what did I do with this webpage? Well, I made sure that it was mobile responsive. I'm practicing what I preach. And then I put authoritative content on there. This is a little bit in the direction of copywriting, full transparency. This was a long form sales letter of about 1,400 words talking about pull deck marketing. I know this is not in cybersecurity, but I'm trying to convey the idea that writing authoritatively on the pages of your website, whether it's a for-profit company, a nonprofit company, your portfolio, you can do this too. You can still have the opportunity with not much more than what I've shared with you. And I'm going to share with you a couple other gems here. You can get to the top of search as well. So tip number 2 is content. Okay. And I'm strictly talking about word patterns, words on the page. People are going to try and talk about and argue with me, and they have argued with me to say, hey, what about the images? What about doing all these other things? Well, I'm going to leave it at words on the page because not having done much with images, I've still outperformed the competition. So it's up to you what you want to test. Now, Google for years have been back and forth with this on whether or not to include videos in search results. You know, ebbs and flows. Every few months, they make a new update. So this day and age, I think it's a lot harder, or it's more rare to see YouTube videos. But using the same concept that I'm teaching you here of content on the page, if you've ever posted a YouTube video, you see the title underneath the video, or at least as of this version of YouTube. And underneath, you have a video description. That video description gives you 5,000 characters, including spaces. And so instead of putting clickable links and other things that people are branding under there, I put content. I talked about the subject matter, and it ranked just underneath my webpage. So maybe that's a nice little gem for you. So I want you to write down some of these bonus tips, okay? A lot of people are not doing this in the marketplace. So this is a way you can go audit your online presence, your own website, your portfolio, your company's website as well. I want you to look at your page title, okay? And I've circled the ellipses at this page title to show that it's a run-on sentence almost, okay? You need to dial this in. You need to deliberately do this because if you don't manage this, Google is probably going to fill it in for you and you're not going to like what they actually do for you. So it's a computer. To control the computer, just fill it in yourself. And I want you to put the number 55. Remember, 55 characters or less, including spaces. This is what I want for your page title. So too many people are married to their branding. And what they want to do is say, you know what? I don't care what Chris says. I'm going to put my branding on there. You know what? More power to you. The best practice I've seen from a sample size of 400,000 websites in different markets across the globe, yes, I've been at this for a while and I have a big network, is put the subject that your title or that your page is actually about in your page title right here. So as you can see, this is a tree service company. Okay, this is a for-profit company, but the idea is still the same. this page is talking about this particular thing. And so I put that particular topic in the page title, 55 characters or less. If you have space, go ahead and put one of those pipe little things or a dash and put your branding. Keep it under 55 characters or less, including spaces. Have I said that enough? So if you're worried or your executive's worried about putting branding, just put the branding in the page description, which is this little text underneath the page title, okay? But I want you to keep this under 155 characters or less. Now, people still think that this is a ranking factor. It's not, but that doesn't change the fact that you can still work with it in some way, shape, or form because it's a conversion factor. You're still telling the people who are seeing you in search results what they're going to get out of this. So 155 characters or less, go ahead and put the branding in there if you want, but just talk a little bit about what the page is actually about and what they're going to get, okay? So that's content, which is number 2. We're going to move on using Google's own words to make sure that other people are linking to your sites. This is what we call backlinking. And we've all seen this on the World Wide Web. It's just clickable text. And when you click on one of these, think of this as page A, the page that you're on. It's going to take you to another page on the World Wide Web. This is page B. Page A, page B. You click on page A, it takes you to page B. Google interprets this as a vote. And this is Google's own words. Again, over in this reddish area in the lower right, Google interprets a link from the page you're on to the page you're going to, page A to page B, as a vote. Why is this important for this conversation? Back in the day, it was the Wild Wild West. The company or the online presence with the most backlinks won. Roughly 2007 to 2013, I know, hello, big, wide timeline. But in the grand scheme of things, the point is they have it, okay? That's what I'm trying to convey to you. They got a patent that changed the game. It was no longer the person with the most backlinks won, the top spots. It was now a matter of having a diversified backlink portfolio. So the big thing I want you to take from here is that flooding a website with backlinks is now a bad juju idea. And we're going to talk about that in the second half when we're talking about fortifying a website. So if you want to see what an online presence has, you can go to a tool called Majestic. It gives you one free search, I think, every 24 hours. This is not my tool. They can change it whenever they choose, but you can go here, put domain.com or reachchrisyoung.com, I guess. And you can take a look at some of these stats here. Now, there's a lot of stats. We'll look at a few of them, okay? We won't get lost in the weeds. But I want to take a look at the big numbers up here at the top in circles. Now, you have 2 numbers here. One is trust flow, one is citation flow. These are not numerical aggregates, okay? These are not counts of how many backlinks you have to your website or your portfolio. What these are evaluations, okay? Think of them as a score out of 100, from 0 to 100. And the citation flow, okay, the one on the right, we're starting here. Think of this as an assessment of the amount of people on the World Wide Web that are linking back to whatever your web property is, whatever your asset is. Now, out of that, what you want to get on the left-hand side here is something called trust. You're trying to build trust in your online presence so Google can say, oh, you're not shady, you're not spammy. Okay, we can share you with other people and recommend you so we can get you to the top of search. So citation flow, volume, trust flow, what you're trying to get, you're trying to build trust. We'll talk about this again in the protective, the defensive cyber portion of this talk. So we scroll down a little bit on this Majestic thing. We already looked at trust flow and citation flow. And we're going to look at something called anchor text. What in the world is this? It's just the clickable text that people are clicking on the World Wide Web to get back to your web page. Do you see any common traits? Let's take a closer look at this. So I highlighted 3 of these here. You can see domain.com or first name, last name.com. You see up in number 4, it's https://. And then in number 5, you have the subdomain, you have the www. So why does this matter? Well, you have to diversify your backlink portfolio. One of the ways to do that, if people are linking back to you, it doesn't hurt to reach out to them and say, hey, can you change what's actually being clicked on? And that is actually going to give you more credit. And I use the real estate investor here just as an arbitrary thing to say, hey, if your website is about real estate investing, it could be about cybersecurity, it could be about MSSP, whatever it is. I want you to start varying the amount of backlinks that you're getting based on what people actually click, what it actually says as it points back to your website. But the reason for the variations in the versions of your web address is because I want the web address, when you actually see the URL in the address bar, I want it to display everything that these variations actually see. Google is a computer. You want it to not have any questions about the consistency of what we're actually talking about. So if you want to have the maximum credit for the variations, just show everything. Don't drop the www just because you prefer brand.com, okay? Modern day, they're actually shortening it and they're taking off the http://www. But it's still there. It's just hidden, okay, from like the visual key. They're making it more pretty. Still use this. And if you see that your company doesn't have this, make the recommendation to change it, okay? Now, for the rest of the website, I want you to make sure that you have the full web address. And I want this to be consistent. So some web hosting is going to force you to have .html. Some are going to have about without the .html or the contact without .html. Whichever way you're doing this, make this consistent across multiple websites. Having audited thousands of websites over the years, this is not consistent across companies, multiple pages, and sometimes they have thousands. So this is actually something that needs to get fixed. Some people don't have any sweat about it, but it's a bigger deal than we think. So we talked about a mobile responsive website, content, backlinks, and we're going to get into something called citations. But before we do that, I'll explain what it is. Can we agree that if 0% correct on any graph is a problem? Yeah? Just nod your head if you agree. I think we all agree on this. This is a bad thing. Do you think this should be fixed? I think so too. So what we're talking about is listing your online presence, okay, your name, address, and phone number. We'll get to a third party talking about that. We're talking about business listings. Yelp, Bing Maps, Facebook business page, okay? These are places that you can list your business. But we talk about this in a silly word called citations. Well, what is this? Let's zoom in on what Moz is actually telling us. It's any online mention of your business's name, address, and phone number. NAP, name, address, phone number, quick way to remember it. And this can occur on local business directories, as we've discussed, on websites and apps, and even on social platforms. Not all citations are created equal, just like not all backlinks are created equal. So you have to be mindful of where you're getting these from. But this is a good page to start with if you want to take a snippet of this. And you can go check if your brand has an online presence here. If they don't, you need to fix this. And this is a simple way for you to articulate, hey, these are probably free. Let's go check and make sure they're free. I know Google Business Profile is free. And these are going to act as more lines in the water for the business. This is a good thing, okay? That's expanding their digital footprint for more opportunities for more people to see that brand and say, hey, that's probably something that I need. So the way that you implement this is step one. This is my recommendation. Step one, get the Google Business Profile, set it up, and then try and closely match the name, address, and phone number, how it's displayed on there, as close as you can get it. It's not going to be perfect, but go through all of these places and marry that up. What this is going to do is act as a vote to the Google Business Profile, just like the backlinks act as a vote, so to speak, for your online presence, for your website. So we've talked about content, backlinks, and citations. So if this is happening at your company, fix it, okay? If you guys are having trouble with this or you're not sure what to do, just reach out. I'm happy to have a free conversation, okay? I'm not here to pitch you guys. I'm just here to let you know this is something you need to be mindful of. And a lot of people, especially in cybersecurity, they're not doing this. So if they're not doing it, but your company decides to, you're probably setting yourself apart from the rest of the cybersecurity who either doesn't know to do this or they don't want to do this. Maybe they don't understand the value of it. So now that we've talked about content, backlinks, and citations, we're going to talk about how to fortify what companies are actually spending money on, okay? So I've shown you all of the call graphs and the online contact form submissions, the emails that you saw earlier today. So we're going to get to ways that we can think about how to fortify this, okay? Like I said, this is not going to be groundbreaking. It might open your eyes a little bit, but it's not rocket science, y'all. So circa 2018, the SSL, TLS, the SSL became a ranking factor. Here's what I mean. Roughly 2015, when I was just getting into the consulting space, they thought having that S in HTTP, just having secure, was giving your target audience a warm and fuzzy. They're like, oh, you're secure. That means I'm going to go with you instead. I don't think people really buy from that, or at least they didn't back in the day, even if they should have. But that was the sentiment is, oh, it's optional. Circa 2018, now we started asking, hey, do you have that S on the end of HTTP? And so if you don't, web browsers are now shifting in the direction, and they have been for a number of years, so it's not a surprise in 2026. If you don't have that S, there's a high probability that you're going to increase something called bounce rate. They're not even going to get to your website. So they can't exactly bounce if they can't get to your website. They just won't see it. So even if you've set this up, if you don't set this up properly, web browsers are not going to let visitors in. So make sure that you get with a professional if you're an executive or if you're an entrepreneur. If you're the cybersecurity person, just double check with your team, make sure that this is set up properly, and then go look at this from different browsers, different devices, and make sure that this is accessible. Because if one of those are down, we need to have a conversation, okay? And they're going to take the web visitors to a page that looks like this, which is not your website, which means prospective buyers are not going to see the brand. That is a problem. Furthermore, if you don't have that S in the Google business profile, Google has started doing this, okay? Google is not the sponsor of this talk, but they're the 800-pound gorilla. That's why I'm talking about them, because all the other search engines are now taking their cue from this, okay? They're built roughly the same way. So I'm still at the top of search for Bing Maps. I'm at the top of search for Google. This can complement and expand the digital footprint for more opportunities to get more customers. But if you don't have this, they have started lining out and graying out the actual website in the Google business profile. Have I conveyed the importance yet that we need to have the SSL security certificate? So what can we do about this? Again, not rocket science. Set up the SSL, TLS. And some web hosting have actually made it free. Some have made it easier to implement this. You just click a button, okay? Remember we were talking about underneath the hood, click the button. A lot more happens than just click a button, something miraculously changes. 80,443, those kinds of things. Sometimes you're going to need to change your DNS records. Sometimes it's an A record, a C name. There's various things, and they have different ways to do this, okay? At the end of the day, you need to do this at your web hosting level. But as we've discussed, it takes this SSL security certificate and it now dual purposes this as a ranking factor as well in search results. So if you don't have this on your portfolio, get this. If you don't have this on your company website, get this. End of story. It's just really simple. Now we're going to shift to something that I like to talk about. And when I was working with Michelle Khan, we talked about this extensively, an idea called security through obscurity. Okay. Now, people, if they find your login page, that's probably problem number one. Okay, maybe you want to try and hide that a little bit if you can. Okay, some platforms, they have customer-facing things they need to log in. It's probably not the best. But if you have an intranet or something, why have the login page named login? If you can change that, try. Okay. Now understand, WordPress is still prominently used on the World Wide Web, 43% of the world. So if they can start wailing on this as bad actors if they can find it. So maybe think about trying to obscure it to where they can't find it. So coming from my Marine Corps background, I like to use this illustration to bring the idea home. If you're taking cover, people scream, oh, hit the deck, take cover. What you're doing is you're being told to hide behind something that small arms fire can't get at you. Obviously, little arrows. People are using arrows these days. Some might. But the idea is to take cover. Now, here's the problem with taking cover. You can't see the enemy. The enemy can't see you. But they can't hit you and you can't hit them, generally speaking. With concealment, you're actually blending into your environment. If you ever thought of a ghillie suit or somebody who's in airsoft and they're trying to blend into the environment. So you might be able to finagle your position to where you can see them and they can't see you. But if they start shooting in your general direction, you don't have any protection. Okay. So this concealment is the same idea of security through obscurity. They might be able to find it, but the goal is to make it harder for them to find. So if you want to change the login URL, if you're able to, I highly recommend exploring that possibility. Now, why are we doing this again? Okay, just like the traditional ideas of web app security, okay, SQL injection, cross-site scripting, all that good stuff, I want to expand your mind a little bit and understand why we're doing this. It's to protect content backlinks and citations. People pay a lot of money to actually write these articles that get somebody to the top of search results, and I'll prove it to you. So I actually have records here that I'm deciding to share with you. I've made as much as $7,000 just writing web content for people who actually valued what I'm talking about here today. This is not a pitch. I'm letting you know people have paid me for this. And so I'm living proof that companies who understand the value of this, they want to hire somebody who knows what they're doing, not making AI fluff, and actually drafting content that is going to expand their digital footprint in a meaningful way. Nearly $500. Are you kidding me? So maybe we need to think about actually protecting their investment. One of the ways to do that, back to hitting the broken record again, like Dr. Ogier always says, want to make sure that you're setting up multi-factor authentication, but you still have security through obscurity. Now, I remember sitting, when I got started in cybersecurity, I was fortunate enough to sit in a room, kind of like what we're doing here, is in a Discord, with pen testers, ethical hackers from around the world. And I sat with them, I was like, hey, let me just bring this up a moment. Let me ask, what can you garner from this? What can you actually do with this? And I was just thinking they were all going to agree on like one or two things, like what I was thinking. They blew me away. The kind of circus, the kind of like they can jump rope with this. This is a joke to them, okay? The people who actually know what they're doing, it's incredible. So this is something called directory listings, and you want to hide this. Remember, security through obscurity is what we're trying to do. So sometimes there are things in the World Wide Web that you're going to be able to hide. Sometimes you can't. So if you've ever used a tool called BuiltWith to inspect an online presence, you're going to get web servers, the name server where they're actually hosting their website, the registrar that they actually bought their domain from. Whether or not you can do anything with this, whether or not they're actually taking measures to protect their email address, like with SPF records, right? So what do you want to do with directory listings or directory browsing, as they call it? What you can do is redirect it to a 403 forbidden. I think you need to do that at the server level for your website, but there's different ways to do that with different servers. So I've actually started home labbing that just in case I run into other people in the marketplace who need some help with this and they're like, hey, have you touched this? I want to be able to say yes, not let me go home lab it. They would rather be like, oh, you can help me with this. That's the goal I'm trying to get at. So the whole reason for doing this is to protect the content that is being published. So at the end of the day, what this really is business continuity. Because even if you protect this, but the website goes down, do you have a saved version or a backup of your website that you can spin right back up and say, hey, let's make sure the URL patterns are dialed in and in place, even though we're setting this up on a new web hosting or new web server, so that somebody compromised that one, we still have business continuity, especially if this is generating calls for a local service like a medium-sized business or a local nonprofit, which I actually have a case study of helping a nonprofit. And within 8 days of launching their online presence, they actually had calls for volunteers, for donors, and for clients that they were able to serve as well. So we're getting back to the Majestic tool, okay? We're going to look at some of these charts here in a moment, but let's understand the game of backlinks, okay? Back in the day of the Wild Wild West of backlinks, it was now the person with the most backlinks wins. So they're just flooding it with a tool called like free backlink tool that I used back in 2012. It was just an automated tool that would ping them. Like you would be able to rapidly, and within 5 minutes, get 2,000 backlinks to your new web property. Not quite the game. Modern day, this is actually what we call black hat SEO. If you try to flood a website with too many backlinks, what it's going to do is increase this citation flow, this number on the right. Okay, remember this was an assessment of overall backlinks, your backlink profile online. This is a bad situation. This is going to skew what I call the golden ratio. If you take trust flow divided by citation flow, 17 divided by 37, left number divided by right number, you get a ratio. Two things about this number. You want it to be closer to the whole number of 1, and you want these numbers to get higher. How do you do this? You get more backlinks. But you have to do it in a strategic way, because if you flood this too perfectly, that bottom number is going to skyrocket from 37 to maybe 100. And now you've just drugged down that golden ratio. Not trying to confuse you with math, just letting you know, first number divided by second number has to be closer to 1, and the trust flow and citation flow have to be higher. How do you do that? You get more backlinks in a smart way. Then we're going to talk about link velocity. Well, wait a minute, Chris. You just talked about link volume. What about velocity? Hear me out. Okay. The volume is how many backlinks. The link velocity is how much you're trying to do too perfect of an action. So if we go back, link volume, you're getting too many backlinks at one time. But some people try to game the system and they try to do this too perfectly. Well, if I can't flood the backlinks, then what I'm going to do is get credible sources online that are like they have a really good vote, good like all these different factors to say, yeah, they're really credible. And we're going to try and get high trust votes from them, high trust backlinks. You do this too perfect, one of two things are going to happen to your online presence or your company's presence. Number one, this is why you don't hire a chump in SEO. they are either going to sandbox you as Google, the 800-pound gorilla, on like page 10 or page 20. That's like position 200 or something. And your website's just going to be stuck there. So that's a problem, okay? If you're trying to pay somebody however much a month to actually work with you and they can't get it moving, this is a problem. And if they actually stuck it back there, which is a risk, okay? It's not a perfect science, but you want to try and avoid doing things too perfectly or too big, okay? You want to take this in stride, and over the course of a year, 9 to 12 months, build up this backlink portfolio, build up everything in this SEO process. So what can you do? Well, you can go to a tool called Ahrefs. So this is a premium tool, and you can look at the referring domains, which are all the backlinks, the different websites that are actually linking. And if you see a lot of zeros, guess what? They're probably not doing a whole lot of favors for your online presence. And so with the more backlinks you get, these referring domains are going up. Up and to the right might be a good thing, but if you don't have a lot of trust coming, that's not going to help you. So we come back to Majestic, and we actually take a look at the trust flow and citation flow. But now we're actually going to look at another portion of this tool, these charts, to see if somebody is actually attacking your website. So yeah, we can look at the bottom number here with deleted, backlinks that you've lost. We can look at referring domains and how many fresh ones are actually linking to you. I'd rather just look at the charts, because if this starts looking like stock charts and it's just sharp, jagged, large points, or large mountainous, moments suddenly, chances are that's a bad situation. Chances are somebody's trying to attack you. Whether or not it's the competition or just somebody that's going to be malicious, that is a problem. So you want to make sure that you're watching out for that. You don't have to watch out for it every day, but just keep an eye on it every so often, okay? And with these citations, remember, more lines in the water, name, address, and phone number in different key places on the World Wide Web. Sometimes you can get a backlink from these, which is going to add to your online backlink portfolio. So if the goal is to elevate trust, then avoid flooding your online presence, and keep an eye out for other people flooding your online presence with too many backlinks, either too perfect of backlinks or too many backlinks, regardless of the nature of the value or credibility of it, okay? And then lastly, we're talking about citation vulnerabilities. Now, these are multiple lines in the water. They're third-party listings, and they control them, right? But actual users are using these. So what they do is they try to enable the users to take ownership of it, stay on it longer, so they can make recommendations to say, hey, change this phone number, okay? So if they change the phone number because somebody using the platform, you don't know if it's your competition, you don't know if it's a black hat SEO or a threat actor, but if they change that, guess what? Now your phone number is changed. So they're probably calling your competition, or they're just calling like a joke of a hotline. The point is, these more lines in the water just became a dead line in the water. It's not doing anything for your online presence. And some people actually spend money doing this, okay? The second part is to attack and disrupt. If you think back to a disaster, gotta be with the people down in Texas with all those floods, or COVID even, okay? Somebody's gonna call up one of these places. Guess what? Social engineering. Call them up and say, hey, we've been struggling for a few years. We haven't been able to recover from COVID. So can you just list us as permanently closed? They'll say, well, we need paperwork. Okay, got it. But can you list us as temporarily closed? Plot twist, they're not even in your company, but they're acting as you. So you're listed as temporarily closed. There go your calls. Okay, so what can we do about this? Well, here's what not to do. Okay, don't go get another. Like, I think we're all sick of seeing dashboards every now and then, okay? We're exhausted with dashboards at the end of the workday. You don't need to go get one of these. These are not perfect. These are not going to do any favors. And somebody's actually going to be pulled out of operation to say, hey, go pay attention to this. I was like, really, dude? So here's what you can do instead. Just understand these are third-party listings. These are third-party places, and they're just going to update when they update. They're going to fall off, or they're going to get changed. So keep an eye on these every so often, okay? This is actually a citation service. This is data integrity, something that people who don't have a job yet, or they're trying to break in cyber, this is something you can do. And you can talk about it because you're getting paid to do it. Keep an eye on this for business owners who get it, who understand this, who value this. And make sure that their hours of operation, their photos, their business name, address, and phone number, their website, everything is actually accurate. You don't want change when you want everything to be consistent, okay? So watch out for social engineering. And as a reminder, everywhere you can, try to get the multi-factor authentication, because reality check, we're in cyber. So what have we done? We've talked about getting a website to the top of search and the key ingredients that actually work with it, from a mobile responsive website that you're trying to secure or fortify with a SSL, And then content backlinks and citations are the key things that we need to focus on. Yeah, there's other little nuances that people want to confuse, but I've actually outperformed the competition of people who are trying to do all those little nuances just doing these 3 things. So I've proven over the course of the last decade, technically 20 years, that these are the key factors to get to the top of search. And how to fortify the online presence with cyber resilience. As we talked about, content obscurity, web security, flooding perfection is something we want to avoid. And then citations and social engineering we want to keep an eye out. At the end of the day, the goal is and always has been to try and get more money. And if your company isn't doing this, this could be an opportunity for you to try and get more money coming in for your department. Just a thought. And I've done this for a nonprofit and for a very difficult keyword for the nonprofit. So if any of you are connected with nonprofits, understand this can work for them too. And business owners and executives control the time to implementation. They control the purse strings. So my question to you is this, even if you're doing this for free on the side, or at least getting started and taking a look at the online presence, isn't it about time that you got started? Thank you. But wait, there's more. A free gift for everybody who's actually attending today. If you don't know where to start with this, you don't know who to trust, or you're unclear of what things are supposed to look like, I got you. So I'm going to send you to the site. It's a bit.ly link. I just made it last night. TLDR TB special. For those of you who don't get the joke, back in April, it was our 2-year anniversary for the public speaking group over in Simply Cyber. And we had a panel. Gracious for Rana Schultz being on that panel. And I don't know what provoked her to say this, but there was a lot of mentions of Taco Bell. And that's where the TB comes from. I was like, what? And just out of nowhere in this lull of science, she said, with a big grin on her face, Miley, she said, TLDR Taco Bell. And we just all split our sides laughing. So an acknowledgement for Rihanna Schultz and all the good things she's doing, bit.ly/TLDR TB special. What are you going to get? Well, the website's going to look like this. I'm not going to scroll down on the page, but what you're going to get is my slides, the unedited version, okay, the original version from this, which actually has a little bit more detail on it. FreeDB number 2 is going to be some GRC stuff when I got started in there, a self-scoring tool, maybe some inventory worksheets that you can give to the local businesses who probably aren't doing this in the local marketplace. And then if you want to practice doing cybersecurity awareness videos and actually taking what's in the news and making a 1-minute gesture of goodwill to a local business, maybe you could turn that into a business yourself. You can actually set up an LLC and get paid to do this for local businesses. I got you a couple videos in the upper left for this other freebie. So my SEO fundamentals is 14-minute overview of everything we just talked about. So you can share that with the business if they're not sure what's going on and they don't want to watch this long presentation. I also gave you the nonprofit SEO to show you what I actually did to move the needle for them. I'm giving you some mobile responsive tools, a domain age check, maybe some word counters and page readability to make sure that it's actually good quality content. How about some backlink tools? Majestic and Ahrefs that I referenced, we got that for you. But the one big gem that I'm going to give you is the citation listing. This is the over 500 of the best bang for your buck citation locations that you can take back to your company or start doing for your own brand and see if you can get more lines in the water to get more attention for what you're trying to put out into the marketplace. And I'm giving this to you. I actually do charge a good amount for this. I'm giving it to you absolutely free. And it's ordered by the most authoritative to the least authoritative, both by domain authority, which is a modern day metric, to page rank, which is a less used metric in this day and age. So go get your freebies. I am closing this down when I wake up tomorrow. And I've actually had people DM me after a conference, but I want to reward you for showing up live and saying, you know what, I'm going to take my business seriously. I'm going to take cybersecurity seriously. I'm going to invest in myself and try and help my company and my own brand. Even if you have just a portfolio starting out. These are things you can do to get more lines in the water and get more attention. So make sure that you go and grab these, get the TLDR Taco Bell special. No, Taco Bell is not supporting this or sponsoring this. But thank you, Rihanna, for making this available for us, giving us a space to mastermind today. And if you found this valuable, please donate $5. It's a very good and meaningful cause that we're doing here. And I just want to say thank you very much and give yourself a pat on the back, give yourself some applause for doing the right thing in the right way for the right reasons and showing up here today. Josh, you with me?
I am. I did not want to steal your thunder.
Oh no, the audio again.
Oh, I just flung it over to the side so it wasn't.
Okay, we can hear you.
Yeah. One of those. It's a when you have like a big mic in front of you. Anyway. So that was amazing. Thank you, Chris. It is also just great to see your presentation style over these years. It's not that you weren't ever a good presenter. It's just, I don't know.
Thank you.
The audience agrees with me. You know what you're doing.
Thank you.
And that was so valuable. I hope, folks, if you need a route to get in, a route to get into all of this cyber, what Chris has outlined is another way of getting started and adding value. And that's one of the best ways to have people come to you to fill jobs rather than having to apply, is showing that you can add value. So, Chris, thank you so much. It was great to see you. I am going to let you go. You can hang out backstage all you want, but I'm going to bring up our next speaker.
All right. Thank you so much for having me. I put the link in the chat too if anybody wants to just copy and paste it just to make sure that you have it. But thank you so much for everything, Josh. Thank you, Rihanna. And yeah, have a great day, guys.
See you, sir. Man, I don't know about you all, but I thought that was amazing. It looks like we've got a lot of agreement on that. Peter, I'm going to bring you up. Sir.
Hey.
We got this cool graphic that Rihanna's made. Peter, you have, again, another... Folks, this is not a weird thing that people come from other backgrounds into cyber. Yeah. But, Peter, you have an electrician background. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what I've been doing the past 10 years.
Nice.
Yes. Yeah.
And you've got some awesome stuff for us. We have been doing slides a little differently.
Okay.
If you want to attempt, we can have you share your slides, share your screen.
Uh-oh.
And then you can click your own slides. If you're not set up for that, I can go through the slides that you've already turned in, but apparently there's not the function for you to hit next on those slides. So
okay.
You just have to say like, next slide, and I got you.
Sure, we can do that.
A pretty decent job of that all day.
Yeah. Are we already live?
Oh, we have been live, yes.
Okay,
Unfortunately,
cool.
I'm the awkward kind of person that just does this for all of the folks out there streaming to listen to as well.
That sounds good to me. Thank you, everybody in the chat.
With that, Peter, I've got some prepared words. Correct me if I on your last name, Peter Guadiamonte.
Guadiamonte, yes.
Guadiamonte.
Yes.
Is a network security analyst who came into cyber from an unusual direction, the trades, as a working electrician, and now writes and builds at the intersection of hands-on hardware and network defense. He's a contributor to CyberSpeak Labs and has covered threat hunting, network forensics, and practical Raspberry Pi security projects. Peter, it is great to have you, and
thank you.
I'm gonna let you begin early if you're ready for that.
Yeah, that works for me.
Excellent. Then I'm gonna bring up your slides and I'm gonna get it out of the way.
Alrighty,
Peter.
Can we move them over like we did for Pat's, right onto the side of the screen, perhaps? Oh, maybe not. That works too. Okay. Everybody hear me okay? I had some difficulties with my microphone. So, like he was saying, I continue. I am still an electrician at this point, unfortunately, and I've been trying to migrate into IT for the past 2 to 3 years. Back in August 2022, I had to have a kidney transplant. And I realized at that time that I'm probably going to have to switch careers at some point, and I thinking about IT is something that I could do anywhere. And God forbid, if I ever do have to get back on dialysis, I can work from home. I can work from the chair. And that has been my entire focus the past 3 years, was just gaining experience, hands-on experience with all the different tools, Linux, networking, as much stuff as I can get my hands on. And I like to reuse a lot of old equipment and see if I could, breathe new life into it, reduce and reuse. And see, let's start getting into Wireshark. So I know I'm not going to make the big assumption, but a lot of people, including myself, was only a intermittent user of Wireshark, and I really only used it in CTFs or cyber competitions and whatnot. And it wasn't one of those advanced tools that I really thought about much. And as more as I got into it, I realized that Wireshark can teach me every single thing I want to know about networking, protocols. And it's cool because I can look at the logs, I can look at the behavior, what's happening on my system, but you cannot get the same granularity with logs as you can with seeing it right on the wire, right in the packet. So I have about 30 to 40 slides. I'm going to try to keep it quick, on point, but I know I like to get in tangents sometimes, so just bear with me, guys. And this is only my second time speaking. Again, bear with me. So I'm going to try to go through who am I, the whole Wireshark interface and fundamentals. I'm going to try to skip a lot of the really, really beginner stuff that most of us, or that I know when I first started using Wireshark, was kind of blatant. I'm going to try to stick with the things you don't really get to see that much, or maybe some advanced topics. Okay. So the Wireshark interface, fundamentals, key protocols, normal behavior. And then we're going to go to display filters, buttons, profiles. We're going to try to get into the TCP handshake, three-way handshake. Out of band traffic, excuse me. Normal versus malicious. And then we're going to get into TLS fingerprinting with Java 4+. That was something I have actually spent the last year playing with. Last year, I went to SharkFest down in Richmond, Virginia, and John Althouse was out there, and he did a presentation on Java 4+ fingerprinting, and I thought it was one of the coolest things I'd ever seen, that you can glean so much information from encrypted packets, encrypted traffic, and I've been fascinated. I've set it up in my home lab. I've been using a Wireshark, Zeek, Alchemy, just all these different tools to pick apart the packets and really see how these fingerprints work. And then we're going to look at an Nmap scan in the Wireshark sense and how Zeek kind of looks at it. And I want to say that I want to give credit to a few people here that have been pretty instrumental in my path. Marcel Lee, she does a great a weekly newsletter. Betty Dubois, Chris Greer, Ross Bergertis, and Eric Conrad. They've all had a pretty direct, important impact on my work. So we can get on to the next slide. Thank you. So I guess I would say, like Katie said it earlier, I'm a wannabe security researcher, whatnot, but I have been doing it for 3 years. I've been an intern with the Carolina Cyber Center for about 2.5 years, and I've done a lot of really interesting work with them, understanding how markets work and corporate things. I'm a father to 2 beautiful boys, 14-year-old and 8-year-old. That's why I'm doing all this stuff. That's why I'm in school, or I was in school, just trying to expand my knowledge. Like I said, I was on dialysis for 6 years. I had a kidney transplant. I also had to have heart surgery. That was interesting. And So now I still do electrical work, unfortunately, but I'm working my way towards finding a better career. So I do electrical work during the day, and I do my internship at night. Just at the moment, past 3 years, just been trying to gain experience, document my journey, and really help others. So I'm a tinkerer. I love I love Raspberry Pis, just open source hardware, open source software, and whatnot. I would say I'm a wannabe Python programmer, Bash, whatnot. I really believe in the right to repair and right to own. There's a lot of stuff we've been seeing lately about John Deere, the McDonald's ice cream machines, and some other the games, the video games. You know what PlayStation Store just done, revoking all that, all those purchases we made. I spoke at B-Sides last year. Thank you to Marcel Lee for inviting me. I met Raina at Secure World about 2 years ago, and she was speaking about threat detection as well. Not basically about Wireshark, but how you encounter it in your day-to-day. And I love packets and protocols. Like there's so much information that you can just learn. Like even at the beginner level, you could just break open Wireshark and it tells you, like the TCP/IP model. It's right there in front of you. It's so cool. Last Shark Fest I went to, we had Vint Cerf there. He was like the inventor of TCP, one of the grandfathers of the internet, and he spent a good 30 to 40 minutes talking about space and the challenges and the new type of infrastructure and protocols we're going to need to communicate those huge distances. And with our current infrastructure and TCP, IP models, that latency would just be too great in the grand scheme of things. So if you get a chance, look him up, and he has a lot of interesting thing to say. Go to the next one. Thank you. And a little more about me. Like I said, I love to document my journey. I love to share what I've learned. You know, it's not necessarily helps. I mean, it does help other people, but it really helps me to drill it down when I document the entire process. And I love this stuff. I really do. And if I can share it, my knowledge and experience, I'm going to. So if you get a chance, check out my LinkedIn blogs. I got a Medium blog. It's fun, and I think you'll be able to see that through my work. Oh, and one of my favorite projects I built was, I had a break-in last August 1st, and so I set up a Raspberry Pi running Kismet, and I was tracking the Wi-Fi probe, so it kind of gave me a notification if anybody kind of steered close to my house, you know. And I live out in the country, so there's 10 acres of woods. So if you're within radio distance of me, you probably shouldn't be out there. And it was just really cool to see how all our devices try to, like, as long as you have Wi-Fi on, it's always beaconing out there, trying to find home, or the last strongest network you've been at. So it was really cool to see these devices that I didn't know, and they were just reaching out to their home network. And at the same time, I've been documenting our entire city's, wireless infrastructure with Wiggle, you know, that big database. And some of those probes, you can see it has exactly those SSIDs that it was trying to search for. And on a few occasions, I could see exactly where this person lives based on their SSID and based on their device with Wi-Fi on, not connected, but beaconing out. Say, hey, where's home? Where is my last SSID? And I thought that was, I haven't made a full blog about it yet, but at some point I will. You know, I look forward to doing that. But it's just a cool little project, you know, to see who is around my house. That's all. We can go to the next one. So Wireshark has a real cool, interesting history with Gerald Combs. You know, it used to be called Ethereal, and he built it because he needed to figure out what was on the wire. You know, he was working at an ISP at that time, and I think it's one of those amazing things in history that he just gave it out to the public. Really, it's open source, it's free. Now at this time, the Wireshark Foundation, you know, takes care of it and runs it, and they are donation based as well. They have different memberships you can join on YouTube, which will allow you to see the past year's SharkFest videos. You know, I know there's some out there online already on YouTube without having to join a membership. A lot of those are Chris's videos. As you all probably know, he's very knowledgeable in Wireshark. But again, they live off donations as well. And last year, they actually put out the Wireshark certification, the Wireshark Certified Analyst. And I am still working on that one. It's kind of hard to keep doing everything, and with a full-time job during the day, I get home and I'm exhausted, and it's hard to stay focused and, you know, stay on track. But that's another way they support themselves with new certification. It's real. It's intense, actually. You can go on wireshark.org and you can get the, what are they called again? The objectives, and it'll take you through exactly. And what I noticed with, like, I did this for the CCNA, Security Plus and Net Plus. What I did was, even if I wasn't planning to take those certifications, I took the objectives and I broke it down into each section. I said, all right, I'm going to study this section here, and then this and this and this. And it's like going to school for free. I mean, there's so much free content out here that it is really a great way to study. I mean, just to get, and it's Wireshark. It's free. Just download it and boom, you're learning. They created a Wireshark course. Chris has one, real hands-on. I think there's about 55 different packet captures available, and his course it's a reasonable price. And the WCA certification is, you know, industry standard price, you know. And another way to help the Wireshark Foundation is to go to SharkFest. I'm actually leaving Monday morning at 4 a.m. to go to Nashville, Tennessee for Monday the 20th to Thursday. So I'm really looking forward to that. It'll be my second year. And one of my friends named Jen, she actually won the women's scholarship, where you write an essay and send it into the Wireshark Foundation. And if they like it, they'll send you to SharkFest for free. It's last year, this is where I learned about Job 4 Plus and all the great stuff they're doing at Fox.io and Salesforce. So I think we can move on to the next one. All right. So this is our basic setup. I'm pretty sure all you know about it. You got 3 different sections, all your packets coming in, our packet details, and bytes in the third section. But a lot of people don't know about the next one. As you can see here on your panel 3, there's different ways. It's something called packet diagram. And if you can go to the next slide, I can show you exactly what that looks like. Oh, well, first we're going to talk about bits and bytes. Something I struggled with a lot. I mean, I still do at times, and you don't really think about it, and you really got to sit down and think about, okay, bits and bytes. But for anyone new here, I was going to go through a simple walkthrough. All right. 1 binary digit is a bit, a nibble is 4 bits, and 1 byte is 8 bits. And if you want to go from bits to bytes, you divide by 8. If you want to go to bytes to bits, you multiply by 8. And it's not always, it wasn't always 8 bits to a byte. Early computing used 6-bit, 7-bit, 9-bit bytes, depending on the architecture. The 8-bit byte one, because it cleanly represents 2 hexadecimal digits, as you can see here. And it maps perfectly to ASCII. 7 bits of character data and 1 parity bit. IBM standarded it with the System 360 in 1964, and the industry followed. As you can see, your ISP, they sell it to you based on megabits per second, because that number looks bigger than megabytes. And so 1 gigabit per second actually equals 125 megabytes per second of actual transfer rate. You know, and there's probably something in there that I've got wrong or misconstrued, but that's a quick little overview of that. We can move on to the next one. Thank you. And here's what I was saying with the packet diagram view. Normally we see the packet bytes. So you see the hexadecimal in that third column or third pane. And you see all that, usually see what all that jumbled bytes. And sometimes if you're working with unencrypted data, you can see usernames, you can see passwords, you can see HTTP headers, all that stuff. But here, real quick, here it gives us a unique view of how the packet's encapsulated with Ethernet headers, then your IP, then your TCP, and anything after that follows. So seeing it like this for me as I was learning, I could see exactly where in the packet it was, you know, and it helped me to really visualize what was really going on, you know, because you see that theory and it's like, okay, I'm reading this over and over again. And then once you see it on the wire, it helps a lot it helps a lot. And an interesting thing too with sequence numbers, you know how there's relative sequence numbers and raw sequence numbers. They use raw sequence numbers because they're such large numbers, and it helps to prevent packet injection, you know, in that connection. So then for us, it's easy to visualize it in it's as relative sequence numbers. So it starts at 0, and then 0, and then 1, and 1 goes forth. So what's cool though is for these really long connections, you can actually see sequence numbers wrap around. Usually when you're transferring large amounts of data for a long time. So, but we can move on to the next one. All right, so like I said in the beginning, we're going to go over the interface and the layout. We're talk about fields, profiles, and buttons. So everything that is in the packet, Wireshark in Wireshark, it's a field, it's a value, and there's a lot of things you can do with those. You can add coloring rules, you can create a specific filter, you can create a specific column, you can even create buttons. Say we have it here, IP.source. All right, blatantly we know that's our source IP. But you can also put IP.adder equals 10.12. And regardless if it's source or destination IP, it'll show it. So you don't have to specify that. And here, it's a little hard to see on here with the stream index 35 in the photo all the way to the right. That's a value Wireshark has provided. So think of that as like metadata. And that really comes in handy over time, as we'll start seeing some more. And you don't even have to type in your filters. You drag and drop. It's really all you have to do. And if you don't know what the specific name of that field is, it will always be in the bottom left-hand corner of the Wireshark screen, right at the bottom. You can see in that third picture, the source address is ip.source, and it tells you exactly how many bytes that field is. Okay. And I'm sure a lot of you know how to make and or to build different logic. So it's a fun way to play around with it. And you could actually take that value on the top and turn it into a button. But let's move on to coloring rules and columns, please. Cool. All right. So coloring rules are specific to, they're profile specific. So if you have a certain profile that's your favorite, again, a profile is just a setup, a configuration of Wireshark that you've already set up, and the columns are how you want it, the field values are how you want it, and you can add in their colors. So it's so you don't have to look at the packet. You already know what's there. So even without seeing what are the values in my packets, I know those green values are SYN packets. They're the beginning of the three-way handshake, the SYN and SYN-ACK. And then at the bottom, I can tell those are FIN. When the connection closes down gracefully, each side sends a FIN packet. And again, the coloring rules are profile specific. So if you're working TCP one day or VoIP or wireless, your coloring rules will be for that profile. We can move on to the next one. Time is very important in Wireshark. And my favorite is the delta time. So that is its own column and its own value. And it's really just the time interval between the last packet, or actually between the last TCP packet, or TCP segment, excuse me. At TCP analysis.ack RTT, it tells you what is the return trip time. And again, like here, you can set up your columns however you want. And that is a way to build your profiles. And what's cool about delta time is you can click it, you can sort it to the highest, which would mean that your packets are very slow, or you can swap it around and say, okay, I have no issues here. They're going at perfect time. Here you can see 59 seconds. So one of those connections really, it took some time, but that's so we can see slowness. That's all. We can go to the next one. So here we're going to get a little more granular about time. So like I did for the first one, time, the delta time is the raw and unfiltered time since the previous packet in the entire capture. And you can go a little further on that one. What's the delta time displayed? That's the time since the previous packet in your currently visible in that filter view. So as your filters change, that displayed time will change as well. Next one is TCP time delta. So this is the time since the previous packet in the same TCP stream. So if you're in stream 3, it's not going to show you any time related to stream 1. It's just that's per TCP conversation. And the last one is tcp.analysis.ack RTT, like I explained that before. It is the corresponding ACK with the true round trip time for that segment. Delta time is calculated at the analysis layer. It's not a field transmitted in the packet. It's like those brackets, those Wireshark time, those Wireshark values, that the metadata. So accuracy is really important here, and you have to make sure you have the same, or all your time is set up correctly. You know, it says here your timestamp resolution and interface clock drift. So, but we could move on to the next one. Thank you. So here, why should we use profiles? Like I was saying earlier, if say you're working on HTTP one day and you get a packet in from a friend that says, hey, can you look at my wireless traffic, please? And boom, as soon as you open up that packet capture in Wireshark, you can see the SSID, the BSSID, which is the MAC address. You can see the different probes, and it's kind of hard to see, but if you look at the WLAN sec profile at the bottom, you could, some of those buttons are actually menus. So when you click on, say, beacons, you can see probe response, or probe requests, probe response, and whatnot. It gets really, really granular. And you use it to just instantly query the PCAP. That's what our buttons are for. You don't have to type anything in. All your filters are already set up and ready to go. Okay. Second, that filters are reproducible and shareable, like setups. So you can send it to your friend, or you can even download someone else's very well-built profile, like I did with WLAN sec. So, and what's cool is I can go through it button by button, filter by filter, column by column, and just dissect it, reverse engineer what that person set it up for. In the next PCAP, you will see, move on. In the next PCAP, you can see that the CellStream Wireshark profile repository. We can go to the next one. Thank you. So like I was saying, we can go to the CellStream Wireshark profile repository, and they have a profile for anything you could think of. If you're working on VoIP, if you're working on IPv6, you're working on Quick, boom, they have. And he actually, they took one of my profiles that I built probably about 8 months ago. Kind of surprised at that. It's pretty interesting. But that's the QR code to get to that site. I promise it's not a malicious QR code. And something funny that I've thought about this whole time, the past 3 years I've been in this industry, is that they always tell us, don't scan QR codes, don't scan QR codes. But you go to every conference and every event, and there's QR codes everywhere. I just think that's kind of ironic, but it is really, it makes it very convenient. So instead of typing all that out, boom, you can boom. And yes, QR codes in this environment are perfectly safe. So, so again, why should we use a profile? It has your custom layout, your color rules, your display filters, and all that. And without profile, just you're re-adding columns or digging for fields that could be just set up as a button. And again, they're reproducible and shareable. You can instantly share it to GitHub. If you go to my GitHub at the end, you can see all the profiles that I've used in my Wireshark setup. So it's really perfect for teaching yourself what fields make a protocol so important. So I know Chris, he on his GitHub, he has a bunch of different profiles that you can export to your own Wireshark configuration. But we can go on to the next one. All right. This is just another look at my favorite columns and buttons. So this is my as I was taking the Wireshark Certified Analyst course, this was the profile that I used the most. And there's some really cool filters here. There's some really cool buttons, and these columns just make it perfect to understand the whole flow of a TCP conversation. As you can see here, we have the payload length, which is just your payload in your TCP segment, and the sequence, relative sequence, and relative ACK number. So here, three-way handshake, SYN, SYNAC, ACK, got 0, 0, 0, 0. And so the ACK number is, sorry, we had some intrusion. It's okay. Here, you can see the SYN, SYNAC, ACK, all three for that one handshake. And then down here, we get to HTTP. If you look at the buttons on top, you can see that there's two separate streams. So TCP streams. So if I click on, say, packet 3, and I click the TCP button, it will just show me, like, right click, and you just follow that TCP stream. But you won't have that little pop-up. That won't be there. And then here, the buttons on the side is decreasing and increasing your stream. So if I'm on stream 1, it'll just show me that entire TCP conversation for stream 1, and I can click back and it'll go to my very first, or 0 because it's indexed. It will show me that stream. And again, I won't have to right click and go down to TCP stream and follow. It's right there. And the way that filter is set up, if you look at it here in red, the TCP.stream equals TCP.stream, that's saying I want to go to the TCP stream I am in right now. And then next it to the left and the right, all I did was +1 to go back a TCP stream, and then -1 to go, +1 to go up 1, -1 to go down 1. So it's real interesting that you can do math inside of these filter buttons. The one I use a lot, TCP.delta time is greater than 2 or greater than 5, and that would just show me all of the slow packets. So we can go on to the next one. So here are two different profiles, just a little more granular, so you can see the differences that are available. At the top is your default. That's the one that Wireshark comes with it, and it just opens up as is. So you can see a lot of stuff from our previous slides that's missing here. You know, it has the source and has the destination, but it doesn't have the source ports, delta time, payload, sequence number, ACK number. It doesn't have all that. And that's fine. But this is where we can just start build upon what we know. Okay. The second one is that WLAN security again. It shows you the sequence numbers, the SSID, the specific protocol, 802.11, length, info, and again, has all those buttons at the top. So, and one cool thing here, if you look right underneath the filter bar, it shows you the density of the conversation as it goes over time. And I haven't delved into that much, but that's something to look at. I don't know exactly what it's called, but I think that's a really cool feature of the wireless profile. And again, you can import other people's profiles and start where they left off. So we can move on to the next one, please. here we go. I'll get a little bit deeper on this one. This is a TCP three-way handshake. And I didn't understand it until I started using Wireshark, and I really break it down for me. Okay. The SYN, SYNAC, ACK. You got your client saying hey to the server. The server says hey back, and then you acknowledge that hey. So the initial sequence numbers to use for outgoing data should not be predictable. That's why we use relative sequence numbers instead of raw. Or that's why they use random, they use random raw sequence numbers, because those are huge. They are very huge numbers. Like you see in this first one, the raw sequence number is a very large digits, very large. And it's easier for us to keep track of these smaller relative. And there's certain things that are known in the handshake that nowhere else in the entire capture other than in the handshake. That'll be your window size, which is the buffer space that you have for incoming or outgoing traffic. And at some point, I think in the 90s, we didn't change that specific window size value, but as our information started getting larger in data, we had to add in an RFC 1323 for the ability to negotiate a larger window size. This is done with window scaling, and it can only be done in power of 2. So with so initially each window size is 65,535, and now we can go up to even more. Move on to the maximum segment size, which is the MSS. It's one of the TCP options. Which is the largest segment the local host will accept. And the MSS is linked to the MTU minus 40 bytes of the TCP and IP headers. So one of those main values you'll see for the MSS is 1460. Anything lower than that, there's overhead. There's stuff in front of that TCP and IP headers. It's usually like a VPN or some other type of connection. So, but what's cool about the three-way handshake is that a lot of this, the way it's written, like the RFC is written, the programmer can implement it in a bunch of different ways. So there's a lot of uniqueness to each handshake, and that's what we're going to get into later. He's talking about Job 4 and Job 4 Plus. It uses all those specific values to differentiate applications, differentiate just operating system values and whatnot. Close the door, please. Close the door, please. Close. Thank you, baby. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Let's keep going. Let's go to the next slide, please. All right. So like I was saying, every operating system, every application, every library, I know. I think he just wanted one of his games or something, but he'll be okay. Like I said, every operating system, every application, every library, every developer implements TCP handshake differently while staying within the bounds of the RFC. And this helps us fingerprint clients, servers, or applications, and we'll look at that soon. So here I was just going over looking at relative sequence, and relative ACK numbers, and I still this is still something that I have trouble with on the math side, you know. As you can see here, the payload length is added to the relative sequence number is actually the next ACK. So if you look here, the payload of the fourth packet that's pretty much highlighted is 1460. So we take the sequence number, we add that payload length, and we have 1461. And we keep doing that until we get down here to this HTTP packet. And that's just a reassembled, so you can see the whole, all the information for that post. Let's see. A lot of this information we don't see if we're doing endpoint detection and response, or if we have managed detection or XDR. And our SIM is logging a lot of these connections, but it's not seeing that metadata. Or some may not, but this is why it's important to have that that depth, that defense in depth. So if you have one security tool you're using and that goes down, kind of SOL. But to have a backup, or maybe it's not your main tool you use, but if you got something stacked away and it's backed up and you're capturing these packets, maybe using Zeek or something, and just recording everything on the wire, and that really helps. There's a lot of the tools that we have, the CrowdStrike and whatnot, I haven't used it, so I can't say with experience, but like I said, some of that stuff you just don't see. And having that record of every single connection, every single packet that went through your network is a gold mine of data if you need to go back. Okay. We could move on to the next one. I may have to start speeding up a little bit. So at some point I heard someone say encryption made network monitoring obsolete. Before we had wide use of encryption, you can see a lot of the data in those packets. You can see everything pretty much. But now in the past, 15 years, most of the connections you'll see today are encrypted. And so the only information we can glean out of, and now we're getting to a point where you can't anymore, is your server. Wow, brain fart. You'll see in the next few slides what information you can see and what you can't. But so our XDR, MDR agents, all of our telemetry and our log ingestions, they share one structural weakness. They depend on something, on the host or an app choosing what to report. Like I said, what we're doing here with Wireshark, say Zeek or Suricata, this is out of band management, out of band detection, And I'm not those EDRs, MDRs, XDRs, those are great to have. They are great, but again, you can't just have one thing. And that choice of reporting what to see and what not is kind of a potential flaw in endpoint and log-based detection. And I see a lot of companies are doing better at more defense in depth. Build your posture, get these NIST and CIS protocols, this framework, and map it, and just looking at what they suggest you do. And I know there's a lot of companies that have to, based on compliance and regulation. And even if you're in an environment where you don't rely on these frameworks to, make sure you're in compliance, it's still a great idea to look through these CIS controls and NIST and figure out what can help me in my environment. Okay. And I was just watching one of Eric Conrad. I just learned about him in the past, I think, 3 weeks. And I've been eating up his stuff online. He really helped me to add some more information in this presentation. And he was quoting a former NSA tailored access operation lead. He said, nation state red team's biggest fear is an out of band tap. Zeke and Suricata sitting passively on a span port, usually your last hop before the internet. Or mine, my house, I have it on the span port. It's my trunk ports, and then it's mirrored to a span port that's feeding into my Zeke. And that was really fun setting up. So if you haven't done that lately, this could be done on a Raspberry Pi, an old laptop. You throw on Ubuntu. I mean, I got like 10 laptops out here that just are running headless for all my different applications. And I know they're going to burn up soon and just break, but it's my home lab. So, like I was saying, with defense in depth, each layer of our defense should fail separately. So we're not SOL. You know, we still have some visibility of what's happening. But there, we could move on to the next one, please. Okay. What can we see on the wire that our EDR and our XDR cannot? Network cat, it's not necessarily better than the EDR, like I was saying before, but it's independent of it. So it's always a backup. It just helps to have that backup. And everything we've covered so far about Wireshark has led us to here. And it's these small and insignificant details and variables inside our handshake or any of those Wireshark data, values or metadata that are crossing the wire. They speak volumes. They can tell us a lot of information. And like I was saying about my own home lab, JA4 and Zeke fed from my span port, I can see there's in this next slide or next to it, it'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. And with all of these JA4 plus fingerprints, it originates from the network data. And the net code, like the libraries that build the TCP code and the HTTP or the TLS libraries, this is what we're using to uniquely identify clients and servers. And JA4 Plus is not a magic bullet by any means, but the fingerprints can be used to pivot. Say you have an incident response and you need figure out, hey, are there any other, malicious actors on my network? And using these fingerprints, it's regardless of IP address, MAC address, whatever, they'll pop out like a sore thumb. It's all based on their net code. They're the things they do to make the connection and whatnot. This is why it's really important to know your network. What are we using environment? What protocols are we using? Where's our traffic going? Where exactly is it coming from? What is our risk? What cipher suites do we use? And that'll you'll see in a slide or two that's important. That's really important. What are we doing to protect ourselves? Is there any network documentation? That's the first thing I do is I document my network. I know exactly what's on it and what it's doing and where it's going. And I know I don't have a very big network, and I know a lot of this is going to be probably hard for larger companies, but we can move on. I think I got to talk a little quicker. All right, JA4 Plus is made by John Athouse, John Atkinson, Jeff Atkinson, and Joshua Alexander. It used to be a Salesforce, JA3, JARM, and JA4 Plus. Now it builds upon what JA3 and JARM were doing, TLS fingerprinting. What's cool about these, JA4, is it's human readable and machine readable, perfect JSON, and as you see the fingerprints you go by, just like with our coloring rules for Wireshark, you can see what's in the packet without looking at it. And it's like, again, regardless IP rotation, what they're doing. Malware detection, compliance and automation. Go on to the next one. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap this up here in a few minutes for you. I'll 5 minutes, I guess. Jaw 4 Plus. These are all the different fingerprints in the suite. So you can do the TLS, HTTP, client server. Oh, the latency one's kind of cool, is you can kind of map where they are. Certificate fingerprinting, SSH fingerprinting, TCP server response, and all these different things. And these are all available in Wireshark. Well, the first TLS client fingerprinting and server response are default available in Wireshark, and everything else you need to have a plugin. Go on to the next one. We'll look at these and then we can call it quits, and I'd be happy to do a part two next time if y'all are interested. So real quick, we just look at these handprints and we can get it going. So for this TLS fingerprint, client hello and TLS server hello. The server hello is directly dependent on the client. So if your client changes, the server, if it's the same server, it's going to be a different response because some of these values are based on the client fingerprint. But here, if you look for the client fingerprint, T is either it's protocol, like what protocol is here, TCP or QUIC. And the TLS version is 1.3. In this, if it was 1.2, it would be 1.2.1.1 or 1.10. Next one is if it's going to a domain or if it's just going to an IP address. A lot of our malicious traffic is going straight to an IP address. There won't be a SNI. Next one is the number of cipher suites, and then the number of extensions. And then that last value, H2, is the first ALPN value. That's the application layer protocol. There's 3 pieces, A, B, and C. B is the truncated 256 hash of the cipher suite sorted, and then the extensions are sorted as well, as they in the order they appear. And the TLS server response, so we're still using TCP. The server responded with 1.2, TLS 1.2, with the number of extensions, ALP, again, the cipher suite chosen, and the hash of the extension in the order they appear. For here, this is what's really cool. If you have a relatively static environment and you want to know, whether it's static or not, you want to know what are my servers, what kind of cipher suites are they using? Are we within compliance and whatnot? You just take a quick JAW4S fingerprint of what your traffic coming out, and boom, just from JAW4SB, that could tell you exactly what you got coming out, or if you are in compliance. So, like I said, the TLS hello packet is unique per application or its underlying TLS library. So, but I can, based on time, I think I'm going to have to wrap that up. I'll make sure to post a video or get another blog going. So if y'all are interested, you can pick it up there. Sorry, I couldn't get done quick enough.
That it's a lot, Peter.
It is.
Taught Wireshark before. You are not. It is not a you thing.
I know.
I've done there. So it's a lot to cover.
It is.
I've broken up what you went over in 45 minutes into like 5 days of content. 5 8-hour days of content with labs. So that was a lot, and I know that there's more. That's amazing.
A lot more.
I've got some ideas.
Thank
I will
you.
follow up with you and Rihanna.
Please do.
And see if maybe there's a Peter course on Wireshark that could go through CyberSpeak Labs. So
I'd be happy to do whatever y'all need.
I think you'd do great at
Love
it.
to. Thank you.
That was amazing.
Thank you.
Like I said, I've taught Wireshark before, and I learned things.
Good.
So
that was
pretty
my hope. I was hoping for that.
Thank you
Let's
so
hope.
much. There are a lot of great comments in the chat. You've blown away our audience.
Thank you.
Peter, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I'm going to transition to our next speaker, and I will see you on
I
the other side.
appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for letting me come on.
Round
Bye,
of applause
guys.
for Peter L. All right. Thanks,
Thank
Jack.
you.
That was awesome. Oh my God, is my voice having issues again? I don't trust technology. Yeah, maybe it's just other people's speakers, Chris. I'm with you. Up next, we have Amanda. Can I bring you on, Rihanna? You haven't been on at all today. You're looking over like, no, don't do that. Okay, there you are.
Hi.
Hi, my friend. A shout out to Rihanna for putting this all together, folks. It's quite amazing. You can't
Here,
get it's all
Josh, you know
chat.
how I can fix your volume real quick? Hi guys, I'm Josh right now. No, I'm kidding. I'll bring it back on. I'm funny.
All good.
That's how you fix volume. Or like sometimes whenever like I call someone, I'm like, oh, hey, guess what? And Josh, you're supposed to say what?
What?
See, like he just Oh, hi, welcome back. How was your trip?
Good, good. Is this what it's like working with you?
Okay, I'm done. I've set the pace for Amanda, so
Amazing. Amanda, are you ready? Okay, I see you now. I'm gonna bring you up here. Join me.
Hello.
Hey, how is it going?
It's warm. I'm in Arkansas right now.
Oof.
Yeah.
Cruddy's in Arkansas right now.
That's
Are
true.
Are you in the same? Are you in Arkansas for the same reason?
Yes. Yeah, we're at
Gotcha.
the same exercise.
Fun. I don't miss it that much. Spent 8 years in Little Rock, up in Cabot.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. You know what hasn't happened anytime recently?
What?
A tornado warning near my house. So
Fair.
enjoy.
Thanks.
For the audience, Amanda Cole Morgan, Deputy IT Director for the Wisconsin Department of Military Affairs. Also sounds like Army National Guard member.
Yep.
Nearly 20 years of military and civilian experience have convinced her that the hardest problems in cyber are rarely technical, they're human. I have to agree. She speaks, mentors, and leads with that conviction, building teams where people first isn't a slogan and where leadership is treated as a daily practice rather than a title. Growing the next generation of cyber defenders is the work she cares about most, which is probably why I bet you're running the exercises that are happening this week.
Oh, God, no. No, I don't. Hard pass. Sometimes you just need to show up and play.
For sure. Amazing. Amanda, it is great to have you here. I hope it's cooler inside than I know it is definitely outside in Arkansas in July. And I'm going to hand it off to you if you're ready to go.
Sure.
You've been around, you've been listening.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen you backstage. So if you wanted to share your screen, you can run slides, or I can be your slide monkey.
I would love for you to be my slide monkey if you don't mind.
I don't mind, but I'm gonna.
Are you there?
I was gonna say I'm gonna back away, and then Rihanna just did it for me. She's like, "Yeah."
All right. I think that's my cue to get started. Thank you. Welcome everybody, and thank you for coming or for being here at CyberLab Con, especially those of you who I know are ditching ShieldCon right now to attend. So I know that there's another track going on competing for your attention, so I'll do my best to make this worth your time. Like it was already mentioned, my name is Amanda Colmorgan, and I spent over 19 years building and leading teams in high-pressure, mission-driven environments, whether that be military or state government and incident response. So today's session is something that I think that we don't talk about enough in our field, which is the human side of the firewall. It's not going to be a group therapy discussion. It's really about strategic leadership. And when I use the word strategic, I'll get on a soapbox about this later, but I genuinely mean strategic, not the flippant way we throw this word around our industry. It's about leading with a purpose, growing with intention, and recognizing that our greatest defense isn't our tools, it's actually our people. Questions are welcome throughout. This is my first digital conference, so I can't promise that I'm going to be super great at recognizing them. But just find a way to digitally yell at me if you need to get my attention. Otherwise, I'll try to leave time at the end. But another thing that I've been working on building out as we dive into the content is some handouts for anybody who wants to practice some of the skills that we're going to talk about. So just please feel free to reach out if you want some of the content that I'm working on, so you can facilitate some of these skills back at your places. Next slide. All right, so question on everybody's mind whenever they go to a talk: why are you here? In my opinion, we spend most of our careers mastering tools, chasing certifications, earning degrees. But I feel like that's really the primary focus. I'd be curious to know, throw it in the chat, who has attained a certification within the last 12 months. Now, I'd be equally as curious if out of the last 12 months, how many people have participated or been aware of any type of formal development plan happening within their organization that didn't include technical evolution, that it was more people-centric and communication-centric and human skill-centric. In IT and cybersecurity, soft skills often fall to the bottom of that list or even off the list entirely. But those are the exact skills that build resilient, high-functioning teams. I think that it's important to recognize that is the gap, the focus and the energy and the attention that these technical skills get, which are important, don't get me wrong, like they matter. But the absolute lack of, hey, who are the people behind these technical skills and how are we going to leverage them as part of a team, because we're not doing this alone anymore. So if any of you feel like you've experienced that, I promise you, you're not alone. This is really going to try to help navigate what to do in that scenario. If you're in an organization that just isn't really focusing on that, whether you're at a leadership level or just starting out at an internship level. So the things that we're going to cover over the next 30, 40 minutes is one, the leadership and mentorship gap in cybersecurity, why it exists and what it's costing us now. The impact of undervaluing soft skills backed by data and illustrated by real world problems, because we all like our data, and practical strategies, both individual and organizational, to build human-centered cyber teams that don't burn out and don't bleed talent. So really what kind of instigated me wanting to build this talk a couple of years back was in 2024, former National Cyber Director Harry Coker was at UW-Whitewater, and I had the opportunity to attend a briefing by him, but then a roundtable with his deputy. And something about that conversation really reframed how I saw our industry and how I think about our cyber workforce in general. I'm going to dive into that a little bit deeper later in the talk, but it really changes where you invest if you're serious about closing the gap. Technical skills, I think, are going to be what gets you in the door, but leadership, communication, and mentorship are what keep people growing and turn capable individuals into trusted advisors and future leaders. And that's what this whole reboot, so to speak, is about. Next slide. All right, so a little bit about me, bit of context for why I'm maybe even slightly qualified to have this conversation, taking your time talking at you. By day, I'm the Deputy State IT Director for the Wisconsin Department of Military Affairs. We run a complex hybrid environment for our state employees who also support the National Guard. Wisconsin DMA is one of, I think, 3 states where we have a state component and a federal component jointly under the same state agency. So when I talk about leadership under pressure, that's, the desk that I'm sitting at. On the military side, I'm the NCOIC, or in civilian terms, the operations manager for the Wisconsin Defensive Cyber Operations Element. And that's the role that taught me what high stakes actually looks like and what good leadership looks like when the lights are red. So in my volunteer time, I'm an incident responder and a program and policy lead for the Wisconsin Cyber Response Team. We're a group of about 300 all volunteer personnel who respond to cyber incidents at local, county, tribal levels within the state of Wisconsin, and just try to help provide our services on people's, potentially worst days. So I think that I've had the opportunity to see, the full life cycle, the prevention piece, the detection piece, the response piece, and the recovery piece, and what makes a difference between a team that holds together and one that fractures. Because I've seen both of those too. So I tell you all of that not to flex, but to make it a point. I've worn the technical hat, I've worn the operational hat, and the leadership hat. And the thing that has moved the needle in every single one of those roles hasn't been technical depth. It's been how I handle people, how I listen, how I coach, how I deliver hard feedback, how I don't shy away from friction, and how I keep my own ego out of the way. Just a little bit about me personally, for anyone that cares. I am also quite the movie quote junkie and an audiophile. So if I drop a Princess Bride quote and you don't recognize it, it's a little disappointing. I'm not here as a guru or a life coach or anything like that. I'm just a fellow practitioner who is still figuring it out. And I'm hoping to make a difference for future generations to come. Next slide. I forgive you, Josh, just this once. Okay, so not long ago, IT and cyber teams lived in the back closet, right? So like literally the server room was a converted closet and the security folks worked next to the boilers. We were the people you called when something broke, and we liked it that way. Heads down, fix things, go home. That world is gone. Today, IT and cybersecurity are strategic enablers. We don't just keep the lights on. We decide what gets built, what gets shipped, what gets protected. Every major business decision now has a security dimension. We're moving from being troubleshooters to trusted advisors, and the CFO should be calling us before signing a vendor contract. The COO should loop us in on product launches, and the CEO should ask us about the regulatory landscape. We've had to become trusted advisors. We've had to move from the closet to the table. Digital transformation pulled tech leaders to the executive table. And once you're at the table, business alignment and communication aren't nice to haves anymore. They're core competencies. You don't get to be at the table without them. And if you get to the table and you don't have them, you're going to find very quickly you're going to be removed from the table. Here's the punchline, though. The job description didn't really ever change. The development model didn't. And we're still training cyber professionals the way that we trained them in 2005. The result is that people are getting promoted into roles whose hardest demands aren't technical at all, and then we wonder why they struggle. That's the gap that we're going to spend a good part of this session on, is talking about what I'm going to describe as accidental managers. Next slide. So let me call this out directly because I think a lot of people won't. Our field prioritizes hard skills: coding, incident response, pen testing, threat intel, forensics, et cetera, et cetera. Open any job description, count the technical requirements, and then count the leadership requirements. Or even if it's not leadership, count the communication requirements or the emotional intelligence requirements. That ratio is going to tell you what we generally tend to value in this industry. Soft skills are often sidelined. In hiring, in training, and in promotion. I'd be curious to hear if this sounds familiar to anybody. Somebody crushes a red team engagement, and then they get promoted to team lead, and then within 6 months, everyone on the team is miserable because the new lead has never been taught how to actually lead. And I think that we experience this time and time again. It's a repetitive problem. Cyber culture rewards deep technical knowledge, and we give standing ovations to the engineer who reverse engineers a 0-day, which is awesome, not taking away from that at all. Like all the handshakes and high fives for that. However, We don't give standing ovations to the manager who runs a calm, productive post-incident review where everyone tells the truth, or the manager who is able to de-escalate conflict and get their team, getting along and treating each other like professionals, or the manager who is able to finally sway the higher leadership or the finance department into purchasing, a software solution that we desperately need in order to be more efficient. Both of those things are essential, but really only one of them generally tends to get the attention. Communication is often reactive, not proactive, and we send out these postmortem reports after the incident, and rarely say, hey, here's what I'm seeing on the horizon. Like we don't proactively approach problems or talk about them. We document what broke, but we don't curate what's evolving. Some strategic, ethical, and relation skills are overlooked almost entirely. And I'm going to take a real quick left field pivot here on this term strategic. I feel like strategic is our generation's synergy, and it drives me up a wall. And I think that we are constantly using this word with, much like in Princess Bride, that word doesn't mean what I think you think it means. And I think we need to really start as cyber professionals and leaders, or even people brand new in the door, really actually talking about what strategy is. There's a difference between strategy and operations and tactical work, and we have to just stop throwing it out like it's air. That said, the cyber world is dripping with strategic, ethical, and relational decisions. Surveillance versus privacy, automation versus judgment, vendor risk versus business need. Not even going to get into AI. We rarely train people, though, to how to have those conversations, not just to think about them, but to even communicate them and engage in them, especially when you're engaging in them with people who don't understand the technical component of that conversation. Emotional intelligence is absolutely needed, but rarely developed. Pull up any training catalog at your organization, count the emotional intelligence courses, count the technical courses, compare. I challenge you to actually do this, and then even take it a step further. If you pull up these emotional intelligence courses and you pull up the technical courses, which one has better content and which one has really surfacey content? The result, and it's here on the slide, is blind spots. That's what it boils down to. It's just blind spots in leadership, in business alignment, in how we show up to the people that we serve. And blind spots are expensive, both in money and in the talent that we lose. We're hemorrhaging people because we don't know how to treat them or lead them. Next slide. All right, so let me get specific about where this void actually shows up, because I think there's a really big misnomer about where the gap in the cybersecurity workforce is right now. Pardon. So circling back to that roundtable I mentioned with Cyber Director Coker and his deputy, at the time, we were talking about workforce development, and I went in expecting kind of like the usual conversations, more boot camps, more scholarship, more entry-level pipelines. And then the thing that came up and was said stopped me cold and really opened my eyes. The workforce gap in cyber wasn't then, and still isn't, entry level. It's middle management. And you have to think about what that means and the effect that it has. We've poured enormous resources into closing entry-level pipeline, and rightly so. We've built boot camps, scholarship programs, certification pathways, apprenticeship models. Entry-level talent is flowing in. We have so much of it. Meanwhile, the layer of leadership that bridges strategy and execution, which are the middle managers, is disappearing. So you have to ask yourself, why does this matter, right? Middle managers are arguably the most impactful leaders in any organization. They sit at the intersection of life experience, operational know-how, and current technical fluency. They translate strategy down, they translate reality up, they mentor the people coming in, and they advise the people running things. When that layer thins, the whole organization wobbles. So then here's what happens. I think it's a 4-phase problem. So we start with the gap. Digital acceleration plus flattened organization structures widen the management gap. Companies cut middle layers in the name of efficiency, and then they can't figure out why nothing gets done well anymore. Like, why aren't we an efficient organization? We just must need more AI and automation. The Band-Aid, rapid promotions create what I call accidental managers. Strong technicians get promoted because they were the best on the team, but they get zero leadership training before they're handed a team. And we do this all the time. And then we wonder why teams underperform. And then the cost, burnout, miscommunication, stalled innovation, emotional intelligence gaps that surface across every team interaction, and people leave. Not for more money usually, but because they're tired of being managed badly. And then the cycle. Unstructured development perpetuates the pattern. The accidental managers who survive become the new senior leaders, and then they manage what they were managed, which is to say, poorly. And then the next generation inherits the same broken model. Drop it in the chat if you feel like you can, like if this resonates with you, or if you have experienced this in your words are hard, your own organization. I know I have. We on the military side see this all the time, where you'll get a generation of these really great leaders, and then they all retire, and then there's this massive gap, and then people get promoted really quickly without ever having the chance to be mentored or taught how to be leaders, and then it just perpetuates this. It just perpetuates the cycle, and it's really hard to break out of it unless you're intentional. So the good news is it's solvable. We just have to stop pretending that it's not a problem. Next cost, or next slide. All right, so if you take, did you go 2 slides forward? Nope, never mind, you're good. Go back, yep. All right, so let's put numbers behind this void. Leadership, and if any of you want any of my sources for this research, please ping me, happy to provide them. 55% of leaders report gaps in communication and collaboration. Read that again, more than half. And when real world breaches get autopsied, when forensics writes the postmortem, the root cause is almost always communication, not a technical flaw. The classic pattern is the SOC analyst saw the alert, the engineer escalated it, the manager didn't realize the severity, or the manager realized but didn't have a clear escalation path, or the escalation path existed, but nobody trusted the analyst's instinct because the relationship wasn't there. In any of those scenarios, the technical controls didn't fail, human systems did. Mentorship, and I think this is the one that I feel the most hard and fast on. This is the one I think that we absolutely underinvest in the most. Structured mentorship and coaching programs aren't bonus material. They are the load-bearing wall for cultivating future leaders and reinforcing a culture of growth, trust, and collaboration. We have to do this. We are a small community. The IT and cybersecurity community is a small community. When one of us fails, the impact is global. I doubt I'd be surprised if there's not many people watching this right now that doesn't have some type of emotional reaction when I say CrowdStrike. When somebody makes a mistake, we all feel it. When somebody has a win, we all feel it. I mean, how many amazing GitHub repositories are out there that help us do our jobs? We're a small community, and we have to get passionate about mentoring each other. The key word, though, is structured. Informal mentorship, find a mentor, sounds nice, but it really accomplishes very little. Structured mentorship has matched pairs, a defined cadence, learning objectives, and accountability. That's the kind that builds careers and retains talent. Caveat to that, a lot of people are under this impression that a mentorship situation has to be within the organization that you work for, or somebody who is older than you, or that you think has more skills than you, or vice versa, right? Like you feel like you can only mentor somebody that is younger than you or is up and coming or whatever. Since I've been doing this talk, the amount of mentorship conversations that I've seen happening where, you've got somebody incredibly well established in our industry who reaches out to somebody less established, but has a very specific skill that they want to grow in, or people that are the same age or whatever the case may be. Mentorship doesn't have to fit into a box, but it does need to be structured. Soft skills, ranked lower in hiring and promotion than technical skills, but they're what builds trust, resiliency, and future ready teams. The thing we underweight is the thing that determines whether the team survives the crisis. Next slide. So if you take one visual home with you, take a photo of the slide or screenshot it or do whatever, I believe this is the competency stack that we should base the foundation of how we build our cyber future on. And you read it bottom up. At the base, you have personal effectiveness. That's communication, emotional intelligence, conflict management, self-awareness, self-management. That's the foundation. You have to have that. You have to build upon that. Above it, you have your academic competencies, which is your formal education and learning ability. Workplace competencies, which is your professionalism, teamwork, accountability, and the ability to get work done in a workplace. Your industry-wide technical competencies, which is the skill stack, which is common to all of cyber and IT. Your industry sector functional competencies, so the deeper specialization for your sector. Healthcare cyber is different from financial sector cyber, is different from public sector cyber, is different from ICS and OT, etc. Your occupation-specific requirements, which makes you good specifically at your role. And then at the top, management competencies, strategy, vision, executive presence, board communication. Here's the load-bearing point in all of this. Every higher level rests on the levels below. If personal effectiveness isn't there at the base, everything above wobbles. Think about the patterns that you've seen in your experience and in your lifetime. The brilliant technician who can't communicate the risk to a non-technical executive. Technical layer strong, base layer weak. The director who can't coach their team through a hard quarter. Management layer in place, base layer missing. The CISO who can't tell the board what they actually need to hear. Hit the top, never built the foundation. When we develop people, we tend to invest in that middle and top of the stack. Certifications, domain training, leadership programs. But strength at the whole structure every time is determined by the bottom. And if you walk out of here today and audit your own development plan against this pyramid, I personally think you'll learn something useful about where you actually need to invest in next. Another quick mental detour I'm going to take on this slide is I made the comment about leadership training or leadership programs. Now, I'm not trying to sit here and knock on Franklin Covey or any of these other like really neat 1 day or 2 day, 3 day workshops, but it's also really important that to me personally, when you walk away from this conversation, you don't sit here and think, oh, well, I just need to go take like a boot camp, or I need to go send my team to a boot camp, or, you know, wherever you fall on this leadership matrix, is, you know, whether you're an intern or an executive, that's not the answer. It is concerted, consistent, continual growth. It's my soapbox for that. Next slide. So this slide is your start tomorrow list. 6 moves that any individual person can make this week, not someday, this week. And I'm going to caveat this with, I think in our industry, we're really terrible at convincing ourselves we have to do everything all at once, like everything everywhere all at once. Pick one. It's really easy to sit here and say, well, I need to work on all these things, or I'm going to do all these things right now. Don't do that. It's unrealistic. It's unfair to yourself, and you're setting yourself up for failure. Pick one thing to work on and work on it consistently. So number 1, try to do a self-assessment. Audit your own communication, emotional intelligence, and coaching habits. Be honest. Tools that help: a quick 360 from trusted peers, a 15-minute journaling habit at the end of every day, or even just ask your the people that either report to you or that you report to. If you're a student, ask other people that are in your student cohort and say, like, hey, what's one thing I could do differently? And just ask that. Leave it open-ended. You can't lead others or be led through territory that you haven't walked yourself. And I know that obviously being led through territory you haven't walked yourself is its own it's kind of what's the word? It's kind of contradictory, but you have to be willing to be open to being taken out of your comfort zone, right? And you have to be willing to lean on your experiences that you have had in order to be able to get really comfortable being uncomfortable. So for coaching or one-on-ones, ask for a one-on-one that goes beyond status updates. Again, whether you're the supervisor or the subordinate in the situation. Don't ask, what did you do this week? Or tell somebody what I did this week. Ask, what's getting in your way? What are you learning right now? Or again, like if you're the subordinate, hey, I need to tell you what's getting in my way. I need to tell you what I'm learning right now. And I think the most important thing to do, and this one's specifically for leaders, ask your people what they want to be doing 12 months from now, and ask your people what kind of leader they'd like to be. You'd really be surprised at the type of answers you get, especially if like your people aren't even in a pathway to leadership. And if you're not a leader and you are, you are in a non-leadership position, bring that up with your supervisor. And if you're a student, write it out, make it part of like your career goals. Ask yourself, what kind of leader do I want to be? Obviously, if you're a student, probably 12 months from now, you're thinking about hopefully having a job, but then ask yourself, okay, like what do I want to be doing 3 years from now? Let's say I get the job that I want. What does that look like as I progress? And just constantly ask yourself, what kind of leader do I want to be? You don't have to be a leader. You don't have to ever want to actually be a manager. But the more you think about what type of leader you want to be, the better, one, the better individual contributor you're going to be. And two, the better you're going to be able to help your peers grow with you across the workforce. So this is not just a leadership concept. Excuse me. If one-on-ones feel like status reports, they're not one-on-ones, they're meetings. And there might be somebody who's a boss or a manager in here right now that hears that and is going to be a little uncomfortable, but I think it's true. If it's a status report, it's a meeting. It's not a one-on-one. Feedback loops. Build growth plans with explicit two-way feedback, the kind that goes up and down, both ways. Once a quarter, sit with, whether it be your mentor, if you're not employed, or your student, sit with the person that you report to, sit with the person that reports to you, and say, what's one thing you'd like to see different from a managerial perspective? Paint that across if I'm managing you or if you're managing me, whatever the case may be. But listen to the answer and then actually do something about it. Put that plan into action. Get uncomfortable. Lean into the conversation you'd rather avoid. Right now in your head, I would bet $1 that there's a conversation you've been putting off, whether it's with a direct report, a peer, a boss, a family member, a friend, a teacher. The conversation you're putting off is probably one that matters the most, usually speaking. Schedule it this week. That's a challenge for you. Number 5, and this one is probably my favorite and the one I feel strongest about. Do not fear conflict. Healthy conflict surfaces issues before they fester. Avoidance is not professionalism. It's deferred cost. Patrick Lencioli's pyramid puts fear of conflict right above absence of trust as a team dysfunction. Productive conflict is a skill and it's learnable. For whatever reason, we are in a generation that is absolutely terrified of conflict. And it drives me absolutely up a wall because conflict is not inherently bad. And there's a literal book and a team building framework built on forming, storming, norming, performing. And for whatever reason, we've entered into this space where people are like, oh, no, we don't want to storm. Let's just be a family. We're going to be a family and we're all going to be friends. And we're going to do stuff together that nobody actually wants to do. Because that means that we don't have conflict, and conflict's bad. Get that out of your head. Get away from that thought process and stop being afraid of conflict. Now, don't be the kind of person that goes and yells at people, because that's just not acceptable. Grown-ups shouldn't be yelling at grown-ups. There's so many reasons why, but you can absolutely engage in productive conflict. And some of the handouts that I'm working on, if anybody's interested in, is ways to go about facilitating productive conflict, whether you're the person engaging in the productive conflict or you're somebody who is supervising a team that just they need to like figure their stuff out. Okay, because how many people have experienced it where there's some people on a team and whenever they're in a room, you can cut the tension with a knife and it just makes everybody uncomfortable. And it's just frustrating because your team could be like 10 miles ahead if they just got over their crap. So stop being afraid of conflict. And separately to that, but in addition, we also have to get away from this concept that the workplace is required to be a family. Now, anybody that knows that I am a very social person. I make friends with people that I meet in the elevator. I am all about, having friends and going out and doing stuff. But there are some people that I work with that I want nothing to do with outside of work. And that's okay. As long as I respect them as a professional and I treat them that way, we don't have to be friends. We don't have to want to hang out with each other. And really, at the end of the day, we don't even have to like each other. We have to respect each other. And one does not equal the other. There are a crap ton of people that I deeply respect that I personally cannot stand. They're just like a wet bag of tea leaves, but they're brilliant and I love the work that they do. So just keep that in mind. We have to stop forcing this family concept. Now, if you got a group of people at work that you want to go and throw axes together, that's great. It's awesome. It's a double win, but you can't force it. It just creates resentment. Anyways, back on track. Number 6, adjust. Reassess and adapt based on what's actually working. Once a quarter, write down what you committed to and what actually changed. And I recommend, especially you brand new to the industry, people folks. Wow. I'm just captain of the struggle bus today. People brand new to the industry. I highly recommend you do this starting now and do it for the remainder of your career. Whether it's while you're a student, in a job, doesn't matter if you're an individual contributor, a contractor, or whatever, all the way up through executive. Do this. Earlier, we talked about doing that self-assessment, right? And like writing down things. Quarterly, make your plan for what you want to accomplish and then reassess. Write down what you committed to and what actually changed. Throw out the things that aren't moving the needle and then double down on what is. When we actually sit down and we take the time to write out, like, this is what I committed to for this last quarter, and this is what did happen, what didn't happen, and this is why. One, it helps us recognize what is actually our strengths, and a lot of time they're not what we thought they were. 2, it helps us recognize what's getting in our way. 3, it helps us just kind of realign and readjust what the priorities maybe should be. So do this quarterly. A lot of people are like, oh, you got to do it weekly or monthly or whatever. I have ADHD. I'm not doing that often. But I find that if you do it quarterly, it is frequently enough to be impactful, but it is not so frequent that it's impossible to make it a habit. So personal opinion on the quarterly piece. But either way, whatever your cadence looks like, actually sit down and reassess what you committed to for change and then, how you're doing with that. So, like I said, pick one of these 6, just one, just do one. Write it on the back of type it in your Notepad++ or write it in your notebook or whatever you want to do. Commit to it for the next 30 days. If it's the quarterly one, obviously commit to it for a quarterly. The important part to take away from this is that the win isn't doing all 6 perfectly. It's doing one consistently. And you're going to hear me say that a lot. You've already heard me say it a lot. Consistency is key. Next slide. All right, so now scale this up. 3 moves at the organizational level map to the same triad we saw on the data slide. You leaders in the room, you have to foster psychological safety. You have to make it safe to speak up, disagree, and surface mistakes without political consequences. This is the single highest leverage cultural layer in every organization. The data on this is absolutely overwhelming. Like, the research is mind-blowing. Here's how to do it practically. And now I know that there's non-leaders listening. And for those of you that are not in leadership position, it's still important for you to hear this, because it could potentially shape how you think about leadership someday. The way that you do this practically is build retros and postmortems into the cadence of work, not just after incidents. The most impactful thing that I've been able to do in an organization is talk about things that have been going on for the last month on a reoccurring basis, because we can't wait to fix things until they break. That's why they break. Model it from the top. Leaders who openly admit mistakes openly create teams that admit mistakes openly. That was a lot of openly, but it's true. I take this approach when it comes to parenting, and I think it is 110% across the board as humanity, a golden rule. I believe this to be what should be the golden rule. You cannot expect behavior from people that you are not willing to model. Another way to word that is, you must model the behavior that you expect from other people. If you expect your employees to be a certain way or do a certain thing, and you are out here acting all wild and not doing that, we're not setting a good example here. What are they supposed to look to emulate? And same thing, we're like, really, even if you're not a leader, for peers, if you want like your team to be a certain way and you're over here just being 180 of that, maybe it's not the team that's the problem, right? We have to model behavior that we expect from others. And if you're not getting it right away, that's okay. It takes time and consistency and practice. Excuse me. And we have to make sure that people feel safe to fail. Reward the person who flags the problem, not just the person who solves it. It takes a good amount of courage these days to bring up a problem, especially before it hits the fan. Make sure you're building communication habits into daily stand-ups, not just what did you do, but what do you need, right? Mentorship. We have to, I said this before and I'm going to say it again, we have to structure intentionally. Formal mentorship and coaching programs that bridge technical skill and leadership readiness. Invest in your future mid-level leaders. You have to go about, if you are in a management position and you have a team that reports to you, it is imperative for the future of our community that you coach every one of them as if they are going to be in your job someday. Even if they want nothing to do with it, you still need to prepare them. It's unfair to them not to. It's unfair to our community not to. That's the biggest layer that Director Coker flagged. The layer that your future depends on, that our community future depends on. What good looks like. Matched pairs based on growth objectives, not just availability. Defined cadence, at least monthly, ideally with structured topics. Learning objectives written down at the start and reviewed at the end. Time protected on the calendar, not stolen by urgent work. That's a tough one, but people have to be a priority. Soft skills, we have to prioritize in hiring and promotion. Make emotional intelligence, communication, and coaching ability visible criteria in your scorecards, not just background noise, not fillers, not the 10% other duties as assigned, high priority scorecard metrics. And what this would look like in practice is adding a soft skills section to your hiring rubric with the same weight as technical skills. Promotion criteria explicitly including ability to coach others for any leadership role. Behavioral interview questions that get at how candidates handle ambiguity, conflict, and feedback. These will compound. 6 months in, you'll notice. 2 years in, your team is unrecognizable. I promise you that. None of these moves require new tooling. All of them require commitment from leadership to actually do them. All of them require commitment from you to actually do them. And that's the hard part. This is how you close the middle management gap, though. Not with another boot camp, not with a Franklin Covey session, with intentional development of the people you already have. I should probably stop naming that. I'm going to get sued one of these days. Next slide. All right. If you remember nothing else, remember these 3 things. Technical skills open doors, soft skills build careers. One gets you the interview, the other gets you the trajectory. The technician who learns to lead becomes irreplaceable. The technician who doesn't peaks early. We all know one. Leadership gaps and soft skills deficits are real, and they're costly. Measured in retention, measured in innovation, measured in incident response quality, and measured in every metric you care about, including eventually your bottom line. Rebooting cyber culture starts with people, not platforms. You can buy every tool on the vendor floor and still lose the war if you haven't invested in the humans operating those tools. The platform you need to invest in most is your team. I do this work because I've watched what happens when we get it right. When a quiet engineer becomes a confident communicator, and when an accidental manager grows into a real leader, and when a team that was hemorrhaging talent stabilizes and starts attracting the best people in the field. That's the reboot. That's the win. And it starts with us, the practitioners and the leaders in this room. So that's the majority of my talk. Next slide. If anybody's got any questions, I finally figured out how to pull up the chat. Otherwise, I'm happy to turn it over and y'all can reach out to me. I've got a feedback QR code on the next slide with my Discord handle. Otherwise, you can find me on LinkedIn.
Hey, Amanda. I
Oh,
figured
hey.
I'd come on and help out with Q&A.
Thank you.
I agree with everyone else in the chat. That was amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah. I am also scouring. I was trying to keep up with questions along the way. A lot of comments, a lot of agreement. Does anyone have any questions for Amanda?
If while people are thinking of questions, one, I guess, like final driving home point I could make, since there's a little bit of time left, is I've never done a digital conference before, but a lot of what my talk is, I would say probably 25 to 30% of my talk is actually very based on audience feedback. And so retooling it a bit for this. Obviously, I can't see people's hands or their reactions, but one thing that I think still makes a difference in the way people feel about this conversation is if you take the time while we're all virtually sitting here and just like close your eyes really quick and think about the best leader you ever had. And just like, we'll give it like 30 seconds. So if you think about the best leader you ever had, normally people can like kind of come up with one, right? Now I want you to take, like, we'll do 30 seconds of dead air again. And I want you to close your eyes and I want you to think about the worst leader you ever had. And, oh, give it a little more time. All right. So normally what happens in person is you can watch the reactions on people's faces throughout the crowd, right? And I always venture to assume, and it generally tends to be accurate, where it is way easier to think of your worst leader than it is to think of your best leader. They come to mind so much faster. And the thing that I like to tell people, if nothing else, from this conversation hit home or resonated, or if you were just kind of like, if you take home none of that, and it's just, you're like, oh, more talks about feelings. If somebody came to mind for you that was the worst leader you ever had, I would have to assume almost always you had some type of physical reaction to that, whether like you felt a little like angry, or like it was almost comical because like, oh man, they were just that bad. Or some people like actually start feeling a little nauseous, or they like their heart races, whatever. If you had some type of physical reaction to thinking about your worst leader ever, and you take nothing else, if you completely dump every word that came out of my mouth this whole time, never make anybody else feel the way that your worst leader made you feel. If you do that and only that, that is still a win. I see some great books on leadership, soft skills that I recommend. So Getting to Yes, I think, is an amazing book. I don't want to get off on another soapbox, but I think our generation has like really perverted the meaning of getting to yes. Now we throw it around, and usually it just means that somebody's getting their way. I think getting to yes is like, when I say getting to yes, I mean it the way that it's intended in the book. I highly recommend reading it. The Let Them Theory by Mel Robbins, I think, is an amazing book, and very empowering book. And then I would also say, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna apologize ahead of time for this curse word, but it's literally the book title, The Life-Changing Magic of Not Giving a Fuck. I would say those three things have been really powerful. And then I've got a whole nother list that I can share out as well. How can a newbie implement the principles in this talk when inspiring to land their first full-time professional cybersecurity role, especially? Okay, that's a really great question. So I would say the best way that you can implement the principles in this talk, and then do you want me to stop at 45 or 50? Can't hear you.
I'm muted. There we go. This is the last talk on this track. So the keynote, I think Mike Miller, he might be in here or listening, is on at the top of the hour.
Okay.
I don't need to introduce him. So feel free to keep going, because
Okay.
This is gold and I love it.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. I'll just answer these questions. Also, I apologize if I'm starting to look wild. I turned off the AC in my room so it wouldn't be so loud. I would say the best advice I have for a newbie implementing the principles in this talk when aspiring to land their first full-time professional role is go out. You don't have to be employed to practice these skills. Go out and get yourself involved in some of these amazing cybersecurity communities that we have out there. I know, like in the Chicagoland area, there's BurbSec, there's DC 608, and like the Madison, Wisconsin area. There's, and obviously I could talk about the ones where I'm from, but there's a ton of them.
Besides Milwaukee.
Yep, exactly. Besides BurbSec Minneapolis, there's. If you're not sure, reach out to anybody, that was a speaker or facilitating, just drop your location and I'm sure somebody can find something for you. But get involved in those organizations because, one, they're going to network, and two, you're going to be able to find mentors, and three, you're going to have opportunities to practice some of these skills. And the other thing I would recommend doing is getting involved in some type of volunteer organization, whether that be ISACA or InfraGard or, any of these other Ginger Hacker or CyberLab Speaks. Like, get yourself involved in an organization that you can actively contribute. One, it'll help you grow. Two, it helps the organizations. But then three, you also get that opportunity to like really work on those skills, and it builds your portfolio, right? It builds your experience portfolio. So it's a three-way win really. And find ways to step into leadership roles. Again, even if you're not a leader or if you're not employed, there are a lot of, like, for example, local libraries who have no IT staff or support, who would love somebody who would come in on like once a weekend to like teach a smart home computing class, or even if they provided some like smart like professional computing to the library staff or whatever. Like you can reach out to organizations to provide. No, I unless you like that is your actual job, I highly recommend not charging people for these things. But that's a separate conversation. But like if you're looking to break into the community, or I'm sorry, into the industry, go out and do the things you're looking to do, but for free. And then let's see what else is there. Am I familiar with Chris Voss? Yes.
Never split the difference.
Huh?
Is that Chris Voss? Never split the difference. The FBI guy.
Yep.
Good one.
Getting to yes. Yeah. I love that one.
Yep. I don't see any more questions.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Good book chatter. Amanda, even that was amazing.
Thanks.
That was great. I'm a big fan. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing all this. I might hit you up later to see if I could get your slide deck. I like that pyramid. I can make posts for ages off of that pyramid.
Oh yeah, happy to share out the whole thing to anybody who wants it.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm gonna let you go. Go turn on your AC and chill out because that was amazing.
Thanks so much. Have a great day.
Bye, Amanda. I'm gonna throw up this sponsor thing. I think I'm gonna close out track 2 over here. It will become just music probably in a few minutes. But please donate. $5 goes a long way. We've got the raffle as well. For $5, you can get a raffle ticket, and there is a lot of great stuff in the raffle. I guess I can like go through the different raffle sponsors. Harmony, Stronger Together, there's Hack Smarter and Skillbit, there's Try Hack Me, Backdoors and Breaches, Mastermind has provided some GRC courses. There's also some swag, and 25% of those proceeds are gonna go to Next Gen Cyber Ed, and also we've got CompTIA. So with that, thank you so much for being part of CyberLab Con. I am going to go disappear for a little bit and pop over to Ginger Hacker on YouTube, or Andrew Crotty's LinkedIn, or Ginger Hacker LinkedIn, to get track 1 with Mike Miller. Thank you all.